Nikaitende kazi yako shambani mwako. Umenita Bwana mtumishi wako. Nikaitende kazi yako shambani mwako.
That's why I praise you in the morning. That's why I praise you in the evening. That's why I praise you in the evening. That's why I praise you all the time. That's why I praise you in the morning. That's why I praise you in the noontime. That's why I praise you in the evening. That's why I praise you all the time.
Wow, beautiful. Makofi kwa sisters. Asanteni sana. You may now take a seat. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. As I said earlier, God is good and all the time, and that is nature. Wow. Thank you very much, dear. Welcome to Men's Day, which we are very excited to be hosted here in Meru, and we are very happy. You come from all the way from Mombasa, all the areas, Kitui, Marsabit, Isiolo, Muranga, Meru itself, and other countries which are here today. Please feel very most welcome. I take this opportunity to welcome all of you, and in our presence, we are graced to have His Lordship, Light Reverend Salesius Mugambi, the Bishop, Catholic Diocese of Meru, who is here with us and who is going to lead us with a devotion for the next 30 minutes so that we can be able to appreciate and we can be able to begin our day with greater blessings. So please, put up your makofi kwa Bishop. Hiyo ni kienyeji, Sugua mikono, anza kuexpand, tumchunie maua kararendi pare, yeru, green, maginode magushie. Again. Karibu sana Baba Askofu. Also, with due respect, also we have our managing director present, Dr. Wycliffe Nandama, na tumeona akiongea pia panua yake moja kabisa. Panua kabisa, pima kabisa. Angusha. Pia tuko na accounting director ako hapa. Wana Muthe. I was trying to look for that jina Muthe. So it's Justin Muthe, who is representing the governor. Sindio? Excellency Madam Kawira Mwangaza pia amefika pande hii, au ndio wageni wetu heshima. Sugulia kabisa pia, sugua kabisa, panua pima, sungusha kabisa, mwangushie. Karibu sana Bwana Justin. We are very much okay to be hosting you today. So with that, I don't want to take a lot of much ado. I'll be able to invite His Lordship to come and take the podium, lead us with our devotion. Then after, we'll be able to introduce participants, the partners, the men's staff. So, karibu sana.
Good morning, friends.
Good morning.
Before I share something with you here, that is a reflection. Let me say I feel very privileged to be with you. I hope this thing is working. So I use this. My reflection will be very short in belief. But one problem, I forgot my glasses, so I want somebody to read the parts of the Bible for me. And somebody to help me here. Just to read a reading for me.
Thank you, sister. One of the sisters. Someone you can come. Thank you.
So this is this one. This is 35.
It's a reading from the first letter of St. Peter. Beloved, clothe yourselves, all of you, with humility towards one another. For God opposes the proud, but gives grace to the humble. Humble yourselves, therefore, under the mighty hand of God, that in due time he may exalt you. Cast all your anxieties on him, for he cares for you. Be sober, be watchful. Your adversary, the devil, prowls around like a lion, seeking someone to defer. Resist him, firm in your faith, knowing that the same experience of suffering is required of your brotherhood throughout the world. And after you have suffered a little while, the God of all grace, who has called you to his eternal glory in Christ, will himself restore, establish, and strengthen you. To him be the dominion forever and ever. Amen. By Silvanus, a faithful brother, as I regard him, I have written briefly to you, exhorting and declaring that this is the true grace of God. Stand fast in it. She who is at Babylon, who is likewise chosen, sends you greetings, and so does my son Mark. Greet one another with a kiss of love. Peace to all of you that are in Christ. The word of the Lord. It's 1 Peter chapter 5, verse 5b to 14. 1 Peter 5, verse 5b to 14.
Thank you, sister, for helping me there. This is about Peter. Peter worked very closely with Mark. And Mark the gospel that is written by Mark, they say it is what Peter used to tell him. Maybe like his secretary or companion. And in the gospel of today that we read, Mark talks about taking the gospel out, preach the gospel to the whole of creation, not just in one place, everywhere. And now, we witness to the gospel in one way or the other, especially to remind ourselves that we need one another. Somebody asked, how do we personally witness to the gospel? That is the good news. And somebody said, I would rather see a sermon than actually hear one. That is preaching put in practice. The most convincing proof of the resurrection which we hear these days is the transformation that took place in Jesus, the followers of Jesus after the resurrection. And one writer said that off they went, and with burning urgency to tell the people the news to all the world. The Messiah and come truly, and the kingdom of God and come and was at hand. So their lives were lent for what? And for that end, that is the end of giving those news of Jesus Christ's teachings. The followers of Jesus enjoyed a new sort of, you can call it, relationship with the risen Lord. He was able to work with and through them in a remarkable way, because they were now his hands, they were his eyes, and also his tongue. So whatever they said, whatever they did, it is what Jesus actually told them. So they witnessed the life of Jesus himself. So can we recall ourselves a time when Jesus worked through us? That is, sometimes when we reflect, do you just reflect and just move around? Or you have something special that you deliver, not only to ourselves, but also to the others? So, we see the earliest moment of a church is, of course, the service that is given in the moment when God's people, strengthened by the preaching and the rites of the sacraments, go into the door, into the world, to be the church. That is what makes evangelization move. Now, we are here today for something very important for sure, through the initiative of men's and the other bodies that work with it. And in this, we ask ourselves, like those apostles who gave up everything which they had. They struggled. They did what they could. They never feared anybody. They never stopped at anything to tell everybody what they believe in and what they value, and also to see the consequences of what they did. They gave everything they had. They did not fear even death. Remember, they used to be caught and even punished sometimes. And in history, we say, we know they all died very painful death. Just to proclaim this gospel, to proclaim the truth of Jesus Christ, who was resurrected, and to prove that Christ is truly alive. That's what they suffered for. And they gave up everything. They gave up everything that don't mean that they could not eat or do their other things at home and all this. It is to go out, giving yourself everything that you know and that you value for the good of the others for this kingdom. That is giving ourselves. That's it, like forgetting ourselves for the good of the other people. And that is what the apostles tried to do. Mark, today we celebrate the feast of Mark, the evangelist. They say, as I said again, he learned a lot from Peter. But he himself, if you write something, you know it yourself. So he's trying to live that. That was Mark. We remember it today for that. And in his gospel, which we have not read today for the sake of time, he says that when the apostles went out, there were signs. There were signs that were supposed to be seen. Some call them miracles and other things that was happening. Healing the sick. Oh, thank you. So, as this Messiah now and come, truly the kingdom of God was at hand, and their lives were lent for that end, and for that end alone. So, no amount of persecution could stop them. The followers of Jesus engaged a new relationship with Jesus Christ. I'm almost repeating that one again. And he was able to work with and through them in a remarkable way. They were now his hands and everything. Having seen that, the phrase that goes into the whole world they were supposed to go, preaching and giving the truth about life into the whole world. What does that mean? Actually, St. Paul gives an example of this whole world. Somebody calculated how many kilometers with that kind of ant and strength. They say that out of his about 3, he covered more than 4,000 kilometers. And Paul says in those 4,000 kilometers he covered, he suffered a lot. when he was trying to go into the world to preach the gospel to every creature. And they say that many times he was beaten with rods, many times he was stoned, many times, but was trying to go everywhere in spite of this, even went to Rome. So when he said he was going to the whole world and he preached the gospel to every creature, it just means really not torturing, but really just giving what you have. And Paul did not even ask for payment. No, he worked his own things, making own baskets, whatever he was doing, to get something to eat. All the same, he continued. And these signs point for sure to the fights and divisions present in the world today. We hear the Palestinians are fighting with the Israelis. We hear other fights, Russia and Ukraine. We hear in many other countries there are fights. Kenya keeps going out to keep peace where there are fights. Even the other day, they were stopped from going somewhere because the police were trying to go there and they were stopped. We don't know why. They know the reason why. Somewhere in the east, I think. And what was seen even from the Old Testament, especially from Isaiah, they spoke of peace. After all these struggles, after giving the gospel, of the preaching, they expected peace and the harmony and the unity and all that. And Isaiah gives examples of where a time that will come when animals like, just give me an example, lions and maybe sheep could stay together, and all kinds of animals which eat each other or eat each other, they could stay together as an example, as a result of the Lord living and influencing the world. Now, after all our proclamation and preaching the word of God and the gospel at the same time, what are changed? Are these signs which Mark speaks of here seen anymore? Or peace? Maybe here and there. But you know the fights are still there. People themselves are killing each other. People have created instruments of killing, of devastating, poisons, and all kind of things these are created through the intelligence of a human being, which is a gift of God. Instead of creating something that is good, that will bring peace. And somebody told me we should stop preaching the gospel because it is not having effect. People are continuing to fight. People continue to kill each other. There's no peace. There's no harmony. In every country, not only in Kenya, people are killing each other there and there. What do? Do we stop? We cannot stop. Because anything that is good is given. Even when somebody is sick and is given medicine, and maybe it's not working well with him, they still giving that medicine. So, if the proclamation of the gospel cannot change the hearts of the people, and if it cannot stop these rivalries and violence, if it cannot create peace, then the people become completely convinced that belief is the most important. We have to believe, in spite of all this, that somehow peace can come. And not only peace, even riots. Like now, the doctors, not rioting, but they're asking for some justice in their life. What do we do? What do we do? Of course, people are suffering, but we cannot stop. And I believe from here, you people who are here, who are leading this country in this area of giving drugs, good ones, and all this, you cannot stop simply because things like those are happening. It's look for ways and means of giving it even more impact and impetus so that the world can change through good drugs and all that. So what we are doing is like preaching a good gospel also of life. It's similar to what we give for spiritual life and even for social life. Because we need healthy people, people who can move around proud that we are healthy because our medical facilities, all what we get, the drugs from anywhere, they are okay. And now we can say we are happy. That is what the people need. This is what we need. And that is what the gospel is about peace, life in this world, and also in the life to come. So let us pray that God may bless us in this gathering, in this meeting, so that what we do here and say may go to that peace, may bring that peace, may finish worries, and may also finish all kind of things that make people kill themselves. The other day I got the story of a child who was sick, could not go to school, but the mother could not get medicine for that kid. So the kid wanted to go to throw himself in the river. That's how it is now, to go to the river and throw himself. So the mother had to go to the chief to come to catch the boy and speak to him, get some people to help him to think well. Just a primary kid. That's how life has become. Without good health, also social health, things cannot be well either. You can have all the medicine you need, you can everything you need, but all these need to be combined together so that people may have good health. You know it better than I do, and may God bless what you are doing here so that we may bear fruit for the whole Kenya and beyond. God bless you.
Thank you, Your Lordship, and for that great and very important devotion. We will ask him now to bless us with a prayer, and then now we can be able to proceed. So, Your Lordship.
Let us pray. Father Almighty, merciful Father, we thank you for bringing us together here today and the remaining days. Bless each one of us here. Thanking you for giving us safe journeys to this place. We ask you to give everybody here the Holy Spirit so that what we share, what we discuss, may also bring peace, may bring help, may bring hope to each one in this country. And we ask for all those who are going to address us, O Lord, to strengthen them in the same spirit, knowing that you are with us forever and ever, and will continue to be with us in spite of the problems, in spite of the fights, in spite of what we go through every day, even when we are happy. I want to thank you for that gift of life. Continue to remind us you are with us until the end of the world. And we pray all this through Christ our Lord.
Thank you very much, Your Lordship, for that great morning devotion. I think you have given us some great ones as we are coming to sit with the MD there and the county director for a short while. I think he has left us with a great message for us to be able to reflect when Jesus has worked for us, through us. And I think we can reflect in terms of our daily activities we do. Then also to be like apostles, so that at least we can be able to do everything without any fear or favor, but to serve the Lord in terms of our ministry. So we'll be able to excuse his lordship. He is going to another function for the entire clergy in the diocese, is chairing, and to sacrifice a few moments to be with us. Sindi kweli? That's why unaona sasa akitoka, he had already told us he's coming briefly because of that engagement, and actually it was a great sacrifice. So asanteni sana. So with that, we want to do some introductions now, so that you know everybody who is here. Because I've taken you through the program. And the format we are going to do it, so that you appreciate each other. Please allow me to save time because I'm checking the program. When I touch, we want to do it, the people are present will be standing. If I touch the county you're coming from, be it an hospital, health facility, health center, dispensary, medical training college, CBO, NGO, private, unasimama, hata kama ni ya serikali, si ni kweli? So that at least we know the people who are here today. So let me start with the farthest counties who I know that they are here. Lamu County, Mombasa, Tana River, Taita Taveta, Kwale, Kilifi. Wako wapi wasimame? Those who have come from Lamu, Mombasa, Tana River, Taita Taveta, Kwale, Kilifi. Wapigie makofi tafadhali. Panua vizuri, angusha. Asanteni sana, we are glad to see you. All the way, very far. Number 2, now we go to Upper Eastern. Upper Eastern, Marsabit, Samburu, Isiolo, Moyale, Meru, TNC, Tharaka-Nithi, Embu. Wasimame na wao. Watu wasimame. Tumesema Marsabit, Samburu, Isiolo, Moyale, Meru, Tharaka-Nithi na Embu. Wewe, makofi tafadhali. Panua kabisa, angusha. Thank you very much. Asanteni sana. We are glad that we are here today to host us. We proceed. Lower Eastern, we got County of Kitui, Machakos and Makueni. Wasimame na wao. We ndio hiyo. Check mbali, Kitui inafika mpaka Kibwezi, si ni kweli? Mapia makofi tafadhali. Hapana, weka kabisa, angusha. Karibuni sana. Asante sana. Tuende sasa Central Kenya. Kiambu, Murang'a, Nyeri, Nyahururu, Laikipia. Wasimame na watu waone. Central Kenya kabisa. Ndio hiyo sasa, Central Kenya ndio wale. Makofi tafadhali. Hapana, panua kabisa tuangushie. Karibuni sana, mujisikie nyumbani. Mko Mlima Kenya hapa. Asante sana. Watu wa Nairobi County, Nairobi ni kubwa sana. Watu wa Nairobi ndio hiyo. Nairobi ndio imesimama. Wewe. Baada hiyo mafuriko yote wamepita, milima mabonde wamefika ndio. Wapatie moja. Bando kabisa. Karibuni sana watu wa kutoka Nairobi. Asante sana. Then tuende. Najua tunaweza kuwa na watu wa Rift Valley kidogo pembeni pale, Kajiado, Nakuru hapo. Kajiado Nakuru? Yeye ndio hawa, si ndio? Kuna wengine kama kuna Kericho kama ako hapo ndani Bomet hapo kama wameingia kabisa Eldoret wote Washingisho Marakwet na wapi. Tuangushia moja. Again. Karibuni sana. Asante sana. We MD, tumejaa furifuri. Watu ni wengi. Then twende Northeastern. Najua Garissa, Mandera wako hapa. Garissa Mandera wamefika? Najua kwa barabara nakumbuka waziri akisema wanakuja kutoka Garissa County. Si kweli? Is on the way. Kwa hivyo niyo mafuriko inafanya watu wanatumia boat kidogo then unachange kwa gari tena. Ama namna gani? Wakikuja tutawarecognize pia. Then kuna watu wengine kama from participants wametoka in other counties sijaguza. Kuna sijaguza tafadhali? Kuna mtu ambaye tujaguza kaunti yake? Nani? Niambie please. West Pokot. Haya. West Pokot, unajua ni wapi huko? Kabla yafika Turkana, uko West Pokot, pande nyingine ni Uganda. Ama namna gani? Asante. Wasimame West Pokot tafadhali. Watu wa Rift Valley pia nimependa. Unajua kwa nini nilikuwa najua Rift Valley tunakuja Eldoret lakini wamesema wanatangulia kwanza. Hiyo ni commitment, wanapenda men's. Warembeshe kabisa, mrembeshe kabisa, sungusha wangushie. Karibu sana sister. Thank you very much. Yes, I like that because you come here also tukikuja pale Eldoret pia tafadhali kuja, si ndio? These are the people who love men's. So we appreciate all of you. We are very distinguished to us and we value you. So feel at home and I think we are happy now to proceed. So now, partners present. Sijui kama wamefika. The partners akina AstraZeneca na nani wamefika ama bado? Any partner present wamefika? Partners, any partners. The ones I'm saying about the partners. Najua tuko naye Loche Pharma, AstraZeneca, Novo Nordisk, Novartis. Wamefika? Ama watafika kesho? I thought maybe they came here today. Hakuna shida, wakiwa tutawaappreciate. Na hapa pengine sasa Capuchin TV unaona ndio wako hapa, si ndio? Muko live. Vile mnaangalia, if you are good to check Capuchin live on YouTube, una trend. Sawa sawa? So jua pia tuwapatia moja. Asante sana, walifika padapita akasema nipeane salamu zao. Who is the mdosi wao pande nyingine, and we are very excited Capuchin TV for covering this event live, broadcasting it globally. We feel very appreciated because men's, based on their vision, we are global. Now, men's staff, nataka men's staff wote watakuja. Tuko na kapteni wetu ambaye hajatoa sauti bado aongee. Najua pala ataenda kuongea akipeana keynote address, ndio awakaribishe vizuri. Getaka bwana MD, none other than Dr. Nandama Wycliffe, ukuje tusalimie, alafu sasa uintroduce team yako. Sawa sawa? Bwana piga mapi ya MD akikuja, si ndio? Weka papa kiingia hapo naangusha. Twende papa. Weka. Angusha. Thank you.
Okay, good morning everyone. I want to say we are very happy to have you around. It's indeed a pleasure to see all of you and turning out in very good numbers. So we are here in Meru and we are happy to be in Meru. So I will not take a lot of time. I know we'll be having another session where I'll be saying something. But just to call on all the staff to come for introduction. All of us who are from heads, so that we can be able to see the faces of those who are here. And as the MC said, this is a representation of the rest of the staff. We are more than this. We have our head office in Nairobi along Mombasa Road, but also have a branch in Kisumu. So the ones who are here are a representation of the staff that we have from those two areas. So, and yes, I think we have a good number. Is a good representation of the various departments and sections that we have within the organization. Some will even be joining later on. So let's see. I think they are still coming. Are we all in now? Okay. So with that in mind, yeah, we can start from the far end. Your name and what you're doing in meds.
Good morning. God is good. Are you happy to be here this morning? First of all, let me welcome you to our Meds Day, these 2 days. Make sure you enjoy as much as possible and gather much information that you'd wish to gather from here. My name is Dr. Ruben Mogoi. I am the branch manager, Kisumu Meds. Karibu.
Tumsifu Yesu Kristo. My name is Joseph Okumu. I'm the field officer, Mombasa. Watu wa Mombasa?
Good morning. It's a good day that the Lord has made. My name is Mercy Oyuga. I'm a field officer joining from February to be partnering with you in North Rift. So I have 6 counties in North Rift, who was in Gishu County, Nandi County, Elgeyo Marakwet, Trans Nzoia, West Pokot, and Turkana. So by seeing your faces here, that means you value this partnership. We value you. We thank you, and I hope we'll interact more. So thank you so much.
Thank you. And you'll note that we have a new team of field officers. So please introduce themselves. Take note of the field officer that is in charge of your region. Should you need any information or any assistance, take time to see them anytime for the days that will be here. Next.
Praise God. I'm Berry Litindi, the PR and Communications Officer. Welcome today, and thank you so much for giving us consent to share your photos and videos online.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lilian Degwa, Customer Service Officer, Quality Control Laboratory. And I'll be glad to hear your feedback regarding our very own brand of ultra-purified water and purified water, especially those who have used it. And for those who have not used it, you can visit our desk out here. Yeah, I'll be sharing more insights on the same. Thank you.
Yes, good morning. Good morning. Yes, my name is Peter Kiremi. I hail from Meru County, Karibuni Nyumbani. I support monitoring and evaluation for the commercial and as well for the USAID project. So if you receive ARVs from meds, HIV testing kits, malaria commodities, LLANs, all of them we support under the USAID project. Karibuni sana.
Good morning. God is good.
All the time.
And all the time. My name is Imelda Anyim, a field officer. I'm responsible for the facility in Central Rift. Central Rift includes Nakuru County, Nyandarua County, Baringo, Kericho, Bomet, Narok. So for anybody who's representing those facilities, tutaonana nyuma ya tent. Thank you so much, and we are grateful for the partnership. Asante.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Faith Kivenji, the Acting Health System Strengthening Manager. Kaidre today asked me about all the trainings that your health workers, we can plan for them, not just your health workers, even the other cadres of staff in your healthcare facilities. Usitoke bila training moja, ama hata webinar. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. Yes, I am Jacqueline Katambi. I'll be the field officer for Kiambu County and Mount Kenya region and part of Nyandarua, that is Nyahururu.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Hilda Mesa. I am the field officer in charge of the lower eastern region. This includes the entire Ukambani region, Kajiado, Garissa, Mandera, and Wajir. So anyone, the representatives here from those places, I hope we shall meet today and get to know each other, and as I address any issues that you might be having.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Michael Mwangi. I head Finance and Investment Department. I think I have a meeting with each and every one of you, because we have to manage the account, we have to serve you better, and then you have to ensure that I finance the commodities so that they come to you. So make sure you greet me before you leave this place. And if you have a check, I think I have enough sizable bag to carry the check back home. Thank you very much.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, it's good to see you here today. Feel very much welcome. My name is Patrick Jeroge. I'm the credit control manager. So I receive what you bring and I give it to him to budget. So where we welcome, as he said, if you have a check, feel free. It is safe with us. I also look into your accounts in case you have any charge. You feel your account is not properly reconciled or you are disputing anything, you can see me and you can be able to sort it out. Thank you.
Hello, good morning everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Johnson Charana. I'm the field officer for Nyanza region. Okay. Okay, I'm the field officer for Nyanza region. Oh, okay. Field officer for the Nyanza region. Nyanza region represents the counties of Kisumu, Homa Bay, Migori, Nyamira and Kisii County. Karibu sana.
Tumsifu Yesu Kristo. My name is Paul Makiriswa. I'm the field officer in charge of Western. That entails Bungoma, Busia, Kakamega, and Vihiga counties, plus Siaya County. Thank you.
All right, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Gladys Mboro. I'm the Client Relations Manager in MEDS. It's a great pleasure to have you here. On a different note, because CARITAS has insisted I mention, I sit in the Transition Committee for Social Health Authority, and we hope we will engage. Tomorrow we have, I think, 2 speakers on the Social Health Authority and how we are transitioning, and it's been a great pleasure for me to represent the faith-based and talk the voice for the faith-based. Karibuni Meru.
Thank you.
God is good. My name is Peter Mwangi. I'm the procurement manager. I'm more at the back, but I really work very closely with the field team because whatever they have to come and tell you is what I actually ensure that is available. So thank you so much for coming. Now, ukiwa na anything maybe you want to share in as far as stock is concerned, out of stock as well. So we are there to to assist where we can. Thank you na karibuni sana.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Nelson Mandela is my name, the field officer covering the capital city, Nairobi. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Wana wa Mungu hamjambo?
Jambo.
Hamjambo tena?
Hatujambo.
Okay, kwa majina ni Shandrak Meme. Nasimamia biashara na uuzaji katika shirika la MEDS. Mimi ndio nayosimamia wanaofanya kazi nyanjani ama field officers wale hawajui. Pia najishughulisha na masuala ya kujua mahitaji yenu na pia kuweza kuwa na suluhu mwafaka. Na wakaribisha Meru, pia mimi ni mwananchi wa hapa. Naomba mufurahie sehemu hii ya kwetu. Asante. Mungu abariki.
Patia mwame moja. Sikujua anajua Kiswahili. Ati biashara ni meme. You amaze me. Asante. Thank you. Thank you. My name is Titus Munene Tomaeti, your MC and the head of commercial services. Niko na meme, Grannis na wengine na all the field officers. Ni kweli? Nipatie yangu moja. Thank you. Tuenda kwa MD.
Thank you, thank you. I think they can go back to their stations. So basically, as I said, is a big representation of all the sections, departments that we have within the organization. So as we said, should you have anything that you want to talk to any of us, please do so. Again, I'll remind you that my name is Wycliffe Nandama. I'm the managing director, just to ensure that everybody else is doing what they're supposed to be doing. Asante.
Thank you very much. MD lazima tupatie moja mzuri. Si yako Meru. Si tupatie Kindero. Tumpatie Kindero, si ndio? Weka mkono hivi. Unajua Kindero alisalimiana na Shebes, si ndio? Kupigana. Mimi nilikuwa hapo, si ndio? Ukisikia nimesema ai unapiga makofi yote mbili, si ndio? Weka chance, weka chance. Weka chance vizuri. Kindero you slapped me, hapana. Kindero you slapped me, hapana. Ai. Again. Thank you bwana MD. Hiyo ndio kapteni wetu ambaye anatuongoza kule Men's both Nairobi and also Kisumu. So because of the interest of time, and I know people have come from far, and nimeangalia nyuso zenu, tunasema we want to take a group photo. Sindio? Then we take some tea. So when you come back, then I take you through the overview of that. Then we go to the keynote address and also official opening by none other than Panamudhe, who is the county director, representing the governor, and you are very privileged to have him there. Sindio? So our team imesabiwa hapa chini. Sawa sawa? Ukiteremka tu downstairs ni hapo. Photo, Gladys, tunapigia wapi? Uko chini. So we go to get a group photo, tukunywa kachai. We take some 30 minutes because we are many. So meaning that we are coming back here by what time? By 11? Exactly 11. So a group mobilizer, I can be able to ask Mandela, you'll be able to mobilize people to come back. Thank you. I've been informed that the places for the washrooms ziko behind hapa. Behind this all. Ukiingia hapo tu kidogo ziko hapo, ndio tusiende mbali. So with that, a prayer for the tea. We can get a prayer for the tea. Thank you, Sister Neri.
Let us pray in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Bless us, O Lord, and this is a gift which you are about to receive from our goodness, through Christ our Lord. Amen. In the name of the Father.
Thank you. Bon appetito. So amesema group photo because they are organizing tuifanye before lunch. Si ndio? So tukunywe chai turundi. Then before lunch watakuwa wameorganize kila kitu. Sawa sawa? Yeah, we're trying to adjust that one because we thought we are going to have a photo with his lordship, but he had to go for the other engagement. That's why we had changed timing for the photo.
En muchas partes del mundo, la mujer es tratada como primer material de descarte. Hay países donde las mujeres tienen prohibido acceder a ayudas para armar un negocio o ir a la escuela. Incluso en esos lugares soportan leyes que las obligan a vestir de una determinada manera y todavía están en uso en muchos países las mutilaciones genitales. No les neguemos a las mujeres la voz. No les neguemos a todas estas mujeres víctimas de abuso la voz. Son explotadas, son marginadas. De palabra todos estamos de acuerdo que el hombre y la mujer tienen la misma dignidad como personas, pero en la práctica eso no ocurre. Es necesario que los gobiernos se comprometan a eliminar leyes discriminatorias en todas partes y a trabajar para que los derechos humanos de las mujeres estén garantizados. Respetemos a las mujeres, respetémoslas en su dignidad, en sus derechos fundamentales. Y si no lo hacemos, nuestra sociedad no avanzará. Oremos para que la dignidad y la riqueza de las mujeres sean reconocidas en todas las culturas y para que cese la discriminación que sufren en diversas partes del mundo.
CARITAS Nairobi was started by the servant of God, Maurice Michael Cardinal OTUNGA, back in the year 1973. As a socio-economic arm of the church, gears towards aid and support of the vulnerable people and communities within the Archdiocese and beyond. And over a period of these years, back in the year 1983, we realized now the establishment of the self-help groups that was established again by the servant of God, Maurice Michael Cardinal OTUNGA. As Nairobi is a registered trust, and the trust is Archdiocese of Nairobi CARITAS registered trustee. It is a socio-economic arm of the church, so to say a charitable organization. And we can also say that CARITAS is a development arm or a socio-economic development arm of the Archdiocese of Nairobi. And with it, we carry through our mandate through various thematic areas. For example, food security. Here we undertake projects with our local communities that are geared towards empowering them, improving the quality of their livelihood, and ensuring that they have food on the table. And we do this through various interventions. At the moment, we have Caritas Dairy in Meru, a project that was established by His Grace, His Eminence, John Cardinal Joe, back in some years. And we launched it last year, and here we are doing some dairy project with our farmers, especially in the Meru, Lali, and part of Gatundu. And we empower them so that they can have a good production. We also ensure that they have market to their produce, and we also ensure that we are also able to give them a good return on this. We also have other interventions like farming, and here currently we are taking some hydroponic smart farming. These are the current trends in terms of farming within our area. And we have projects that we are doing again in the Meru and also in Kamuru, in the slum, whereby we are ensuring that our farmers who have maybe very limited space are able to maximize on that space and be able to produce food that will be good enough for them for their own consumption, but even food that they can also take to the market. And we ensure that we do this through what we call organic farming without a lot of inputs, so that we can ensure the quality of the food that they are taking. We're also doing some other projects like a coffee project. And here we are looking at value addition in the entire coffee value chain. And in the days to come, we're also looking at other interventions that we can make together with our communities to make sure that they're able to produce enough for their own consumption and even ready for the market. We also have another intervention that we make, and here we have charitable homes, centers, and relief. Here we have a number of homes that we run within the Archdiocese of Nairobi. Some of them are for girls, others are for boys, others are for people with various challenges like the HIV. And maybe to mention some of these homes, we have Kwetu Home of Peace. This is a home for boys. And here we are looking at empowering our street children so that we can give them a good livelihood. We also have another home that is Rescue Dada. Again, these are rehabilitated girls within this community. We look at how we can be able to rehabilitate them from the streets, to give them decent living. Even after that, we give them a good education and even inspiration. These are some of the interventions that the church is making to make sure that we take care of these vulnerable street children and communities. We have Joy Home of Peace in Garariga. This is a home that is there to support children faced with HIV challenges, and we continue to support them and making sure that we give them a dignified living and give them hope in all that they are doing. As you may realize, Caritas means love, Caritas means hope. We are trying to see how we can bring the gospel closer to the people. Among other homes that we also support, directly or indirectly, as at Archdiocese Nairobi, we have another program which is known as the Socio-Economic Empowerment Program. Previously, we used to call it the Self-Help Program. We started in the year 1983 with the servant of God, Morris Michael Cardinal OTUNGA, in the remote villages of Kiriko Parish in Gatodo North constituency, so to say, Mangu Dinari. This was the vision of the servant of God, was a way in which he can bring people together, bring their resources together, and help them be able to save, and therefore instill in them a culture of saving. And after saving, they could borrow at a very low interest rates among themselves, because they guarantee one another in a model that we call a sharing for a sharing. And they guarantee one another because of the friendship and the communion that they have established within that small local community where they know each other. Then after that, they are able to go and do their various, meet their various needs. For example, there are people who have taken these facility or loans and be able to educate their children, others pay their medical bills, others be able to improve their business, be it farming, be it the small businesses, the SMEs and the like. And in these, we are empowering the community. So this is a program that ensures that we continue to empower our local communities. And I would say it's a program that has existed now for the last 40 years. And this year, we are glad to celebrate the 40th anniversary. This anniversary will take place on 27th of April, 2024. And we shall host it in the very parish where it began. And this is Our Lady of Fatima, Kiriko Parish, led by none other than our Archbishop, Most Reverend Filipanyoro. And another thematic area that we deal with at Caritas Nairobi is gender and the youth. And here we are looking at what we consider as marginalized sometimes, or even vulnerable. And these are women and the youth, as well as children that we seek to empower. We have an intervention that we have been making over time. Among women, we have programs like PROMIC, and in this program is also a way of bringing them together and empower them to save and also borrow among themselves. We also have other interventions in terms of training, capacity building that we do to women, and we look at their various needs. And even going forward, we are even looking at having some interventions that we shall look at the widowers and the single mothers, because it's a reality that you have to face. And it was also pointed out to us during the recent and even the ongoing synodal process, where we feel that we need also to include and empower women within our community. The youth as well. In some years back, we have also done some intervention in some small micro enterprises. We have also had some interventions in the recent past. We had some interventions with the refugees within our communities, like Kibera, like Kawangware, like Mukuru kwa Jenga, Isili, Githurai, and we're able to bring them together and ensure them that and empower them to also live a dignified life despite them being refugees in our own country. Thank you.
Kalimoni Mission Hospital is a Catholic-sponsored institution under the Archdiocese of Nairobi that was started as a dispensary in 1934 by the Sisters of Precious Blood to meet the basic health needs of the people of Juja and its environs. The mantle of stewardship passed into the hands of the Sisters of the Congregation of the Handmaids of the Holy Child of Jesus.
We took over a little dispensary in the year 2000 From the year 2006, the institution started making some remarkable strides, and today it has been registered as a level 4 hospital. It has also some branches. In 2011, we had a branch in Meru, which today we intend to relocate to Githurai. In January 2022, we opened another branch in a place called Nyashafa, which is between Wetete and Juja.
It has blossomed into a vital institution, catering not only the local but also drawing patients from afar and exemplary maternal care.
We serve around 10,000 people in this place. It is the only level 3 facility that exists in this ward, that is Wetete ward.
We have a very large catchment area, and I think even those days when Kalimoni was just a dispensary, it had made an impact on the people. Today we find ourselves getting patients even from places like Gatundu, where you have bigger hospitals. People come from far and wide, but our main catchment area is Juja and its environs. But we have very many patients coming from afar, even as far as Nairobi, we get patients here.
Operating round the clock, both the main hospital and its satellite branches stand as pillars of support for those in need, offering comprehensive suite of services from inpatient and outpatient care and many more.
We offer very many services, but I think when it comes to the area of the mother and child, we have made a name.
Kwenye hospitali hii tunaangazia sana afya ya mama na mtoto, hasa mama wajawazito, na tunawahimiza wote katika kijiji waje, kwa sababu tumekuwa na tatizo rafisi wa mama wengi walikuwa wanasaa kwenye barabara, lakini kuna nafuu, maana wanaweza wapata services zetu wakati wowote, muda wowote. Tunafanya masaa 24, wanakaribishwa sana.
So our patient, we see the patient from when they come from their places, either from referrals, and when they come in, the clinicians or the doctor seeing the patient can decide if they can admit. So we have the inpatient ward and we have the outpatient. After that, we also have the maternity services. We have our facility has an extended service to maternity. Our doctors work day and night to ensure that the mothers get the best services. Whenever they need emergency care, they are there to attend and take them to theater in case they need emergency cesarean section. Even sometimes they may also need to do an elective case for those who deserve that. So we also have inpatient care services. Friendly health care, child care clinic means these are the services we offer. This is what we do. In those clinics where children are born, they need to get immunized. Children are brought each and every day. They get immunization. The nurse assesses them. If they need a pediatric care, they are taken to be seen by their pediatrician, and they get that services. We also have dental services, and dental services operate each and every day, Monday to Friday. And when there is emergency, the doctor operating there is there to address that. So our dental clinic is also operational. We also have eye clinic. We have state-of-the-art eye clinic, whereby we do diagnosis of eye patients, we give classes, we follow up patients, and we treat patients. We also have a comprehensive care clinic, where patients having conditions like tuberculosis, patients who are being managed for HIV and they are coming to take the medication, they get the best care services there. We also have radiology department where we do X-ray, ultrasound, and in the coming days or maybe few months to come, we'll also have a CT scan and other advanced investigative care. So we also have a physiotherapy where we have specialists working there and ready to serve our clients at all times.
The spirit guiding Kalimoni Mission Hospital is one of unwavering dedication to patients' well-being, ensuring that each individual who walks through its doors receive not just medical treatment, but holistic care that nurtures both body and soul.
Kalimoni Mission Hospital has been serving clients for the last 90 years. and it's been a great institution. It is that institution that was developed under the doctrines of Christian doctrines, and it's been serving patients both clinically, physically, and mentally, as well as spiritual care support.
On the auspicious date, Saturday, April 27 this year, Kalimoni Mission Hospital will mark another milestone in its journey of service to humanity.
This month, God willing, the Githurai branch will be opening its doors to the public. We say a very big thank you to God for His mercies throughout these years. We also thank the Archdiocese of Nairobi for its support. I thank my sisters who are working with me as doctors, anesthetists, other branch managers for their cooperation over these years. I also thank in a very special way my management team. They have been a very big support to me. I thank the board of management of this institution with Father Samuel Mugai being the chairperson.
Kalimoni Mission Hospital remains a shining example of how healthcare, rooted in compassion and driven by dedication, can truly transform lives and uplift communities. It is with deep sorrow and humble acceptance of God's will that we announce the passing on of Gabriel Martin Opondo, which occurred on 16th April 2024 after a short illness. Son of the late Protas Washika and the late Wilbroda Anunda, loving husband to Gaudensia Atieno Opondo. Father to Mary Marilyn Nandi, Bernard Manda, Anthony Makomere, Robert Mse, and Christopher Ondeche. Loving granddad to many. Loving son-in-law to Mzee Christopher Ondeche and Mama Cecilia Otembo Ondeche. Family and friends are meeting daily at his home in Emayungu Village, Mumias West, Kakamega County. The cottage will leave St. Mary's Hospital mortuary on Friday 26 April 2024 for overnight vigil at his home. The funeral mass and burial will be held on Saturday 27 April 2024 at his home in Emayungu Village, Mumias West, Kakamega County. Eternal rest grant unto Dad Gabriel, O Lord, and let perpetual light shine upon him. May he rest in peace. Amen.
God be with you till we meet
At the invitation of Father in Charge, Father Richard Iro and the Parish Pastoral Council, Capuchin TV will join the parishioners of St. Joseph Catholic Church Tudor in the Catholic Archdiocese of Mombasa as they celebrate Golden Jubilee on Sunday, May 5th this year. This auspicious event will take place at the Pastoral Center in Tudor, Mombasa, starting at 10 a.m. The Holy Mass will be presided over by His Grace Archbishop Martin Kivuva of the Archdiocese of Mombasa. As they commemorate the Golden Jubilee, Father Richard Iro expresses gratitude, saying,
My special message in this 50 years of faith in St. Joseph Tudor Parish is that we thank God for this far we have gone as a parish. We all know the challenges which are now affecting us globally. The secularization, modernization is taking roots in the world, and it is a very vital opportunity as a parish that we are celebrating 50 years of faith. So I want to urge the parishioners of St. Joseph Chuda, let's remain united in faith. Let's propagate the unity of faith in all that we do, in all that we touch, and in anything that we speak. And to all those we meet, let us instigate this faith that we have received as we celebrate these 50 years in our parish. We believe and hope this faith that we have created, this faith that we have cultivated, will bear fruits and will always be there to show the humanity that we have come from far, we are far, and we are going very far. And our Lord Jesus Christ reminds us always that let's always work together for the purpose of love, because he said in the book of John that all may be one. Thank you very much.
This momentous occasion will be broadcasted live on Capuchin TV and across its various social media platforms. As you commemorate your Golden Jubilee, Capuchin TV extends its warmest congratulations to all the parishioners of St. Joseph Catholic Church, Tudor, Mombasa, for this remarkable milestone. Keep watching Capuchin TV, your Catholic identity channel.
Nikaitende kazi yako shambani mwako. Umenita Bwana mtumishi wako. Nikaitende kazi yako shambani mwako.
Mavuno ni mengi, lakini watenda kazi ni wachache. Basi mwombeni Bwana wa mavuno apeleke watenda kazi katika mavuno yake.
Tumsifu Yesu Kristu na heri ya Pasaka. Mimi ni ndugu Alex Nduathuo wa shirika la ndugu wadogo wa Francisco wa Capuchini.
Ijumaa tarehe 3 mwezi Mei, runinga Capuchin tutainjilisha pamoja na Wakristo wa parokia Ekaristia Takatifu au kipenda Holy Eucharist eneo la Kingero katika jimbo kuu Katoliki la Nairobi. Itakuwa ni sherehe ya daraja takatifu la upadri kwa mashemazi 4 na daraja takatifu la ushemazi kwa mashemazi 2. Kati yao mmoja ni kutoka shirika la ndugu wa Francisco wa Capuchini na 5 kutoka shirika la umishonari wa Francisco wa Matumaini, wakemo Shemasi Gideon F. Chalo kutoka parokia Riruta, Shemazi Prochesti Malia kutoka parokia Kindi Moshi Tanzania, Shemazi Geoffrey Enyamori kutoka parokia Nyamangwa, ndugu Benson Olengo na ndugu Deson Tayembwa, wote hawa kutoka shirika la umishonari wa Francisco wa Matumaini au kipenda Franciscan Missionaries of Hope.
Ninayo furaha kuwakaribisha katika matukio yajao ya sherehe zangu. Tarehe 3 Ijumaa, sherehe ya upadrisho wangu katika parokia ya Holy Eucharist Catholic Parish Kingero. Ni matarajio yangu kwamba mtajiunga nami ili kuweza kumshukuru Mungu pia kwa ajili ya wito alionipa toka katika udogo wangu mpaka sasa na kuniwezesha kufikia katika hatua hii.
Ibada ya misa takatifu itaanza saa 4 asubuhi ikiongozwa na Askofu George Mudhaka wa jimbo Katoliki la Garissa. Kumbuka, haya yote yatakufikia kokote utakapokuwa kupitia runinga Capuchin pamoja na mitandao yetu ya kijamii.
Pamoja nami tutakuwa na ndugu wa Francisco wa Matumaini, Franciscan Missionaries of Hope, ambao 3 watapokea daraja la upadre na 2 watapokea daraja la ushemasi. Tunawakaribisheni nyote katika sherehe hizo zijazo.
Runinga Capuchin inaopongeza watole wote wa daraja takatifu la upadri na ushemazi mtawalia.
Nikaitende kazi yako shambani mwako. Umenita Bwana mtumishi wako. Nikaitende kazi yako shambani mwako.
Endelea kutazama Runinga Capuchin, kitambulisho.
Holy Family Basilica, Parochial School. Our vision and the mission for holistic growth.
A great future belongs to the creative learners. Unlock a boundless future for your child with the Catholic Parochial School.
We are an institution that offers holistic education to the learners to ensure that they are fully formed to fit in the society. And our vision is to be a model school that cultivates love for lifelong learning, spiritual growth, and exemplary moral values.
This school was started with the intention of offering holistic education and the formation of the young one, and I am happy that over the years the school has been able to achieve that.
Our institution blends academic rigor with enriching co-curricular activities, empowering learners to realize their aspirations and emerge as exemplary members of society.
We also offer co-curricular activities that in CBC are very much encouraged to participate. We offer taekwondo, we offer chess, we have the school band, we offer swimming lessons, we offer table tennis, and we also participate in music and drama. All these have excelled to the national levels, and we are proud of the learners and the teachers and also the parents for encouraging their learners to participate in these activities.
We are rooted in spiritual, intellectual, and character development. Our holistic approach fosters moral values, integrity, and respect, nurturing students to not only excel academically but also thrive in their future endeavors.
Tumepata zawadi nyingi hapa nchini katika kaunti ya Nairobi kwa sababu ya nidhamu yetu. Watoto wetu ni watoto ambao wamefunzwa, kwa sababu tunaelewa kwamba nidhamu ni kitu muhimu maishani mwa kila mtu. Ukiwa na nidhamu unaweza kutangamana na mtu yeyote pale nchini pia duniani kote.
As the church and as a parish, we are so much involved in the formation of these children. We offer spiritual nourishment, which include catechism, masses every week, and even journeying with them, counseling and confession as part of the catechism. In the school, we have a qualified team for counseling and guidance, and we come in to support them where we are needed as the clergy, not only just for spiritual matters.
Being a church institution, we also offer help where need be. We have the association that gives help to the poor children who are the orphans and the needy in the society.
Our dedicated team of skilled and passionate educators create a nurturing environment where children surpass their own expectations, guaranteeing a joyous journey of learning and growth.
We have employed a qualified and a competent team of the staff, especially the teachers, who journey with our young children. And this is in line with the CBC requirement and also the Ministry of Education.
We begin with a step to convince, then 1,000 miles are complete, and all the steps are made for all the journey to make.
Katika mitihani tofauti ambayo tumekuwa tukiifanya, ile ya KCP pia KIPSEA, wanafunzi wetu wamekuwa wakiitwa shule nzuri kabisa. KCP wanafunzi wetu wameenda katika shule za kitaifa tajika kama Mangu, wengine wameenda Alliance, wengine wameenda Kenya High na shule nyingine nzuri zaidi, na wale wengine wameenda shule zote nzuri.
Last year our best learner went to Alliance Girls and the two followed went to Kenya High School. So we are the best school in Nairobi.
Hawa ni wanafunzi ambao wamepitia mikono ya walimu waliojaa tajriba, vile vile wazazi ambao wanawatunza na kuwafunza nidhamu, ndipo watoto wetu waweze kuwa watu wazuri zaidi.
Enroll your child with us today and pave the way for a flourishing future.
Give us your child and you will not regret having brought your child to Holy Family Basilica.
We have a conducive environment, a secure one. Being the CBD of this town, we have adequate security and we are able to take care of your child.
Reach out to us at 0786 242 868 or send an email to catholicparochial@gmail.com.
I encourage parents, especially those who are working around the town. This is so central. You can drop your child in the morning, even as you attend the morning masses here or go to the place of work. And then in the evening, you can be able to pick the child.
The doors to the administration office remain open every working day within working hours. Visit us at the Holy Family Basilica in Nairobi capital.
I'm grateful even for those who started, and above all our Archbishop, who is the father in charge of this parish. We thank even the sisters who are running this school, the Little Sisters of St. Francis, for their dedication to this mission.
Vipaji tuvikuzeni, Mola katutunukia. Mama amepika lishe bora.
Christianity. In everything, do to others as you would have them do to you, for this is the law and prophets. Islam. No one of you truly believes until you wish for others what you wish for yourself. Judaism. What is hateful to you, do not do to your neighbor. This is the whole Torah. All the rest is commentary. Baha'i faith. Lay not on any soul a load that you would not wish to be laid upon you, and desire not for anyone the things you would not desire for yourself. Buddhism. Treat not others in ways that you yourself would find hurtful. Hinduism. This is the sum of duty. Do not do to others what would cause pain if done to you.
This is who we are. We are shepherds of God's flock. We are pastors, servants of God's people. We are KCCB.
Kwa jina la Baba na la Mwana na Roho Mtakatifu.
Amani iwe nanyi. Tujute dhambi zetu, tupate kujiweka tayari kutoa sadaka.
Building issues of trainings, governance, bring them to men. So we can journey together and also we can be loyal. What I say about customer loyalty is very key, and I'll be able to emphasize on this customer loyalty. Customer loyalty, we want to be like the way you have seen the Aga Khan Foundation do. You have seen Aga Khan, you know Aga Khan Foundation, which is owned by Islamia, the Muslim. They have got their own hospital. That is one. They have got their schools, Aga Khan. They take their money where? They take their money to NCBA. Sinikweli ni yao. Which newspapers do they read? They need nation newspapers. Ni yao. Sindio? So everything is domiciled. That loyalty is the same we want to check for the FBOs. When we have this men's which was founded by you, when do you want to have that loyalty so that you don't spread our tentacles? We go very far and deviate from that. Number two, we also want to update you on new developments about men's, because there are so many things which are already undergoing through. We also want to tell you any other sector reforms which already have come in place. When you check your program, you'll see some of the presentations, and also to discuss another pertinent issue which you know it concerns us, our patients, and you. Number three, we want to facilitate cross-learnings amongst ourselves, sharing of good practices and experiences, and that would be very key. So some of the presentations will be able to get some good stories of success, and based on that, we can be able to build, replicate to all of us. Number four, we want also to strengthen this collaborative partnership between us and you, because you are dear stakeholders. That's why you see the government is here today present with the county. We are going to also to have people from the national office tomorrow, from the ministry, and also investor to the president as well. So we are telling you, we want to have that partnership well enshrined between the two of us. Then number five, we want to listen to you. We want to get your valuable concerns and inputs, which is going to inform us to better our continuous improvement pathways so that we serve you better. So because already we have also some inefficiencies in between, we are here to hear from you so that you can be able to improve as much as possible so that we have the number one, that loyalty. Then the last one is to provide a platform for networking opportunities across stakeholders. Please, when you are here, those who came from Mombasa, Kitui, you came from all the way, from West Pokot, Usirundivire, network, know each other, you can be able to benchmark. Is it okay? And get good something you can be able to take as a take-home message. Get contacts from at least 10 people when you're coming from this forum. So now, based on that, that's why you're here today. I've got the outline of my presentation, which you are going to have men's introduction so that you know it better. The strategic direction we are taking for the next 5 years, which we started last year. Then also the customer programs we are having for you. And then universal health coverage in terms of the bills and social health insurance fund so that you can be able to know. And also we have QA, question and answers, so we can be able to respond. So about men's, those who have never known the history of men's, we have now, it was founded in 1986 by none other by Reverend Sister Joanne Devane, one of the nuns like you, started this dream. And she was a medical missionary and a pharmacist who brought together the two ecumenical bodies. The two bodies we are talking here is about Kenya Conference of Catholic Bishop and Christian Health Association of Kenya, KCCB and CHAC. We are governed. We have a structure for governance whereby you have a board of trustees and directors. And the membership between the two, we got 11. 5 from each secretariat. KCCB watano, then tukona wengine watano pandine, then we have our MD who is the secretary to that board of directors. So that is the governance at that apex. We have an identity whereby we say it is a faith-based health solutions provider founded by an ecumenical partnership of the KCCB and CHAC contributing to the healing ministry of Christ. Remember, that is our mission. And based on what the bishop has spoken about, we are not afraid, but we will be able to serve like the apostles. Our vision is a faith-based organization providing transformative health solutions globally, not only here locally in Kenya. We are serving 23 countries. We have gone to Yemen, Afghanistan, Syria, Haiti, and the Africa. So we are the ones who are providing those kind of services. And Kenya itself, Kenya is the home ground, where we say charity begins at home, but we have expanded our wings beyond. Our mission is to provide reliable and affordable health products and technologies, quality assurance, and also health system strengthening services. We have core values which are very dear to us, members. One is integrity. We do our things very transparent and we are very accountable. Number two, it's about customer focus. We ensure and endeavor to have highest quality products and services. That's why we have the best quality assurance, even microbiology laboratory in Kenya and in Africa, which was even launched by the president. So whatever we are selling to you, it has to pass a test of quality to know that it's efficacious and can be to give the results for better clinical outcomes. So everything which is passing there, it has to be tested before we bring it to you. Also, innovation, we are keeping up to the dynamic world to ensure we serve you better. That's why we also be able to digitalize, come with e-commerce and everything to ensure that faster to give you the service, you can be able to access from your desk. Then also, equity, access quality products and affordable by everybody. So it's cut across all the market segments, be it FBOs, governments, NGOs, we are very affordable. Then the last one is teamwork. We work as a team to ensure a seamless service, customer service. Our core objectives as MENS, there are three. One, supply chain and logistics. We procure, okay? We also do what? Then we distribute. Remember, so we are manufacturing like the water. That's water, purified water. We are able to sell to you. Number two, quality assurance services. That is our epitome. We are driven by quality. For us, we never compromise on anything because as I said earlier, even the poor patients, the most vulnerable, desire quality treatment. They desire quality health products and technologies, quality equipment. So we desire that to be able to ensure we give that. Then health system strengthening beyond, based on that WHO 6 blocks, we try to ensure that we are able to base you on those pillars and beyond your capacity to be able to deliver. In a snapshot, this is a summary of who we are. Who is MENS? As a summary, one, we are registered trust of the churches in Kenya, that is KCCB and CHAC. Number two, we are faith-based, not for profit. Mark the word, not for profit, which is contributing 40% of health products and technology supply in Kenya. You can imagine the entire commodities being consumed in the country. We are the big players, 40% is there too. We have that 8 years of experience doing this business in the three core mandates I've spoken since 1986. So we have been trained and tested and proven that we can deliver. Then we play a complementary law to the government of Kenya. The mandate of the government is to give you the health services, and others you see the county directors here. But what we do, we complement. Sindio, ndio maana tumejenga hospitali, which you are owning yourselves from FBOs as well, private as well, NGOs, to supplement what the government has. Sindio, because health is for all based on the Bill of Rights. Certifications, so that why do you want to go and buy from MENS who nurture these other suppliers? Number one, we are ISO certified. You have seen that. 9001, 2015, and also we are undergoing the second one. Number two, we have quality control laboratory, WHO pre-qualified. You can imagine, the biggest body in the world, we are pre-qualified in terms of that laboratory so that you can test. Number three, we have DG ECHO. This is the body which is, whereby you have been recognized as Humanitarian Procurement Center and the European Civil Protection and Humanitarian Aid. That's why you are able to sell to the NGOs even in Haiti. In Yemen, we do shipments from Kenya. Tunapeleka kwa MEDIS kiendanga, sindio? Na kwa MENS, if you're buying from MENS, no competition. You just go from MENS, get it, because we have been proven by quality. So we have been given that. Another thing we also want to accredit ourselves. We have USAID BHA, Bureau for Humanitarian Assistance, as a procurement wholesaler. So even though we have got the biggest projects in East Africa, for USAID Dawaza Ubora as well, based on that partnership, and among others. So these are the certifications which we print, and nobody will tell you, compare with the other supplier, if they have this. They will tell you, maybe we ISO. What about the others? MENS is above all. Now we got a blueprint for the next 5 years, 2023 to 2027. And that's a strategic plan which was launched. And some of you came to Safari Park when you were launching it last year. The theme of the current SP is consolidation and growth. We want to bring everything together. We want to grow in leaps and bounds to serve you. Then, which is aimed at delivering delightful customer experience through effective and efficient service delivery. That is our motto, based on this kind of the theme, to be able to soldier on. And our motto, based on the same, we have pillars which are very three, and they are very major. When you check from there, I know those who are verified can't be able to see, we are saying the bar, kind of table there, the red one, is that a faith-based organization providing transformative health solutions globally. That is our vision. And also, we got what we call, we want to align, we want to seek and align men's internal capabilities. We have great strengths to be able to achieve the desired growth we want and you want. And among that, we have the base, which is institutional strengthening and operational excellence. You get it? Are you seeing? Number two, when you go up, we got two boxes. One is diversification. And in diversification, we are saying we want to expand the products which you are serving currently, be it even branded, be able to provide based on our partnerships. And also, we have business units like medical equipment, which I have already shown you that you do not need to go to these other competitors. Buy from men's, because we are now full house. We have biomedical engineers as well who are doing that work for us. Come to your warehouse. Then also quality control, laboratory, and the supply chain. Very key. Then when you go to the place of partnerships, on my right, you see we have built strategic alliances because you can't work alone. And you want to deepen them as much as possible. That's why we have even access products with partners, Novo Nordisk, and among others, AstraZeneca. We have donor programs which are funded from USAID. We have others who are also bringing Grow Fund. It is for you. Then above that, we have the roof of our SP, which is 2023-2027. So based on this, it gives us direction on where to serve you better. And we participated when we give you some questionnaires. Those who are sampled, you give your inputs, and we developed this. And it was launched when you are witnessing. Now, some of the clients we are serving, so that we appreciate the segments. One, faith-based organization, that is KCCP and CHAC health facilities in the entire country. We are doing that very well. And any other affiliated. Other faith-based organizations, Muslim tunaserve, Hindu tunaserve, and other churches. Akina Nomia. Unajua Nomia, si ndio? Wale ukisalimiana uwekangi mkono, mnapiga mako? Mnafanya hivi, hiyo ndio greetings. You can't shake their hands. You have to be ore, si ndio? So we are also serving them. we are also serving local and international organizations. Very, very key. We are also serving counties and county health facilities. Akina Dr. Moriasi wako hapa. So, Bwana Director, we are very happy because Meru County patronizes our services every day. So, continue giving us business, Dr. We will be appreciating all the time we are going to serve you. So, in the countries, because also we also serving KEMSA. When you check the partnership we have with the government, we also have the technical working group with the KEMSA, whereby MD and I, among others, we are sitting with the also leadership from there. We discuss business together. Come on, our products, we supply them to sell to you. Sinikweli? We supply them also. Yes, we can also buy from them. If we didn't have, it's a time we didn't have some gloves and everything, we will call KEMSA mara moja, MD atapiga simu, tunaletewa, si ndio? Because we are complementing each other, both GOK and us as FBO. Also, community-based organizations, running institutions, also have facilities. We have dispensaries within universities, schools, and everything we're able to provide. Private facilities, very, very key. I've seen one even from Mombasa who has arrived. Then foreign markets, we do that a lot. We are selling to other countries, from Rwanda, among others, even Southern Sudan. We have government to government, whereby we are able to supply their own like means to be able to supply the government. Then donor-funded projects, we have several of them funded from Mamre, Red Cross, and we are doing that. That photo is the people who came to witness when we are launching the strategic plan last year, and when we are giving also good goodies, because as you buy from us, we also give back to you. Sindio? You saw those who got the ambulances. Those are the people who represented you. Now, I want to go now to the theme of the day, what we sent. Why are we here? We sent customer loyalty is at the core of men's existence. Thus, what has Men's done to improve customer experience? We are with you last year. Sinikweri, Eldoret, tukaenda wapi? Now we are coming here. You gave us some assignments we're trying to do. So one, we came with our e-commerce platform. When you go to our portal, we don't need to send those Excel sheets to Grandis and Ati because she's the client relations manager. When you go to our portal, you just open that portal. That is how it is going to display to you. Your account details and everything. You can check the dashboard codes and everything. Then you can be able to key in what you want. So you're going to get visibility of what Men's does, as even you are ordering, real time. Once you order, that one, Grandis will have visibility with that team for client's relation. Patrick from credit control, atakuwa real time. Aone kama uko na ndeni, ndiye akupigie simu. Please, kuna kandeni umebakisha, si ndio? Then it also goes to the warehouse for processing. So that one is spot on. So please, we have embraced that. We have tasked the field officers. Now, the ones we have seen, we are the older team which went and we thanked them for their service. The new team which has come also, they've been trained by Grandis and Meme and the ICT. They will be coming to you and assist you to be able to use that e-commerce platform. So based on that, your turnaround time, based on our charter, we say 72 hours, 3 days. Ndio? Kama tuko na hiyo, even it will be shorter, not even 3 days. It can be 1 day, 2 days. So please, we want you to, from the counties, to embrace that, the hospitality to embrace their centers and dispensaries, the e-commerce photo, which is one of the key innovations we brought in terms of technology to sort you out. It's the same continuation of the same platform for you to be able to see at a glance what you can check from the stock count, description of the items maybe you want, what is the pricing it will give you, and now this is our just a tabulation of what you can be able to see at a glance. How do you access that portal? We wanted to simplify for you so that that's why I've sent you that technology. You have to embrace all of us today. Provide the facility organization email address to ecommerce@mens.or.ke. Unaona? That's where you're going to provide your email address. Then this facility email provided will be the username for the facility. And it must be a client of Men's. You have to be a client of Men's to be able to access that. Number 3, Men's IT team. Men's IT team will provide a one-time password. The facility should reset their password once they log in so that nobody can hack your email address. Sawa? Because somebody can be able to hack, order, receive them, alafu unasema, I never ordered. No, that one is not accepted because you have been told when the password is given to you, reset your password. Number, I think 4 or 5, the email used in the official email for the facility upon due and should be registered with the Men's in our database. You have to register that so that you know who is buying from us. Then the email is authorized to place orders in Men's and passwords will be only accessed by the staff authorized to place orders on your behalf. Please, the person using that is somebody who has been authorized, be it a pharmacist, procurement officer, or a manager within your facility, whom the CEO has authorized. Sindio? And I've seen some CEOs, even from where they say that, no, I need to be copied. So you're trying to check Grandis how you accommodate because you want to have that visibility so that when you are paying, you know what you are paying for. Then multiple accounts can be created per the user facility. So you can have several accounts based on the same. So please, for more information, Grandis will share with you, now field officers, now also when they are coming to the ground. The customer loyalty programs we are having currently from Men's. One, we have a wide product range catalog of IoT products and technologies. Almost 1,700. So you can check all those HPTs you can buy from Men's. That is very wide when you compare. And when it was started, I think they are dealing with almost, 1986. Now we have almost gone to 2,000. That is what you call growth. Is it okay? We are also growing as we are growing with you. Number 2, we are saying shopping service for non-stocked items for ease of procurement for our customers. Remember, if it's not among the stocked items, among the wide catalog, we also buy for you. So when you check from the e-commerce, maybe you have not seen that product and it was in your list. Don't come and say, now this one is not here. Let me go to this other place. No, ask the same. Can you buy for me this? We are going to procure you. And I'll tell you why I'm telling you to do that. Because of the HSS allowance for KCCB and CHAC. Remember, the more you buy, in terms of the health system strengthening, we are also giving back to you. So the more the sales you have with us, when we are comparing and you want to award people. I know last year you saw some people, not Kenangop and the 10 hospital, work with what? Ambulances. The other year, when you compare, we earned Consolata Madari, Nyeri, and Tenwek Mission Hospital, go with the ambulances. And also the other people, we are not, if you can't get the ambulance, hautakosa kama machine, hautakosa anything else, because nobody is left. Anybody who patronizes our service, atumwachangi nje, sindio? At least you get something. So the more you get, you buy, the more the boggins you generate, the more chance for you to win the ambulance costing more than 7 million. What do you say about that? Are we going to be with the men throughout? Can I hear yes? Amen. Then, the other thing we are doing, customer not product, credit facilities and debt restructuring. And like Michael is there and Patrick. We have seen what you are undergoing under NHF. And it's transitioning. Some of you have come to your hospitals. This is the time I go to the MD, to Michael to discuss your maneno, because the phone calls I'm receiving, Michael, Grandis, please, hatuna mandawa, mugomo ya serikali imekuja, what do we do? Saprapi anaitisha. So we are telling you, don't run away. Is it okay? Someone said that they won't come to the men's day because of the shame. They are out of debts. I told them, you don't run away from the debt. Confront it. So you're able to restructure for you. How much do you have? Pay the old debt, maybe kidogo, ingine na ifanya nini? Ilipia the new owner. So please, you are doing that. The other thing is subsidized and free capacity building, structuring for our clients. You have seen we are doing a lot of trainings. When you check our annual training program, where Faith now, Ketinji is the acting HSS manager, we have been able to give you some of even slots for free. We tell you, pay for 2, you get 1 free. And majority of you have been able to patronize. So we want to challenge you. Please, we have got several courses we are doing there, both clinical, zingine ni za mpaka managerial, others even for governance, even bones. When you have your own bone you have composed for the new hospital, don't come and sit and expect the bone knows everything. We do what you call bone reductions. We train them. Because some bones, if you don't train them, they come and do the work of their governance and also managerial. You see a board member coming to the hospital and they want to sack a staff. That's not the work of the board member. So you have to tell them, this is where you belong. Sindio? This is the work of the hospital in charge who is supposed to be doing this work. Sindio? So we do that reduction. And the ones you have done, you see a center of excellence. You go to that facility, they are growing leaps and bounds because there's that demarcation and the point of convergence between the two. You also train for the clinical people as well, customer care, and you're also doing consultancies in terms of the same. Sindio? Yeah. Subsidized. Maybe a study plan will cost you 3 million. For us, we charge you maybe like an average, let's say maybe between 300 to 500,000, depending on the numbers of how the hospital has grown because also kuna a lot of activities. Sindio? And it is done by, we bring consultants who are for the study plans, renowned consultants. And they have done several. So those who have done that, we appreciate you greatly. We know Mutomo, they have done that. Karimoni, they have done that. We are going to Mombasa Kidaoses already. I think the next month or Metupea. Tumekua return. Sindio? Na tumekua several other places, Mumias, na kila pahali. Please, we are asking you, others who have not done that, do you have strategic plans with you? Do you have strategic plans for blueprints? If you don't have, there's nothing to worry about. We are now ready and more focused to take you through that journey. Talk to us. Faith Kijiji is outside so you can see her. Investments in quality assurance of products and stock items. I don't want to emphasize this one because in the afternoon, you will see from Dr. Kegera what you have done in terms of that. Now, these are the ambulances I was talking about. Have you seen? This one on this side is for North Kinangop. The other one is for the retain. Hapo ni safari park, hilo hoteli ya kifahari, si ndio? Tunawapeleka tukuja tujivinjari kidogo na tu witness wengine wakifanya nini? Wakibeba ambulance. When you are going to give company this year, come on next year, MD is here. Please, if you have not been buying a lot, if you are procurement person or the pharmacist, anakuambia, wacha na mimi sione pande ya toko cheap, mwambie hapana. Weka yote hapo. Because when you are calculating your marks, unasema Titus I ordered BCD. You know when you have ordered kama to supply pia it is our responsibility because you ordered, we are supposed to give you one basket. Sindio? When you tabulate that marks, I can tell you, you are the person who is going to work out with those appearances. We want to bring several. Sindio? So this is the time. So I wanted to show you the example that we give back to you. We have some challenges, because I'm summarizing. One of them was what we call gross supply chain challenges leading to stockouts and low underfill rates. Remember, we also import, we also buy locally from our manufacturers. So At times you have had those kind of the challenges, and you ask, you put your order, you are given the schedule, you deliver within 2 months. They delay and tell you, no, we have changed because of this. We have war in Ukraine, we have war in Hamas, ABCD, so our ships can't be able to go through that direction. It's a longer route of kupitia Atlantic Ocean na kwenda ikuja South Africa. So at times we have experienced all those. So at times it will be able to delay because now we can't have any other commodity to be able to fill that basket at that moment. Again, we have had stiff competition from suppliers. The same supplier starting to men's. At times some they want to come and undercut us. They come to you and tell you, please, the men's now we say even pia takuzia kama men's. But they have not told you, is that drug tested quality? We have seen substandard things in the market for HPTs. Unauzua unaambiwa ni ndawa, kumbe ni chalk. Sindio? If you come to men's QA, Kigana will be able to show you. Zile zimekuwa quarantined. Companies zile zinauzia zingine na zijua zimewekwa kando. Asijapita quality. Inaingia pale inaanguka mtihani. Hiyo ndio unaletewa pale unanunua ikiwa unaambiwa ni cheap. If you are selling a commodity at 200, mtu anakuambia anakusia 50 bob. You should ask yourself, when you benchmark with the market, it is ranging at between maybe the same 150 to 200. Why is somebody selling you at 50 bob? Sindio? Na see short expiry. So please, quality is very key. So we have had that kind of that stiff competition from suppliers. So we are saying we can be able to do that. Then increased debt burden. That one I want to emphasize. We have talked about that. Long turnaround time for order processing. I know some of you they say that I place my order has taken 3 weeks instead of 3 days. So that one we apologize. Sindio? Yeah, we apologize and we will tell you what we are doing now because of e-commerce. We want to shorten that. That's why we want to embrace that so that it becomes real time. The other thing is about exchange rates, fluctuations leading to product increase in prices. We have seen the way the dollar behaved before the president stabilized it 2 months ago. Mara, the dollar has gone up. So the supplier will withhold their supplies. No, the price we are buying now right now based on the cost of raw materials, it has gone up because they're importing all those raw materials. So the price we tenant at 50 bob is no longer feasible unless you take it at 110. Take it or leave it. You compare with the market, unapata market imepanda. So that one, what do we do? Men's has no other money to cushion for that. Sindio? Ikikuja tukigonga kidogo tuna pass to you lakini pole pole. Sindio? Iko moderated. Then increase cost of fuel leading to increased distribution costs. Mafuta pia tukileta pale nayo vendors wetu because men's outsources the transport. It's more easier based on the business process engineering. So it is easier to be able to subcontract somebody to do for you the job. Pia mafuta ikipanda na tupandishia the cost. Other challenges, I think we have had some fragmented partnerships. That one already have seen prices of substandard products within the market. And also, what I wanted to do is to, I think this kind of a thing is jumping, but it's okay, now it has stabilized. I wanted to come to the mitigation measures because those are the challenges cumulative. So in terms of mitigation measures, what have we done to be able to cushion you from those high pricing out of stocks? One, we have long-term contracts with the manufacturers and suppliers. Nowadays, you have put suppliers, you have to sign this contract, come in 2 to 3 years. Come in 2 years, you maintain this price. So this is very key. Number 2, increase in buffer stock. If you used to have a buffer for 2 months, now you want to put a buffer for like 6 months. To Meangaria, what we do, you quantify. We forecast your demand. We quantify, then when you're buying, you say, give us a buffer stock for this month, because you know that you're going to place an order anytime. And also based on the increased segment also from here, the counties are then used to make a buffer vizuri so that we serve everybody without inconvenience. Expanding supply base and the multiple of tenders, that is very key for us to ensure we got more pool of people to supply us, not a few. We don't take a few because we've got more than 120 suppliers. We even want to increase more. Consignment stocking. We have seen some people have taste and preference, especially these big hospitals. Level 4, 5, and 6 Apple. Mara mekunulia this. Maybe it's not among the stocked items which we talked about 1,700. So we have been able to talk to the manufacturers now. We have the stock for them so that when you are putting them, we have them with us. We say, okay, fine, this one, not so many people uses it, but we know Kozrata Ken uses this, Kerwa uses, we know this other, maybe Matia Murumba, like that. So we try to put for that, then we check how they are putting. If it is getting good traction to several facilities based on their formulary committees, then we put it as a stocked item. We are also doing a lot of lobbying through the Board of Trustees, Board of Directors, the Kenya Fifth Services Consortium, and SHA. Please, MENS is one of the people who are critical in supporting you to advocate because as much as you're selling to you, what you do not know, you are also fighting for you to get your money from NHIF. We are also fighting for so many grants to come to your place. So through the consortium, through also SHA, we are all sitting there to assist you. Also, net restructuring and also operational excellence for increased efficiency. That's why we brought e-commerce among the others, and we are putting people to task to ensure that no understays, so that we're checking from all sections within all the men's departments. Now, there are variations so that you stay with the men's for this loyalty, as we said. One, quality assurance and health system strengthening, because it's all being there at men's. That's why now you can be with us. Number two, the wide range of catalog for both HPTs, medical equipment, among others, and devices. That's the variation we can get from men's. E-commerce platform for ordering, price querying, you can be able to query, tracking your order stage, where is it? After it left credit control, it went to the US, where is it? Is that picking, packing, like that? That's the kind of thing you can be able to track through e-commerce. It will be showing you all those stages. The other thing is continuous improvement, the turnaround time for processing orders, both at HQ and Kisumu. We have embarked on that RRI to ensure that we turn around that. Then also, we include all the clients in terms of our trainings, be it government, county. Either the regional trainings we had in Mombasa last month in February, we had all the stakeholders present. So we don't only say it's the FBO, it is all our market segments. That's our QA. When you go for laboratory, it can be seen clearly because of the right here. You can check our officers very busy, our microbiologists and everything, trying to do the testing to check the quality of the drugs. I haven't put for the microbiology because it will be seen in the afternoon, you see, so that when we are telling you we test, you need to check the facility, how it is looking like. That is a section. It is very expensive, taking half of the entire men's company from Moja. You have invested every. The other value and it is fostering your close relationship with you through regional forums. We did one in Mombasa in February. I know others are coming. Also, Men's Day, that's why the first one for this year, we are with you here. The other thing, access product partnership, targeting FBOs and public office hospitals. That's why we have AstraZeneca, Oche, among other partners, to ensure that those branded items for hypertension, for diabetes, they come to you at a very subsidized prices. The other thing is about wine distribution network across the country and beyond. We cover every 47 counties of this country. We cover even Africa, and now we have gone global. So you can trust us, you can deliver. You ask for it, we deliver to you. No extra charges for delivery across the country. We don't charge in extra for delivery. Whatever we charge you there, tumekwambia this paracetamol cost ABCD, itafika kwa muranga yako with that kind of the price, no change. Linkages with donor programs for a wide range of services, that one I've talked. Health system strengthening, and I want to emphasize on this because MENS carries out consultancies. The ones have said strategic planning, basic life support. We have done several. Disaster management, we are doing all those. And we got a pool of consultants who are doing this, or with us, and also ourselves. So for all cadres of healthcare workers, and we have done more than 20,000 healthcare workers in terms of the training since 1997. We are registered with the Pharmaceutical Society of Kenya, Nursing Council of Kenya, for the Clinical Officers Council. We have laboratory technicians for a wonder of CPD points, which you also use for your clinical people to renew their license. So also men's courses are NITA accredited. Why I want to say NITA? You pay 50 shillings per person every month. Ni kweli ama si kweli? Do you pay 50 shillings every month to NITA? Have you claimed that money? No, have you claimed that money? Now let me show you how to claim that money. What you do, go and check from our training program. Is it okay? Or maybe any other kind of a course you want to do for yourself, even holistic for the entire hospital. You write a proposal to NITA. You say that you want to train ABCD, but it will be done by MENS. So what they are going to do, they give us an okay. You pay us, then you claim that money. Is it okay? Because if the training costs 300,000, already you pay us the 300,000. Based on the approval of that proposal, you give that bill to them. It will pass you that money. So you have been paying 50 shillings without claiming for how many years now? More than 20 years. Iniquity. So you are paying millions of money, but you're not getting your money back. Yet, MENS could have assisted you to get money by adding value to your people. Is it okay? Am I preaching to someone? Can I hear yes? Are you going to use MENS now for your trainings? And then you can be able to pay us, then claim from NITA? Now, wachanua kidogo, sindio? Yeah, so ujue. That is one of the training facilities. We are in Mombasa. That is TADA, ile pastoral center ya Catholic. Naweka tu sample hapo ni madaktari wako hapa mbele na wengine, clinicians, the nurses, wote wako hapo. It was for healthcare workers. When we are training for issues about microbial resistance. So based on this, what you need to tell you is that we are doing this one physically. We can come to your facility based. We can do it regional to 8, Sindio. You can also give us consultants. We come to you. We are that capacity. These are the partners we have, among others. AstraZeneca, Novo, Novartis, Roche, Merck Biopharma, GSK, Sanofi, Ethica, Roche Pharma. Now, GSK, now they have quitted the market. Why I put it there? They have taken us to Imperial. Imperial, Africa. Imperial has taken, but now you see they are pricing. We are trying to discuss the same, because now Imperial is selling at the market value vehicle, not subsidized. So we have had a meeting with GSK and also Imperial. Also MD was involved, remember? We gave you the updates. And we're trying to check what is more feasible. So they have requested us for their products. We suggest the price now to Imperial, we negotiate. But GSK will talk a picture, but you have to appreciate their partnership we have had for so long. Because already, as they're exiting the market, they are leaving us with Imperial, but the price is Metoko Uko. Under universal health coverage, I wanted to mention something, not going in details because we are going to be discussing it. In October 2023, so that you get current updates, we sent UHC bills were enacted in Turo. And therefore, 1, the Primary Health Care Act 2023. We have the Digital Health Act 2023. We have the Facility Improvement Financing Act 2023. And also you have the Social Health Insurance Act 2023, the one used to call NHIF. So those are 4 acts of parliament currently under health, which have been enacted. And that's why you see, in terms of this, our theme says strengthening and underwriting health supply chain systems with national social health insurance financing mechanisms. We have to be alive to this kind of the new laws. Oh, sorry? So based on that, the Social Health Act, we want to dwell on that a lot. Act, it has 3 funds now. Syria and NHIF become the same. One of the funds will be catering for primary health care. Is it okay? You have seen primary health care in terms of issues of prevention, promotion, those will be under the primary health care fund. That's why it's now you seem to realign yourself. We have number 2, social health insurance fund, which is now like the NHIF used to have to cater for curative among the others. And we have seen the new dispensation, which you are going to be taken through. Whereby, level 2, 1, which is for the community promoters under the community. Then they refer to the dispensaries up and the health centers to do that kind of a preventive and some treatment over there. But for the big hospitals, level 4, 5, and 6, they become the referral apps, whereby you are not able to have the outpatient services within yourselves, but you wait for referrals to you to be able to admit them. And we check some of the hospitals. You get your admissions from the outpatients. So this one tells you, you have to repositioning. You have to think beyond. We have held a meeting in Kisumu. We held another meeting in Nairobi. Then tumekuwa Chaki Pande ingine this week. And you are telling people, let us wake up. You cannot say to resist. But we are telling you, this is a reality. Then the other one is about the emergency chronic and critical illness fund. Issues of cancers, among those ones, they will be catered under this. So we are telling you, these are the new funding, what they are doing transitioning, and this is the mechanism we are going to tap. So tomorrow, you'll get to know more about the details of this. This is just a snapshot. So what is your role? As health service providers, we need to play a key role in the ongoing public participation to ensure abuse around. When they came here in Meru, I think they were in not Kamundeo, they came to Meru, Sindio. When they came to Meru to hear your views, Mananasha, how many people went? Those who come from Meru here. How many went? Imagine, Sister Agnes, na Sister Pare, Kawira. You can imagine, Meru is having more than almost 100 facilities. Sindio? But only 2 people appeared. Then you go there lamenting, NHF imebadilika hataki kulipa pesa yangu. Sindio? My friend, you have to appear to the forums to go and give your voice. They have been holding those meetings all over and we are telling you, you have to participate. Because decisions will be made by the views you are giving also. How do we position ourselves as health facilities? Very key. 1, we have to address these funds. Is it okay? We also want to we involve the social authority. Then also we target and invest in the special services. What we are saying, and also proper financial system to ensure correctness of the claims. Here, Grandes will tell you, we purport to go and say at times we are owned, KCB and CHAC, we are owned 4.2 billion. When I compare those with them, because he's the chairperson of the finance committee, and the claims I've seen there, 1 billion. Hizo zingine mnasema siko wapi? Because we don't have correctness in terms of the claim. Ensure they have been put in that EFT, that stage. It is reflecting. If you have never visited NHIF before the transition by July, please, as an administrator in charge of ABCD, appear there. Go and make noise. If they don't go to you, go to the regional NHIF manager. Kama branch manager amekuwa kichwa ngumu, panda kule. Ensure claim yake imekuwa captured kila pahali. Because when they transition to SHA, if your claim is not in the EFT, hiyo imeenda kaburi la sahau. Why are you surprised? I'm telling you the truth. So please, this is the time between now and July. Enda kule amekataa, wenda waite kuja tuangalie, verify the claims. Kila kitu yake ikuwe posted hapo. If it is posted, the government itakuwa kama ni pending bill, italipwa. If it is not effective, haitalipwa. That's why I want KCCB 2 meetings in Kisumu na Nairobi tukaleta wote. Chako wamekuwa naye ndio hii from Tuesday, wakiwaambia the same. Hiyo ndio gospel ya hii maneno transition. And focus on loving for the voice that is already we have done at our national level. And that's why we are there. We have Jacinta there in the Shambod. We have Grandis. We have ourselves and MD, Meme. We have been participating in these forums to lobby for you. So please, at your level, participate also in there within your framework. Then also adaptive business strategies. You have to do that. You have to automate services. This time is an era whereby you want to ensure every coin which enters your facility, it is saved. Yeah. Don't say that you want to be doing things manually. Manual people can call you from those receipts. Instead, they andike elfu tatu, anaekanga gazeti nyuma. Anaandika kwa gazeti, anaandika sasa kwa hiyo kadini anaandika 3,000, but gazeti imetoka anaandika kwa gazeti anaandika 300. Sasa 1,700 gone. We have done hospitals which have been able to automate services, and they can tell you how much they have been able to generate. You find that you have been losing 40 to 50% of the revenue. Usitrust mtu na pesa. Kuwa vigilant. Alright, with the GOK agenda of the day. Serikali kikuita mkutano, leo director is here. Some you receive your notices leo jioni. Mkutano kesho saa 3 pali fulani. Unasema haina hajanipea notice siendi. Wanapitisha maneno. Itakuja kuangamiza wewe, si ndio? Akiitana hata ikileta saa 4 usiku. Asubuhi apia kuwa the first person. And our people, FPO, when you go to these meetings, and I want to challenge you, please don't go and sit down pretty. Then unakuja na notes kama page 5. Unaambia watu, waliongea maneno mingi sana. Go there and let your noise behind. Let your voice behind. Ongea kabisa. Wasumbue uko ndani kabisa. Sumbua koroga. Wanasema, huyu sasa naye amekuwa nini? Mpatie. Atuondokee. Tumpatie wanataka. Umesekondiwa daktari. Si ulikuwa unataka hiyo? Umesave milioni ngapi pa year? So don't go to the meeting to go and make numbers. When you go there, send a person who can articulate issues. That's what I'll tell you. And the government, they are very listening, because ukiweka watu kama utaona muitange huyo tuwapatie, si ndio? And I've seen people have done that amongst yourselves, and they have got support. No secondment peke yake. Even mandao analetwa paka to their facility. Serikali inanunua kama ni county ya Meru, inakuletea huko kwingine. Ni mdomo peke yake, si ndio? Na pia vitendo, because you are doing the actions. Specialization, we have sent for level 4, 5, and 6. We have to up the game. If you are going to become the regional apps for referral, why people want to be referred to what is there? So that is the low-hanging fruit. We have to refer. If you used to be there 20 years ago, ukwere of the center, na uja advance ukwere level 4, na to level 4 mekaa miaka kama pia 20, ujaenda level 5, hiyo mbundi yenu, angalieni kama kuna maono, si ndio? Siyasema wana maono. Because you can't be stagnant in the same position for 20 years, and then you expect growth. Hapana, even men's. Tulipata ikiwa na ndawa kidogo, daktari anaweza kuambia amekuwa almost 18 years, ndio? Right now, we are even going to open a new company. Amefungua, ametufanyia ndio tuende, to diversify. And we are going on, we have started manufacturing, from contract manufacturing, tumeanza kufanya itu ya water, pia tunataka manufacture for those drugs and everything, ndio? Because we want to grow with you, and based on the dynamics. So, specialize also in terms of offering radiology services, oncology services, renal services, orthopedic surgeries, na kila kitu, ndio? Hakuna kulalamika tena. Hii SHA vile inakuja, imetuambia you have to reposition. Hii ndio trend yangu ya mwisho na malizia. Role of men in the transition, this transition, because it's very critical for us, based on our theme. And advocacy and involving efforts through the board of trustees and board of directors. You have seen them seeing the president. The other day, you see NCBA issuing their statements. KCCB after plenary, they issuing their statement. Within 2 days, media were covering all over. President akatuita. When I was talking to some of your facilities, I'm happy. Wameniambia, please NHF imeanza kuingia. And then kupiga kelele mnapiga huko juu, high level with our bishops, ndio. So, hii tutafanya. Number 2, unaona vile inaenda cascade. Inclusion of the Kenya Faith-Based Service Consortium in the social, that's why I said Madam Jacinta Motegi, who is also a member of the board of MENS, ndiye ameingizwa kwa SHA. Sasa, tuko kwa mesa ya kukata keki. Ndio tujilipa mandeni. We have no reason to complain. Si kweli? But we have to do the necessary. Nimewambia creams siingizwe ndani. We offer the service. Hapo tuko ndani. So this time, mbeleni tulikuwa na Bishop Sunday from Chak. Tukakuwa na Latif Shaban, Director General for Musi Supkem. Ameritaya saizi. Akakuwa. So Jacinta ameingia. So under that consortium, we have KCCB, Chak, Supkem and MENS. MENS is the secretariat. Tulikuwa na MD pande ametuongoza kule, si ndio? So hii consortium linawafanyia robbing. Hatuwausi peke yake, tunawafanyia robbing. Representation in the transition committee from NHF to SHA. Ngirande si ule mmoja. Si unamwona ndio ule? Sasa ndiye amesimamia mpaka nini? Finances. Sasa mandeni yote hata tunakuwa na MD tunaangalia. Because most of the time haiko kwa ofisi. Ako hiyo mikutano kabla hii mikutano anaileta matunda, si ndio? Tukua na MD ndiye apreso. Matunda ngapi F ndio wamelipwa na private. Na njio okay pia customers wetu. Hiyo ndio ambayo ndiye apreso ya kwanza. But she's doing well, si ndio? Tuwaombe. It's not easy. Then positioning MENS to be the health products and technology supplier of choice. That's one we have done. Not only in country, globally now, based on our vision and what you have seen us doing. And there, capacity building to MENS clients to align to SHA. We have done that 3 forums. I think now there are 4 forums. 2 for KCCB and also for the CHAC, we have done that. So based on that, why don't you reposition ourselves? And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I want to tell you, let us patronize MENS. Let us support MENS for health products and technologies, health system strengthening, and medical equipment. Asanteni sana. So, because of the time, like to your questions, I'll be able to respond during the panel. When you're going to have the panel, I'll be moderating the panel. So I'll be able to respond to any questions, because now I want to give this opportunity now to our managing director, none other than Dr. Nandama, who is going to give his keynote address. And then from there, you'll be able to invite our chief guest, our director, county director, so that when I'm there to come and talk to us and officially opens Men's Day. Asanteni sana.
Thank you. Allow me to use this podium. So I think my work will be made, somehow will be made easy. Most of the things, I think Titus has given us a lot of information. And in the interest of time, I'll try to see how we can help to catch up on the program. So allow me to start by saying, and being able to address our chief guest, Justin Muthe, the Director for Public Health, Meru County, who is here representing the governor. We also have with us the Director of Health Financing Meru, CPA Daniel Kabaya. This is from the Health Department. Gentlemen, I believe it's still morning. Good morning again.
Good morning.
Okay, so I would say it once again gives me much pleasure to welcome you all to our first Meds Day this year. As has been mentioned by Titus, Meds Days are forums where we come together to interact and discuss developments around our mutual and noble mission of improving improving people's lives through provision of quality healthcare services. I take this opportunity to express my sincere appreciation to the governor's representative, Justin Muthe, for finding time out of your busy schedule to be with us and gracing this occasion and to be able to officially open as well. And indeed, to all of you for honoring our invitation to be able to attend this important forum. We are operating in a dynamic business environment which requires all of us to continuously realign our operations to address emerging issues. MEDS is, for example, and has been mentioned several times, fully aware of cash flow constraints that are being faced by many health facilities due to delays in receiving reimbursements from NHIF. We also understand very well the impact that these delays cause in terms of hindering healthcare delivery. So this forum for me comes at a time that is very opportune, a very important time, when, as has been mentioned again, we are transitioning from NHIF to the Social Health Authority. The transition is in top gear following the enactment of the Social Health Insurance Act. And this presents us a great opportunity to be able to reflect on this matter, among other issues which have a great bearing on the sustainability and proper functioning of health facilities. We are also aware of developments such as the enactment of the Facility Improvement Fund, which is expected to transform how public health facilities will operate moving forward. So these changes and such developments call for several issues for us to be able to respond and align ourselves appropriately. One is safeguarding the sustainability of health facilities, both in the faith-based and public sector. It calls on us to ensure that we continue having access or improving our systems to ensure continued access to quality and affordable health products and technologies. We have to put in place efficient and effective supply chain for health commodities, and also work and ensure that we have mechanisms for ensuring cost effectiveness in our operations. This is at all levels, both at MEDS level and the health facilities level, and even for the various partners and various organizations that we work with. So in terms of what our role is as MEDS in then being able to strengthen supply chain systems in these new health financing mechanisms, as we have these emerging issues, we see ourselves as being required to enhance the organization's supply chain. And mainly, we foresee ourselves doing this, as has been alluded to, by implementing key initiatives in our strategic plan that is covering the period 2023 to 2027. This was launched, the plan was launched last year, and we need to achieve a number of initiatives to be able to address emerging issues as well as challenges. And a bit has already been said about the NHIF-related challenges, and I just want to reiterate the fact that I'm pleased to inform you that MEDS, through our board of directors and trustees, is in the forefront in lobbying for timely release of monies that are owed by NHIF to health facilities and safeguarding the interests, especially of the faith-based health facilities during this transition process. As has been already mentioned, we have one of our board members, Ms. Jacinta Motegi, who is now a board member at the Social Health Authority. And also, as has been mentioned again, Glad is here being part of the transition committee. And we are using this to ensure that we boost our advocacy efforts to ensure that our clients are well taken care of. And in matters to do with the supply chain, our supply chain actually is broken into different aspects. And in each of those aspects, there are things that are being done within the organization to ensure that we improve how we deliver service to you. The supply chain process here will involve things like product selection, forecasting and quantification, how we select our suppliers, how we do our procurement, inventory management, our storage, or you'll call it warehousing, inbound and outbound logistics. As has already been mentioned, MEDS completed construction of a state-of-the-art microbiology laboratory whose official opening was presided over by none other than His Excellency the President, William Ruto. The facility will go a long way in enhancing our contribution to providing quality health commodities within the country and the region. As has been alluded to again, one of the key challenges that are faced, not just in this country, but actually globally, are issues to do with substandard products and what used to be called counterfeit products, but now they've come up with more fancier names or more names that we'll try to describe. They talk of falsified medicines, spurious medicines, and such terminologies. So you need a very robust mechanism to be able to identify and be able to ensure that you don't get such in the supply chain. So that then informs why we've gotten into enhancing our capability of testing. We now will be able to test beyond what we've done in the past by being able to have the microbiology system, the microbiology laboratory in place. We are investing as an organization heavily in our infrastructure to ensure that we can assure the quality of products that we supply to you. This year, we hope to embark on a journey which has already started of installing what we call a heating, ventilation, and air conditioning system within our warehouse at the head office. This is a heavy investment that is going to take the issue of quality assurance a notch higher and be able to assure what we send to you. Within our strategic plan, we are very keen on strengthening our branch networks. As we mentioned here, we have a branch in Kisumu. It was the first of its kind, and we are taking a lot of lessons from that branch, and the view is actually to be able to replicate this in other places. As we speak right now, we are looking into investing in expanding the operations in our Kisumu branch. We are looking at the possibility of actually acquiring land and being able to construct our own warehouse in that region so that we can be able to offer better services to our clients. And over and beyond that, depending on how that goes, within our current strategic plan, it is our vision to be able to open branches in other places. One of the ones that is being considered upon is in this central region, and I believe Meru is actually on the radar. So let's hope and pray that if things go well, of course, this will have to be informed by what we call feasibility studies will be done to be able to tell us where exactly we need to locate. So central region and other regions are being considered. We are also investing heavily in technology in terms of trying to improve our service delivery. It has already been mentioned about e-commerce, for example, and what it can do for us. Titus has walked us through that. So as we do this, we are looking in various areas, as I said, in each of those aspects. Time may not allow us to go into each and every one of them, but we have something going on to be able to ensure that we can ensure efficient and effective service delivery in these new times. Because, as I've said, as we are transitioning to new mechanisms of funding the healthcare system, then it calls for us to be more efficient, because we have to be efficient and cost effective if we have to benefit from the new arrangements. So in areas like product selection, for example, we'll always keep abreast of new developments. For example, in the regulatory space, this year, for example, we know we have a new list, what they call the Kenya Essential Medicines list, for example. We have to keep in tandem with the treatment guidelines that keep on changing. We are always on the lookout to ensure that our stocking is actually informed by those trends, both locally and internationally. We monitor what is even happening at WHO level in terms of the essential medicines list. In terms of supplies, we know we are operating at a very difficult time, especially the currency fluctuations that have been there in the recent past have caused a lot of disruptions in terms of the prices of health commodities and even the stability of supply. But we are putting in mechanisms which Titus has run through as some of them. Long-term contracts with suppliers, for example, getting into things like consignment stocking for those that have brand preferences, to mention but a few. Also maybe including things like direct sourcing and contract manufacturing. So it is our hope and prayer that with these types of interventions, we will be able to meet your needs. And the health system strengthening, again, a lot is going into that, a lot of investment. He has mentioned about the health system strengthening awards, where we put in money based on what you buy from us, and you're then able to give back to you. The trainings will still go a long way in aligning all of us to the new environment. So to just more or less just try to come to a conclusion, I'm saying that if you look at how we performed last year, we believe that we were able to perform well as an organization in very difficult circumstances. In that environment that I'm talking about, the ever-changing environment and all the challenges that we are talking about, we still face that big challenge of high debt levels because of the challenges that I've just mentioned, and many of you are having challenges being able to pay. But we hope that that will be addressed. But nonetheless, we also want to take this opportunity to really thank you for your continued support and being able to enable us even record even better performance. Last year, actually, our turnover grew to 5.7 billion from 5.3 in the previous year. And this we could not have achieved without your valued support. So I take this opportunity to most sincerely thank you for your continued support, and hope that we'll continue working together as we navigate the challenges and emerging issues that are coming to us. And I believe together we will be able to succeed. Ama namna gani? Asante. So with those few remarks, allow me to say that it's my pleasure and honor to be able to invite our chief guest, Justin Muthe, the Director for Public Health, Meru County, to come and also make his remarks, and thereafter be able to open this forum officially. Thank you and God bless you.
Makofi tafadhali, tuendelee na makofi. Tuendelee mpaka Bwana Muthe afike. Thank you Bwana MD. Asante. Angusha.
En muchas partes del mundo, la mujer es tratada
who is our governor, and I also come with apologies. She would really have wanted to come to this forum, but due to unavoidable circumstances, she was not able. I also have the apologies of my CEC and the chief officer who are out on official duty. Now, because I am not the one who is speaking, I'm speaking on behalf of the governor, I think you will allow me to read her speech to you, right? Yes. I will start. A speech by the chief guest, Her Excellency Honorable Bishop Kawira Mwangaza, Governor of Meru County, on the occasion of Men's Day Meru. Your leadership, Right Reverend Salesio Mugambi, Bishop, Catholic Diocese of Meru, in absentia, Dr. Wycliffe Nandama, Managing Director, Men's, and Dr. Moriasi, MTRH CEO, and all the guests, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Is it morning or afternoon now? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I am most delighted to be part of this gathering today to celebrate Men's Day in this region. I do not think that the choice of Meru to be the venue of this auspicious occasion was by mistake. I am meant to understand that Meru, and by extension the larger Mount Kenya region, constitutes a significant component of men's clients of all shapes, sizes, but most notably KCCB and CHAC health facilities. From the onset, I would like to congratulate Men's for the good work that you are doing, especially to alleviate suffering of the sick through your timely and noble activities. Indeed, without Men's, all I can see would be exploitation of the poor masses by unscrupulous entities out to enrich themselves. I take pride in noticing that your products are not only quality tested, but are also affordable. I have been briefed that Men's has ambitious plans to open more branches following the successful launch of your first branch in Kisumu City. I do not think I would be wrong to suggest that the second branch be established in Meru County.
Makofi hapo tafadhali. Hiyo ni gavana amesema. Request.
Yes, if this happened, I can assure you that it would be of great boost to Meru residents and the surrounding counties of Tharaka Nithi, Embu, Isiolo, Marsabit, Nyeri, and Samburu, to name but a few. Diversification is one of Men's cornerstone. As such, I am inviting you to consider and diving endlong and establish a model hospital of your own. I do not think this would be a conflict with the clients that you serve. With your well-established structures, supported by KCCB and CHAC, the sky can only be the limit. My thinking is inspired by the multiple success stories about MENT itself, right from its foundation and the tremendous growth that you have achieved over the years on matters warehousing, distribution of health commodities, to your pioneering quality control laboratory, which you started from scratch and which you have nurtured to include microbiology testing, not to mention the various health system strengthening programs involving capacity building of the healthcare workforce, from hospital CEOs to administrators, doctors, clinical officers, nurses, and so on. I am further inclined to think that your next phase of growth should include a center of excellence hub that will serve as an incubator for various industry players, including a research and innovative center geared towards informing policy formulation and also an income-generating venture. Of course, such an undertaking will require massive funding. My county is one of the beneficiaries of MENT services. That is why I am talking so passionately about MENT. Your on-the-rate turnaround time and timely delivery make for a good customer experience. No wonder you have such a large support base of loyal clients. Finally, I wish to thank the leadership and management of MENT for inviting me to this function. It is my wish that you will have fruitful and interesting engagement as you continue to serve the needy of the society. I would like to take this opportunity to declare this workshop open.
Makofi tafadhali. Wow. Nduru. Wapi ngemi? Asante.
That was our governor's speech, and I don't want to add anything beyond that. I would also want to take this opportunity to welcome you to Meru. Feel at home as you realize there are many, many clients from Meru support MENT. I also came with the Director of Health Financing so that in case there are any queries and any pending procurement, LPOs, payments, it will be sorted here. I also have the biggest consumer of medicine in Meru County, Dr. Muriasi. She's also here, and the Director, Dan Kabaya. So feel welcome, feel at home. For those who have never been to Meru again, this is our temperature. You have come at the cold season, but you are here to enjoy. So take your time to walk around and feel at home. Our security was also top-notch. Meru is a very safe county.
Wow.
Welcome, and God bless you.
Thank you. Asante sana Bwana Justus Muthe, our county director, and also on behalf of the governor, mwambie tumepokea speech yake vizuri na ametupatia challenge. Amesema angetaka MENT fungue branch Meru, si ndio? So umesikia imetoka kwa governor. You know I come from Meru. Ijatoka kwangu. Governor amesema MD tulete Meru branch. Kwa hivyo I will be more than happy to see it happen. Thank you. Anyway, thank you very much. We need to appreciate the governor representative, our county director, si ndio? Tumpatie political club, si ndio? Tuanze. Piga ile unakupiga ile inaitwa kama nyayo, si ndio? 1 2 3. Asante Bwana Muthe kwa kuwakilisha gavana wetu mpendwa. Asante kwa kutufungulia hiki kikao, tuendelee kusidi pamoja. Thank you. Fungua. Asante. Thank you very much. Tumefurahia sana with Dr. Muriasi and the entire team. Tumefurahia sana from the Meru County. Also we appreciate our MD, si ndio? Alikuja akapeana speech yake na nikapatia nafasi aite mgeni wa heshima kama protocol, si ndio? Tumpatie 3 factorial claps. Unapiga mara 3, mara 2 unaangusha moja dhanda. 1 2 3. Thank you very much, Bwana MD. So thank you. Now, because of the time, remember we started a bit late. It's not because of us, because of the weather and others who are coming and we have to wait for them. So you will allow me to call, because we have got 2 presentations, whereby you know they are going to take 25 to 30 minutes to give us the key highlights and summary. One will be done by none other the CEO of Chogoria Hospital, Dr. Elijah Mwahura on strengthening strategic leadership for improved service delivery in those facilities. So Dr. Elijah, take 30 minutes maximum, 25 to 30 minutes maximum. Then after that, I'm going to invite Dr. Leah Moriasi, the CEO of Meru Teaching and Referral Hospital, another improving service delivery through a reliable health commodity supply chain partnerships. So with that, after that, we break for lunch. So I do anticipate if they take 25 minutes, that's 50 minutes to Tamariza one. If they finish by that is 110, we break for group photo and lunch. Sinikweli, let us be accommodative, ndio tuweze ku save time jioni mtembe Meru to sample the ambience and serenity of the greater county of Meru, the land of plenty. Ama namna gani? Wengine nasikia wala wametoka mbali mbali wanasema tubaki huku. Tutabaki. Tafuta kaprot, utatuona tukua na wanamudhe, sisi tunatoka huku, tutawatafutia, tutawauzia, si ndio? Wale wameingia huku nakwambia nikingoja bwana daktari akuje, hakuna mtu anarundi. I got friends from even Western Kenya MD who are my friends tulijiona kitambo. Wamejenga wote mashamba huku. Nikamwambia uendange kule kwa Ingoko, akasema hata tukule za Meru. Si ni kweli? So Meru, we are very hospitable and very welcoming. Asante. Nino daktari salimianga watu.
Good afternoon. I think as we set up, I'll ask Emmanuel to give us something to warm us up.
Yes, good afternoon. All protocols observed. I would like to welcome you to this. But first of all, najua mmekaa sana, mmeongeleshwa, mkaambiwa, mnafeel mkiwa exhausted, si ndio? Si mmechoka? Sasa tusimame kidogo tuchangamke. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So, I want us to play a game. First of all, the first game is turn to your neighbor, mwambie him or her, you are beautiful, ama you are handsome. Asante, asante, asante. 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 Aya. Tuko sawa? Hello? Tuko sawa? So, the next game, I want you to say the opposite of what I'm saying. Nikisema we, munasema wa. Sawa sawa? We, wa, we wa, wawi, wiwa, wawa. Mmeanguka mtihani. You say the opposite of what I'm saying. Sawa sawa? Wiwa, wiwi. Wiwi is wawa. Sawa sawa? So wiwi, wawa, wawawi. Thank you so much. The next game, I want us to go back to primary school. You do what I do, but you don't do what I say. Sawa sawa? Ile head, shoulder. Basi hatutafika huko kwa ni sawa sawa juu hamwezi kafika huko chini. Sawa sawa? Haya, you do what I do, but you don't do, you do what I say, but you don't do what I do. Sawa sawa? Sawa sawa? So first of all, tuende the same way tulikuwa tunaenda primary. Head, shoulder, knees and toes. Knees and toes, knees and toes. Head, eyes, nose and mouth. Mshaanza kuchanganikiwa na tuzaanza game. You do what I do, you do what I say, but you don't do what I do. Sawa sawa? Haya. Na unataka kushika wenye wako attentive kwa class. Haya. Head, shoulder, knees and toes, knees and toes. Head, shoulder, toes, eyes. Mko confused? Nimesema you do what I say, but you don't do what I do. Sawa sawa? So tunaweza kusema head, mimi niseme niguze huku. So wewe ifai uguze magoti. Sawa sawa? Tukisema eyes, naweza kaguza toes. Sawa sawa? Sitaki kuangalia huku, nataka nikuangalie. Sawa sawa. Twende. Head, knees and toes, knees and toes, knees and toes. Head, shoulder, knees and toes, eyes. Kuna mtu nimeshika pale. Kuna mtu nimeshika hapo. Hello? Si mmechangamka sasa? Mmechangamka kabisa? Sawa sawa. So let us welcome Daktari Dr. Elijah Mwaura atawapatia the next presentation. Thank you so much.
Mpatie bwana roho moja professional. Asante sana, tumerudi nursery. Ama PP1 na tunaona tunajikumbusha yaliyopendwa na yaliyopita. Thank you. So ni mitandao kidogo, unajua kuna compatibility kati ya machine na projector. Asante. Akiprepare, the CEO of St. Teresa Mission Hospital Kirwa alikuwa na request, ako tayari mkitaka kwenda kujionea hospitali kule, mnaweza tembea mjionee maajabu. Si ni kweli? Kirwa from here to Kirwa is less than 10 minutes drive. Because from here unapita Mount Kenya Forest Cone, Nkonga Forest. After that uko pale Kirwa. Utapata hospitali ambayo ilianzishwa kitambo, but from the year 2005 ilikuwa health center. Ikafanywa transformation by none other by Sister Agnes. Ukienda Kirwa now is level 5. Is it okay? Level 5 hospital. Iko na mpaka oncology center. Iko na ICU na HDU. Iko na renal services na kila kitu. You'll be seeing Dr. Nixon Omurimi, the medical superintendent tomorrow of the hospital, when you'll be presenting. But the sister was asking, since umekuja hapa MD, watu wakipata wakati umesema wa travel Meru, watu Meru wajue, timu yake iko tayari kwenda kuandaa. So benchmarking visits starts from here. Ukipata free time from saa 11, tumesema ni 10 minutes ukipanda hapo, si ndio? Enda ujionee maajabu. Ukimaliza kesho, tunamaliza 2 p.m. Panda tena ujionee maajabu. You can learn something from that hospital because it's nearby. Go and start duplicating. Si ni kweli? Those are the people who are transforming. Now they are building a medical training college. Kubwa sana. And also is a doctor's internship center. All the universities wameleta watu hao hapo. Several of them. So we are saying we can also learn from each other. Si tulisema ni cross learning. Yeah, usiseme urundi pili ulikuja. Go and borrow something, then you can do. Kiru, I know in the month of May or June they are going to Tenwek Hospital to also go and learn. Unaona? Because Tenwek, they are putting a cardiothoracic center, the biggest in Africa. Major. Sasa tunasema, kama wameweka panda Tenwek kule Bomet, wagonjwa wa Meru wakiwa na mashinda za roho, wataenda huko kweli? Kama ni Embu, Laikipia, Nyeri, tundaivatu warundi pande hii. So, unaona they are going to benchmark also with another partner hospital from Chak. Si ni kweli? So they are saying, if you are here, patronize and go and see. So that is the request I was making as I'm waiting for Dr. Mwaura to set up. Si ni kweli? Mtaorganize transport on your own, matatu from here to there, I think ni that bob. So, tukienda makutano pale, magari zinakuja zinawapeleka. Go and take a, you'll be shocked. Akiwaambia ndio historia yetu pale walianzia kama kan dispenser in Nile Center, you'll be shocked how they have been able to transform. And that dream was none other by Sister Agnes. Ako wapi Sister Agnes, watu wamwangalia? Ndio ukiangalia nani nasema Sister Agnes utafuata. Anakuwa backbencher na ni sister. Lakini kwa maendeleo ni hatari. Sister simama ndio watu wajua atakuja kukuona baadaye. Thank you very much. Umemuona si ndio? Aongeangi sana, yake ni vitendo. Yeye ni kama siafu, si ndio? Unaona mcho vile nafanyanga. Inajenga kijenga na kila kitu ndio huyo. So thank you very much Sister Agnes for having that opportunity. Wala kwa maswali ya SHA, andika tunaanza kuchukua, we will respond.
Thank you. All protocols observed. My name is Dr. Mwaura Elijah. I am from PCA Chogoria Hospital. I overheard Titus talking about Kirwa. Now PCA Chogoria Hospital is on your way to Nairobi. When you're going back to Nairobi, before you reach Chuka, There's a turn there. And once you take that turn, you'll see a very beautiful hospital there, 100 years old. And if you go all the way beyond us, you will find Mount Kenya somewhere. So you are welcome to visit Chogoria.
Makofi tena kwa Chogoria. Umeona tuko bumper to bumper kwa development huko Meru. Kuna mchezo.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Maura. Take us through.
Yeah, so I'm talking about strengthening strategic leadership for improved service delivery in healthcare facilities. Now, I want to start with the definitions. Who is a leader? So, leadership, first of all, is the behavior of an individual when directing the activities of a group toward a common purpose, a shared goal. And when we talk about leaders in our hospitals, we have those leaders with capital L. That's the hospital director, the chief nursing officer, those people with titles and offices. Then we have the small leaders, the smaller leaders. They lead their units, they lead their departments. They don't necessarily have offices, but they have people that they share a common purpose and they chart the way forward. Now, I want to start with a story. There is a historical story that happened that in Persia was ruled by a king called Cyrus. And during that time, the world superpower was a country called Babylon. You guys might have heard about Babylon, you might have read about it in the Bible. And Babylon was so powerful that, there was no nation that could stand against Babylon. And it was a very fortified city. Nobody could think of how to enter it, basically. And those days, the success of a king was measured by how militarily they were great. So Cyrus came in, and Cyrus had a vision. His vision was to overpower and take over Babylon. So this was a vision that none of the kings had ever thought about who were with him at that time, because it was an impossible dream. But he came out with a plan, he came up with a strategy. He convinced his people that the strategy could work. And this is what he did. You see, there was a river called Euphrates. Euphrates River was passing through Babylon. And so he said, there's no way you can enter Babylon for sure. So what we are going to do, we are going to get our men, we are going to work uphill, we are going to turn the river. We are going to create a tunnel to divert the river off from going into the city. And they worked hard. And the river levels kept going down. And Babylon imagined it's because it's a dry season or something is happening, they just ignored it. But what happened is, once the levels of the water went low, Cyrus' men went through the riverbed. And that's how they got access into the city. Most historians actually say that Babylon surrendered without a fight. Okay? That's an example of strategic leadership. Now, when we talk about leadership, you can have collective leadership, which I think most of our hospitals have. By collective, I mean you have a group of people who are ultimately responsible for that hospital, not a single person. They might have a boss, but it's a collective. These are our hospital management teams, our HMTs. It has been shown, that is by through research, that actually when you use the collective leadership model, we are more effective in terms of output. We produce high volume of work in a timely manner. The opposite of this is a top-down leadership. Sometimes top-down leadership works better, but the advantage is in some circumstances, that is from research, it's more effective when embarking on a new project or when you want to have a large-scale change, which is what we are having now. We have Ruto as president, and he's trying to have a large-scale change of the country. And he has put it down in something he called the plan during the election time. And that's what we call top-down leadership. But in general, hospitals, we want to work with collective leadership because there's a shared responsibility, there's a shared commonality. Now, most of us are leaders, like I said. That's why you're here. You're either leaders with a big L or capital L or the small L, but we are leaders. So there's some advantages of being a leader. Other than having sleepless nights sometimes, there are some advantages, some perks that come with leadership. So one is that as a leader, you have the opportunity to draw attention to issues and opportunities for improvement that we personally observe. You see, there are people who observe and the only thing they can do is complain. But for you as a leader, you have the opportunity to act on them. So that's an opportunity to have as a leader. The second one is to be able to build relationships with hospital leadership and other key stakeholders, provide direction to the team, modeling behavior, meaning you should model whatever you want the people to be one yourself. Articulating the project's vision, asking questions and initiating discussion, creating consensus among the group of people with a common goal. And there are several ways to be effective as a leader. There's not just one perfect way. Now, sometimes, as a leader, you can actually be the one derailing a team. How do you derail a team? So you can derail a team if you fail to inspire a shared purpose. So as a leader, you are the one to share the vision. I believe all of us have vision, mission, and even slogans and a strategy, right? We heard that MEDS has a 2023 to 2027 strategic plan. I believe all of us do, right? How many of us remember their visions? That's a question for you to ask yourself. And how inspiring is your vision? Like we said, you know, one thing we get wrong when we are making our strategic plans, we think that the vision should be something that we can achieve within the current circumstances. That's not the case. It should be something inspiring. It should be like Cyrus' vision. Remember that, okay? Something people can say, no, that's not possible. That should be it. Something that when you reach there, people will say, oh man, we did it. That's what you want to do. You want to have a vision that's inspiring. It should not be that, well, currently NHIF is not paying well, so how can we achieve it currently? Oh, no. It should be a vision that you want to achieve it and it can inspire you. So, as a leader, you are the one to inspire, actually, to share that purpose. If you fail to lead with care, that's caring for yourself and others, fail to evaluate information effectively, if you fail to develop others, if you fail to engage the team, and if you fail to hold yourself and others accountable, then you tend to be the one to derail the team, even though you have the title of a leader. So be careful about these things as a leader if you want to be an effective leader. Now, there are some things we call soft skills of a leader, which are the two key big ones. One is communication. Like I said, you are the one to inspire the team. You are the one to communicate the vision. You are the one to create consensus. And therefore, you have to be good at communicating the vision. And communication is both ways, to them and them to you. Then there's something we call emotional intelligence, which I want to, we'll pay a little bit more attention to it. Now, when it comes to communication, you are supposed to, good leaders share a clear vision of project goals and expectations. They are able to bring a group to consensus. In your HMTs, ask yourself, if you are the team leader, if you are the CEO, how many times have you had to vote on a matter? You know, usually it means you have failed in a way. You should be able to bring consensus. You understand? By the time you are reaching, oh, let's take a vote. It means there's a problem there. There's a certain problem you need to tackle. You are supposed to be the one to bring a consensus. Then you're supposed to take input and ideas from those around you. Actually, the first point I said, bringing people to consensus so that you don't vote. People respect you more if you take their views with respect. And so, you shouldn't force your way. Otherwise, that's how you'll end up with people disagreeing strongly with you. Then you have to be able to identify obstacles and problems without shaming or blaming. And tailor the strategies to gain stakeholder buy-in. So who are our stakeholders? Our stakeholders? Anybody want to say something so that it's not a monologue? Stakeholder? Anybody? In our hospitals? Patients? Staff? Service providers? Suppliers? Community? Yeah? Sorry? The government, eh? And the owners, you know? The owners could be a board of management, could be a church, whatever, isn't it? All those are your stakeholders. Buying them in means letting them buy your vision. Have you understood? Yeah, so you should have the, be able to buy stakeholder buy-in. Now, emotional intelligence, like I said, it's a very important aspect as a leader. What does it mean? So there are two parts of it. So the one part is the personal aspect of emotional intelligence, which has several parts by itself. So 5 of the personal and inward-facing competencies of emotional intelligence include self-awareness, self-perception, self-expression, stress management skills, and decision-making skills. So I'll mention something about each one of these. So self-awareness means when you are the one talking, let's say to your team, are you able to know that they're not listening, you know? Or I need to repeat. Nobody has understood what I've said. Have you understood? Are you able to get that back for you and be able to clarify? Self-perception is basically having, how do you know your strengths? Okay? Do you know your strengths and your weaknesses? Do you try to work on your weaknesses? And, you know, then the self-expression is, are you able to communicate both in word and in action, all right? Your actions also verbal and non-verbal expression. Stress management skills, whenever you're facing stress, are you able to calm yourself down, or you lack sleep because of it? Are you able to know that this problem will pass and there will be more opportunities coming in the future? And then there's decision-making skills, which are very important. That's why leaders need to be highly trained, highly intelligent, to be able to make the right decisions. Then the social part of it is social awareness. Social awareness, I think some of us deal with boards. Like myself, I deal with boards. So in the board, we have several people. We have lawyers, we have businessmen, we have accountants. And when you are talking about a matter, are you able to know, you know, like their understanding of what you are saying? Are you able to bring your medical jargon down to a level where they can understand? Do you understand that? Yeah, for example, telling them, we want to buy an MRI machine. It costs us $1 million. What does it mean to somebody who is a farmer who has never heard what is an MRI? Okay? Are you socially aware of their group's values, cultures, and norms? Then there's relationship management. A good leader manages relationships with others well. Now, we all are leaders. We are not perfect. And we are supposed to continually improve ourselves. So how do we do this? We do self-improvement. One way is assessments. So there are 2 kinds of assessment I want to talk about. One is self-assessment. How many of us do self-assessments? You have an annually fill a form that assesses yourself, what your strengths and weaknesses. The other one we call is a 360-degree assessment. 360-degree means, if, for example, you're a CEO, you have a board, or you have the owners of the hospital, you should ask them to assess you but also the people under you, they should assess you. That's what we call 360 degrees, okay? Yeah. So you should have an assessment by both your juniors and your seniors. Yeah. Then you can pick up on what are your weaknesses and work on them and what is not. Then what do you do? If you have weaknesses, yes, you've done self-assessment or 360 degrees, you've realized maybe you are poor in communication, you are poor in this, what can you do? There are 3 things you can do. You can do mentorship, you can do coaching, and you can do leadership training. Leadership training opportunities, some of them come through MEDS and other providers. Mentorship means you look for somebody who can inspire you, somebody who has been there, done that. If you're a nursing manager, look for another nursing manager who is senior than you, who you look up to, and they can guide you. Coaching means you get a trainer. They are not necessarily leaders in their field, but they are trainers, and they can coach you. All right? Now, teamwork is very important. For you as a leader, you want to create teamwork. And teamwork, a team we know is a group of people who share a common goal, a common vision, working together towards a common goal. Now, teamwork can be defined as the cooperative effort by individuals in the team to accomplish a common goal. So, the importance of teamwork in quality improvement in our healthcare is already established. One is that research has shown creating teamwork builds what we call collective intelligence. You know what is collective intelligence? There are hospitals, even some of you might go and you are sure you will be given good care, right? Did they train in different universities than the other hospitals? Why? Why is it so? It's a culture thing, okay? They have built over time something called collective intelligence. And that's something you can build if you create a teamwork in your hospitals. Then the other thing, like I mentioned initially, is improve patient outcome. This is proven that once you have teamwork, you have improved patient outcomes. So if you are new, you have a new team that you want to build. If today you decided, let me go and create a power team for my hospital. Let me create a new vision for our hospital. Maybe you don't have one. You must understand that there's what we call team dynamics. When you're trying to build effective teams, there are steps you go through, the stages. One is the forming. When you're forming the team. Once you form a team, you call them together the first time. I want to build a team for research, let's say, for example. Okay? You've never had a research, an IREC in your place. I want to build a research team. The first thing you will do is you will come down with some names, isn't it? And then you will invite them. They'll come to the meeting. The first thing you will see, the first step which is forming, is that you realize they are disinterested. Okay? They don't know why you are calling them. What is it you have? They are disinterested. People are on their phones. People are just looking up to you as the leader. Okay? Just feed us. They are basically nothing in them. Usually that's one stage you have to go through when you're building a new team. The second stage is storming. Storming is where people are now asking themselves, well, I have understood the point of this research you want to build, but what is there for me? Have you understood? They are now looking for at themselves. Is it really worthy my time and effort? Am I going to get some per diems? Am I going to get some allowances? You know, that's the step of storming. So they might actually not be interested in teamwork at that point, all right? It's basically looking at themselves. And for you as a leader to identify that and tackle it. Usually it's best to preempt it. Now, then the next is norming. Norming is now when the next step when now the team now develops that team identity. Now, as the leader, you have taken them through those 2 steps. Now, they have realized, actually, there's a greater good in me participating as a member of this team. And so at that time, now they say, okay, what can I do for the team, all right? And that is when now they're looking at the common goal, all right? That's the next step, and that's the step you want to reach quickly. Because after that step, that's when the team is performing. All right? That's when now you're performing very well. And if it was a short team, then you will go to the next step, which is closing. But if it's a long-term thing, you will go to monitoring and all that, all right? But those are the steps you go, the stages you go through when you're forming a team. I don't know how much time I've taken, but I want to conclude. So in conclusion, this is what I want to say. As leaders, we are supposed to build relationships with our employees, with our peers, and with our seniors. Yes, you are supposed to work on your own emotional intelligence and interpersonal communication. As a leader, you are supposed to actively engage to foster trust, collaboration, and a shared sense of purpose. And your vision should be very clear, your mission, and your strategy to accomplish that vision. All right? And don't forget, above all, let innovation flourish. All right? You know, the problem with top-down approach, as opposed to collective leadership, is that kila mtu anasemanga wacha yeye afikirie, alete ideas, si ndio? Is there somebody who can come with all ideas? No. So, please let innovation flourish, and the way to let innovation flourish is to show that you respect other people's opinions. All right? You never dismiss opinions. Sometimes, even if somebody gives you a stupid idea, let me tell you what to do. If somebody gives you a very stupid idea, the best thing is don't tell them, no, that's foolish. The best thing is ask somebody else. Can you come? What do you think about what he says? Let them be the ones to say, okay? It won't work. Don't say it as the leader, all right? The moment you do that, they'll put their tail between their legs, they'll never come back to you again. Then I'll leave you with a quote by a guy called Avedis Tonabedian, who is a quality improvement expert, So he says, ultimately, the secret of quality is love. If you have love, you can then work backward to monitor and improve the system. So I think that shares with our faith, right? And as our mission as members of CHAC and KCCB. So God bless you. I think if there be any questions, we will answer at the right time, right?
Thank you. Asante sana Dr. Mwaura. Hapana, wewe simpigia daktari vile ametuchallenge hapa in terms of innovation and also issues of teamwork, the way we respect each other. Let innovation flourish. Si ni kweli? So that even a great idea can come from a junior person, not you as the leader of the facilities. Ndio. Kwa hivyo tumpatie, how many people have gone to the beach? How many people have gone to the beach? Mikono juu. Hata kama beach karibu na swamp. Ni wangapi? Asante, najua ni wengi sasa. So we are going to give him some wave clap, 3 of them. And the way the wave does, it just goes like this. Shh. Inagonga beach. Sindio? 1, 2, 3. Shh. Again. Shh. Marizia. Thank you very much, Dr. Mwaura. We have learned a lot. Chogori Hospital, a very key hospital with the MRI services, very highly specialized as well. On your way. If you came through Nanyuki, those are coming from far, you can now go through there. Each Chuka, Nkobo, Chogoria, Chuka, Embu, Moya, kuelekea Nairobi. Sindio? Chogori iko hapo kwa unaingia to 1 kilometer. Very big hospital. Sini kweli? Thank you, Dr. Mwaura, for that. Now, Dr. Moriasi will take us also 30 minutes. Ndio atumalizie. CEO of County Referral hapa Meru. Anatupea biashara kubwa sana. Yes. 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 Thank you. A good one. All the presentation from the time we started in the morning, we are going to share all of them. So thank you very much. Kwa hivyo usiandike sana, only take the key salient issues. Ndio? Yes. Niliona watu hapa naona kama watafanya mtihani. Let me assure you there is no exam. We are here to exchange ideas. But it means that cross learning is taking place and I'm very happy. So, Dr. Moriasi? Thank you. Ensure in the registration desk, you have documented your accurate email address. Tukimaliza hivyo kidogo, all the present mpaka kesho simewekwa zote. Our team will be busy, tuko na PR, communication, tuko na client relations hapo, na tuko na business development. So we'll be working to ensure that they have been transmitted. Na Mandi, Kiremi is there. So we are going to send one by one. Sindio? Thank you. So karibisha Dr. Moriasi. Unaona ile Meru General kubwa kabisa, si ndio? The county referral. Usimwona akiwa mdogo hivyo, yeye ndio kichwa. Mpatie moja. Karibu sana Dr. Moriasi.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Moriasi Lea. I'm a pediatrician and currently the acting CEO of Meru Teaching and Referral Hospital. I hope everyone can see me. If you can't, I'm sure you can hear me.
Yes.
So I was given this topic by Shadrach Meme, and it's about improving service delivery through reliable health commodity supply chain partnerships. I am not a procurement and supply chain expert. My core training is, of course, medicine, and therefore, what we are going to discuss today is what we have learned as Meru Teaching and Referral Hospital and how it applies to other people who've learned the same lessons. I've already introduced myself, and this is where I will shamelessly plug my hospital. I will not wait for him. We are a level 5 hospital transitioning to level 6. We serve this entire region. We have numerous specialties and other new specialties coming up. I think by end of year, we'll be able to give plastic surgery. We are currently doing orthodontics. We are doing maxillofacial dentistry, neurosurgery, urology, orthopedic surgery, general surgery. We are also currently doing hearing tests. We have an audiologist, and we are going to have a second one. I know no one in this region has an audiologist. Send your patients to us. Amongst other things that we have, next presentation I will make sure I put pictures of our hospital. Given the theme of what we are speaking about today, I got this very good quote that says, change is inevitable, growth is optional. Change is going to happen either way. What you need to decide is, am I growing or not? In Kenyanese, what we say is, mambo ni matatu, utasonga nayo, ama utabaki hapo. Definition of healthcare supply chain is just basically the regulation of flow of medical services and goods from the manufacturer to the patient. Most of us here are on the patient side. And when meds comes, they are in between the manufacturer and us. And I'm hearing good news that now you're trying to also go all the way to the manufacturing. And when you think about the supply chain in private versus public, how many public hospitals? Is it only us? We have others? Yeah, we have a few here and there. So when you come to supply chain, it looks very different in our institutions. In public institutions, may start from the manufacturer, may start from the supplier. Most of the time, our priority starts from the government supplier and the regional distributor, in our case, which is KEMSA. From KEMSA, then we start diversifying to who else do we get and to the local suppliers. I know for most of you, your supplier will start from MEDS, which is a faith-based organization. So for us, we consider it a private-public partnership. And then also, same as us, think about other suppliers from the time it gets to you. And this was just a schematic to represent that. When you think about who are the key players in the supply chain, so that's how the supply chain looks like. But when you look at the people who are involved in this supply chain, who are these? Often we forget about starting with the clinician. Because the clinician is, I don't know if this is what? Because the clinician is the one who generates need for all these things, for either drugs, for for your machines, for the services. The clinician is the one who generates the need for that. Of course, the patient, the need, and the clinician generates that interface. Who is the clinician here? We're talking about the doctors, we're talking about the clinical officers, we're talking about the nurses. What kind of input do we expect from them in terms of supply chain? We expect them to tailor to us what is needed, when is it needed, how is it needed, what is its role, what are the preferred brands, if there are any, what are the preferred molecules. So that's what we expect from the clinician. We also expect feedback to supply chain. We expect them to give feedback for whatever has been supplied so that it can be able to inform what we are going towards in the future. And in most hospital, who is the next person? The second person, who is the interface between this clinician and the supplier is the supply chain department. This looks very different from most of our organizations. Depending on the size, depending on whether you are faith-based, private, or public, this could be a whole department of tens of people, or it could be one person, depending on how big your hospital is. So this is the person who is tasked with the responsibility to enact what the clinician needs and ensure that it arrives on time. So they collect data from the clinician, they collect data from various suppliers in terms of cost, in terms of availability, in terms of the various molecules or various types of equipment that are available. So this is the interface between both parties here. We expect the supply chain should be very vibrant. So they should be keeping in touch with the user departments, who are the clinicians. They should be keeping in touch with the market. So that means they should be knowing what are the kind of prices that are coming up. They should be knowing who are the suppliers. They should be keeping that partnership and that relationship that right now we are in a crisis. How are we going to get these supplies to us? So they should be the ones keeping this very nice relationship wenye tunaweza enda kuomba tuseme, tafadhali si tusaidie kidogo, tutarudisha hii pesa in 1, 2, 3 months. So they're the interface, and that's why they're very, very important. And lastly, we have our suppliers, distributors, group purchasing organizations like MEDS. These are the people now who give us the goods. You could have quite a number of players. So you could have a manufacturer, sells this to a distributor, sells this to either the group purchasing organization or a supplier. So there could be quite a number of people on that role. What is their role here? So their role is to ensure that the goods, the equipment, the medication, and whatever that role. What is their role here? So their role is to ensure that the goods, the equipment, the medication, and whatever that is being produced is of good quality. It is available. It gets to the consumer, who in this case is a healthcare facility, and it is their role also to ensure that they keep in touch with their clients and ensure that whatever they are delivering is getting there at the right time, getting there with the right quality, and getting there and is utilized as it should be. So what is our experience? When I was making this presentation, I did not know where to start from. So I started trying to think, what are the challenges we had and how did we mitigate them? And this is a disclaimer. I have been in this position for 3 months, but I was the director of clinical services before for about a year, and therefore still in the management, in the top management of the hospital, as you'd say. So we have had very many challenges, of course, but I thought of 3 things, and that is from maybe about 2 years. So first thing I thought about was linkage between clinicians and or users and the supply chain department. And all these experiences, I will give stories for it. One thing to show you how we always need to remember, most of us here, I'm sure, a good number, half may be clinicians, the other half may not be. So the beauty with clinicians in administration, and our downfall also, is we have that connection. We will always remember about the patient because that's our initial training. So unfortunately, because that's our core training, we are always very reluctant to take positions in administration and department or otherwise. So getting these user departments or clinicians to make that linkage is very hard, but very important. There is a time we had a supply of Primapo. So for those ones who are not clinicians, in the simplest terms, Primapo is strapping or just adhesive that we use when we are fixing dialysis catheters or just catheters in general, central lines. So major catheters, major access. We got from a new supplier. They came in, of course, as clinicians, we don't participate so much. And they started using them in the renal department. So they started noticing that this particular brand was new, we had not used it before, was not as sticky. So because it's supposed to be very adhesive, was not as sticky. So you were fixing it, and then you're getting calls from your clients that, the strapping, the adhesive you put, imetoka. And that sounds like a very trivial thing, right? And if you are the one procuring, you're like, sini kama sellotape tu. Why are you very particular with brands? So first, 1 patient, 2 patients, 3 patients, okay. Give feedback that this thing is not working. So first time you get a complaint, you put a second one, you put them, mezieka mbili, tatu, we are securing this. Then we realized that about a week later, the next week, the next complaint we were getting was one of our patients came in with a fever. So because this adhesive was not adhesing enough, had gotten an infection around that catheter site. So remember, this is a very small thing, a very trivial thing. But because of the poor quality, what was starting to come back to us was we're going to get something bigger. And remember, this is a localized infection. Next thing, you will get infection all the way to the heart. Next thing, you're treating someone for 6 weeks or whatever, for however long, because such treatments of infective endocarditis or treatments like that take very long. And therefore, at that point, we decided, no, we have to get the brand that we've always used. We have to change. Everyone who comes in, we have to resecure it. And that just goes to show you that if you don't have this feedback, if you don't have this input, some things that may look trivial may actually have very big impact. Then when it comes to automation of systems, this is something that we've grappled with in our hospital for various reasons. And I'll just give an example of and it ties with integrity. But I have a story for integrity that is just an example. We have a real problem with automation because we don't have a current EMR for the entire hospital. So trying to keep track of your patients, trying to keep track of your stocks, trying to use that information to translate to bigger things in terms of how to forecast and make our orders and ensure that we don't have stockouts, that has been a really big problem. I think I have so many examples of where this has come to bite us. But the most interesting thing is when we did some upgrade of our financial system, one of our heads of department in pharmacy particularly, and I say this because it is still quite a risk. And I know every marketplace has its madman, so such things are not isolated to our hospital. Is I think among the cheapest among the cheapest suppliers to the patients of insulin. So because we realized that and what our rate is compared to everyone around, including the chemists in town, we said that for this, we are going to just be giving 2 vials, regardless of your prescription, for any patient who comes, and you're going to have a book to fill. We are still in 1970, na kitabu. Tutakuwa tunaandika kwa kitabu because we don't have a system, and it's going to be accounted for, and we count the vials and whatnot. So that has been going on well, and then the head of department is like, hold up, wait, let me check the book. And he looks at the book and he's like, this book is not tallying with my stocks. And he decides we have a system, we have upgraded our system, and we are able to actually go back and look through our financial system and see how much on each day. Take a sample of like a week and see on each day how many were actually receipted as sold and how many have been put in our book. So he does that, he goes to ICT, he sits down, a very lengthy procedure, looks through, ticks down, and they realize, in this particular week we're looking at, if I look at my receipts and I look at the book is tallying with my stocks, but in terms of the receipts, a day my book is saying I sold, say, 40 vials, I only have 30 receipts. And when I look at each patient who's been put in, I'm seeing there are some who have 2, some who have 1, 2. But when you look at the receipts, some of their names are not there. So they must have come to buy something else, but they did not buy this particular thing. And that is what informed now the disciplinary process that followed there. So you see, without automation, and that's just with one part of automation and a very observant head of department. So imagine what they're talking about here in terms of the savings. Imagine how much you're able to save when this entire process is just a click of a button. Imagine how much you're able to track. Imagine how much you're able to forecast and say, my reserves are this low, this is the time I need to order. And it is during this time we also realized, before we signed, and as I said, my first slide, I have no conflict of interest, but another point on automation is we also realized that we're not able to forecast because we were getting from KEMSA. KEMSA had a fill rate, I think right after COVID, 30-40%. We were really doing poorly with KEMSA. And then after KEMSA, because we had no contract with meds, we were now looking for local suppliers. So we realized there's just always emergencies. We were just always tunaomba credit, tunaomba sijui nani tena vitu zingine. Unakuja, unaambiwa at 5 p.m. on Friday, hatuna gloves. And you're asking, where were we? Where were we till Friday that there are no gloves? You wake up on Thursday morning, so we don't have any anesthetic agents, and you have a list. You have an elective list of maybe 6-7 patients for theater, and you're here dealing with emergencies. So we will discuss how we thought about, apart from automation that is still in our plans, how we thought about mitigating that. And the last thing is integrity. As I said, every marketplace has its madman. So much as we are faith-based, I'm sure, we also deal with the same things that we deal with. We are all from the same community at Wezi Danganya. I think one of the things that also I can put into integrity is all of us remember during COVID. During COVID was madness. Personally, I have had stories. I was on maternity leave, so I was there supporting all the frontline workers. At that point, I was not one of them. So, but we remember how crazy it was during COVID, getting supplies in, seeing those markups, and then starting to hear the stories about KEMSA millionaires and the things about KEMSA, and just goes to show you how much integrity puts plays such a big role in terms of maintaining your supply chain. And integrity doesn't only start with our institutions, meaning the healthcare institutions represented here. It is also integrity in terms of who our suppliers are. Numerous times, we have had suppliers who come and quote, and you do your market survey and you wonder if they were in their right mind with that quotation. Only public hospitals would relate. The rest of you, at least, your processes are much simpler. So integrity plays such a big role, and integrity not only in our institutions, but our supplier institutions. And therefore, it makes a lot of sense when you can partner with a supplier, a distributor, or a group-based organization that holds integrity quite high, where you know that if I'm getting this at this price is good, this quality is good, and they keep their word in terms of when and how whatever that is going to be delivered. So there's a survey that was done by, I think I'll put the quotation here, by B. Bowen et al. And it was a survey that was done in healthcare institutions, talking to clinicians, talking to supply chain managers, in terms of what can be done to optimize healthcare supply chain. And they had 3 things. And it ties up to the challenges that I've talked about. So the first thing was to create a clinician-directed supply chain foundation. And actually what I haven't put here is what they specify is what they found is not only a clinician, but they talked about forming committees. But in these committees, you need to have top management, like top clinical management in the hospital. And the leadership of this committee should be a well-respected physician, or I think they said physician or surgeon. I was a bit offended that it was not a pediatrician and everyone else, but assume physician meaning doctor. So well-respected and senior doctor to head this committee. And the purpose of this committee is to drive the kind of orders and the kind of needs that are in these institutions. So you have senior clinical leaders, so from nursing to clinical teams, and you have them as the sponsors of this team. For our institution, what we realized that we needed to strengthen to improve that flow is we now have a market survey committee, and we needed to strengthen it. And the role of this committee is to actually go to the market. If it is surveying grocery and produce, they actually go to Gakoromone and say, how much is a kilo of tomatoes? How much is a kilo of onions? How much is this? So that when we are getting our quotations from our suppliers, we're not paying 10 times what these things are in the market. And not only in the simple things, also in medication. So even when we go and put our order in meds, it is after the market survey have told us, these are the most competitive prices. So these are the most competitive prices, and you know you're going to get quality. Then we have our inspection and acceptance committee. And this committee is very important because these are the people who will receive whatever goods you're getting. If you've asked for medication, if you've asked for chairs, tables, you've asked for linen, they are the ones who will look at it, and they're the ones who will tell you this is of good quality, let us accept this. So what also we strengthened was the expenditure committee to just look at what are our processes, what are we spending on. So those are some of the key committees that we needed to strengthen so that we can improve the supply chain, that we are getting things, yes, but are we getting them at the right price? Are we getting them at the right time? Are these the best commodities in the market at this point? So, and this further goes on to say, you formalize this cross-functional, so not only are you having people who are from one department, you're having cross-functional teams. So if you're going to have different committees, so you have to have nurses, you have to have people from lab, you have to have representations from all departments that you procure from. And anytime there is a supply of whichever relevant department, you have to have a representative of that department there, so that you don't have people complaining, na hizi sheets walinunua, wale uko juu. You have people who participate in some of these decisions. And then I have a story for this last one. We had a problem about two years ago. We were doing orthopedic surgeries, but we had a problem because we did not have a regular on-ground person who was supplying implants. So we had orthopedic surgeons, we had 1, we had 2, then we realized we had 3, we had 4, we now have 5, and we were not increasing input. So this is something that can make quite an amount of money, and we are seeing faith-based organizations are making money. Where are we not making money as Meru Teaching and Referral Hospital? We realized, wait a minute, we have people, we have theater, we have anesthetist, we have everyone. But we don't have a regular company that can give us implants. And the problem was, implants are not like medication that we're getting from meds that you pay and you get your implant and then that's the end. Implants are, I decide I'm going to put this kind of implant. I need a size bigger, a size smaller, so that once I'm intra-op, I can do the calculations really well and say this is the exact size. No one is going to give you 3 sizes and you've only paid for 1. So we realized the problem that we have is that we don't have very good on-ground support. We looked around, we did our survey, we engaged an implant company now that is reputable and that supplies one of the biggest referral hospitals, and we said we need to have a regular supplier, and our condition was, if we engage you to give us implants, okay, to procure for us to procure implants from you, we have to have someone on ground support. We have to have evidence of an office that is local, and this person has to be very responsive to our needs. And we talked and we talked and we hashed out the details and we signed an agreement and we said, now we can start. And I can say in that time that we've had such a robust on-ground support with the particular suppliers. Our surgeries, I think, in the year have, I think, doubled. Our implant surgeries doubled to the point that now we could engage them, and we had, I think, our very first orthopedic workshop in Meru, which was outside Nairobi, Eldoret, and other big towns. And we're really proud of that because we've gotten to the point that now we are discussing continuous education. Next thing is to jointly set goals. And one thing I can say about this, a lot of English, but is sit down with your committees, sit down with the people who are relevant, and let us talk about how are we going to save. Right now, everyone, I think globally, if not nationally, is on a savings mode. The dollar, the war in Ukraine is still on. We are transitioning. NHIF has not been giving us money. There are a lot of things that are happening in the markets that are very dynamic. So what we think about is, how can we save? How can we improve our processes, make them efficient to the point that we're able to save money? And what are these things that we can do to save money? Next thing, after we set our joint savings targets, what do we do when we save the money? What is our, what is our motivation? Motivate people. You tell them, if we're able to save, if we are becoming more efficient and we're able to save, we are going to sponsor. We're going to sponsor this team for a conference. We are going to sponsor this team for team building. And I remember we talked about, we had a problem with documentation and the kind of returns we were getting from NHIF because of documentation. So we talked to the finance team and we told them, the accountants, the NHIF claims team, and we said, you know what? A good number of our claims are being brought back. We are not making as much as we should with NHIF. How can we make this better? So they said, it's okay, we will streamline, and we worked with them and we streamlined. And at the end of the year, we realized the percentage of claims that are being returned are actually reducing. And we said, now we can go for team building with this entire team because we are slowly hitting our target. We said, now whoever is in charge, we can send them for a conference. So sometimes it's not the big things. It's not getting as many patients as we can from outside. Sometimes what we also do is look inward and see what are the inefficiencies that are making us lose some of that money. And then, as I've talked about, data and analytics, nothing beats data. Data is what will help you forecast for the future. Data is what will help you plan. And someone who fails to plan, plans to fail. The only way you can get accurate data, get it on time, and get it at the click of a button is if you automate your systems. We're not yet there, we're working there, but we also recognize the importance of doing that. So that is internally. How do we strengthen our supply chain systems with our external players? So there we have KEMSA and MEDS, we have local suppliers. I was looking for, what is this thing called? Ratili. Yes, Ratili. Weighing scale, a scale. Because I thought about who is more important in the supply chain system. And this was the best scale I could find because they're just structured differently, but the scale balances. Why does it balance? Each of these people have their strengths and their weaknesses, of course. For public institutions, our group-based organizations that we purchase from are KEMSA and MEDS. They're the biggest organizations we purchase for. And for us, our internal processes is our first choice is our mother, KEMSA, support GOK, because also their prices are unbeatable. But their fill rate is very beatable. So look at what they have, we put it out of the way. Then now go to MEDS, because we said we have also tumepambana na watu in these streets. So tukasema, let us take MEDS, and we signed an agreement with them. So our next choice is usually MEDS. Why MEDS? They are a very big organization, comparable to KEMSA. They have a good, let me say relatively good, hata pia nyinyi hamjapata 100%, relatively good fill rate. And then when you look at, if you want to buy things for your business, do you go to Mutevia ama kwanza unaenda Kanini wholesalers? Si unapitia Kanini alafu sasa Kenya hujapata huko Kanini ndio tunaenda huko kwa my neighbor. So that's what we said. For us to be able to forecast, we need to find someone who will supply us with the numbers we need in terms of the volumes and the various commodities and products that we want. And therefore we said next is MEDS. Then whatever we don't get in MEDS, now we go to our local suppliers. And they balance. Because MEDS wako huko Nairobi, mpaka mulete branch hapa Meru, MEDS in Nairobi industrial area, ama ni wapi?
Mombasa Road.
Mombasa Road, yes.
After the airport.
Huko Mombasa Road.
JK.
So when I have run out of things and I need someone to bring me something in 30 minutes, Mombasa Road niweke kwa unique ni mpaka ifike hapa, that is a couple of hours. That's where my local suppliers come in. Of course, as much as we try, we'll always have small emergencies here and there. We'll always have things that you might not get in both suppliers. So that's where my local suppliers come in. These are people who are locally available, they are trusted, and we have formed a relationship to the point that we know we're able to get credit if we need it short term. We are able to get something that we need at a very short time, and they're able to scratch that itch until we wait for that big LPO. Ile wakati meme ananiambia next week, saa zile nimekwama kabisa, I can get 5 boxes of gloves or, very small amounts from my local suppliers to tide me over. So I wouldn't discredit any of the two players. They play a role in each and every system that we are doing, and therefore they still stay. The scale balances. The scale balances because they feel a different need in our institution. When you're talking about, so how do we improve with the external players? How do we improve these supply chain systems that we're able to have a seamless system? Look at procurement, look at what are the needs, ensure that you're in touch with your manufacturers, ensure that you know, and I'm sure Meds probably knows, ensure that you know where your manufacturers are based, so that if you hear there's a war in Somalia and you know your things come through this route, you definitely can say, my things will delay. If you know your things come from just one supplier and you know that they usually have a public holiday on this day, you know that they cannot bring your things on that particular day. So, and then the other thing that suppliers would understand, especially for government organizations, is you need to understand our funding cycles. You need to understand how government works in terms of receiving funding and how government works in terms of releasing funding. And when you understand these funding cycles, then the relationship is strengthened. And I had complaints. I was telling Meme, when you start counting, for me, you know you have to count from the day you've delivered everything. So when you deliver everything on day 20, and then you are already telling me I'm day 20 out of 30, in my books, I'm day 1. The moment you have finished your delivery, that is the day I'm day 1. So for me, that's the day I count day 1, and I'm to pay within 30 days of that day 1. So we have to understand each other's funding cycles. We have to understand how each of our organizations work and what intricacies are in each of these organizations to help tailor our relationship in a way that it can suit both parties. We need to have information in terms of what are the needs, what volumes do these organizations need, so that you can know that this is an organization that consumes this much. If I am only stocking this much, then 2-3 times of disappointment, ata sisi, this life has taught us character development. Even as we know when to move. So you need to understand each other. Then as organizations, we need to understand inventory management and the cold chain cycle, distribution planning in such a way that both internally and externally, we have these things in mind in such a way that we are able to do deliveries that is sustainable for both parties. I was in my research for this talk, I was listening to someone who was talking about vaccines, and this was about COVID. And in COVID time, we realized we needed. That's the time I think we were all being told you need a -80 freezer that is not in Kenya. Was it -120? It was madness. So they were talking about a country in Asia, and they were having talks. And the management of health in that particular Asian country, apparently small Asian country, were actually saying, if ice cream can get to every part of this country, then there is no way a vaccine cannot get to this part of the country. Well, someone else gave an example of Kenya, actually, and I think is Nanyuki, our neighbors. And they were giving an example of the flower farms. When they're to export flowers, refrigerated trucks come empty from Nairobi, pick the flowers, go to Nairobi to load them on an airplane. And the question was, why can't there be a partnership and these refrigerated trucks actually come and deliver deliver medicines? Why would they come empty? Is that really a sustainable way that you have to pay for both ends? Can we as health take advantage of some of these things to help improve these systems? Then, of course, as had been talked about, we need to be privy of the changing treatment guidelines in the country and different innovations that have come up, different drugs, and of course, encourage rational use of drugs. How do we improve this partnership? So this is what I presume will be discussed in the plenary tomorrow. The only way we can align our health supply chain systems is to look within. Look within our healthcare institutions, look within our suppliers. What are the things that are unique to us? My solutions would not be the same as Chogoria or Kirwa or now the names of hospitals that are not here. Kieni. But also that is still this region. Some hospital in Mombasa.
Mother Mandea.
Yeah.
Short of boy.
Wewe unaongea Kimeru. Tofik ndio nimesikia. Hizo zingine ameniambia na Kimeru. Tofik tu ndio nimesikia. So remember, the solutions are with us. Whatever cloth that is cut to Meru Teaching and Referral Hospital might not be the same that fits each and every one of us. So as we lobby, as we discuss, as we try and find ways to strengthen this relationship, this partnership, and hopefully other supply chain players in our institutions, let us look within. Let's be not innovative, as Dr. already said, because all these solutions, all these ideas are within us. I believe that MEDS is a good partner, that they will look at each and every one of us and say, hawa, wamelia sana na tunawajua. They are faithful, but they need 2 months. Hawa wengine tunaweza kaza kamba 1 month. Sisi ni wale wa 2 months. Mukienda kukata hiyo kamba. So look within our institutions. Let's discuss. Let's have room. Let's have room to tailor our relationship according to whoever is there. And also, finally, definitely, a well-functioning health commodity supply chain system is what is integral if we are to realize universal healthcare. So that means universal does not mean just health that is available. It just doesn't mean access. It means access and access to quality. So we're talking about availability, affordability, and quality of the essential medicines. So I'm hoping at the end of this Meds Day forum, we are able to come up with solutions for us, solutions that are not only going to strengthen the partnerships that are here, but align us to the changing tides and winds of our current healthcare situation in this country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Muriasi. Asante sana. We need to appreciate Daktari vizuri, because I think what she has been able to share, even from my experience, from even Meru County Referral, you have seen how you have been able to link the clinicians to the supply chain, and whereby some of the people can be able to shortchange you on Friday. You have no graphs. And where are they from Monday? Because they want to go and get from the local suppliers. So thank you for your support to KEMSA and also MENS. Also, KEMSA means as much as it's a faith-based, which is not private. What you do also, KEMSA, you also have the TWG, Technical Group for Commercial, where I'm a co-chair with also Capuchin on the other end. We sit down together with the directors and us with the MDs. We plan together. That's why when you are choosing MENS, you are very safe. So I think that is great. Tumrembeshe kabisa, sindio? Umeona amesimama pale, but India's ni zile big, sindio? Sugulia kabisa. Ansa napenda maua mchunwe maraka la red, yellow, green, magre mwangushie. Again. Thank you very much. So now we are going to have to break because it's already 12:30. We are not late because remember you started late. 1:30. You take 1 hour for lunch. Is it okay? Because you are many. Lunch will be served downstairs. You get your meal cans when you exit from there or you exit from here. But before you grab that plate of lunch, utaenda pale kwa reception. Naona pale mulingilia before hapo nje. We want to take a group photo together. Then now you come and eat. Exactly to 30. Please will mobilize you to come here and tumalizie. Afternoon pia, maneno mazuri, and we expect you to be there. So I want somebody this time to be able to pray for us. I can see Isaac. If you can be able to lead with a hand of prayer, tuombe chakula. Sindio? Tumekuwa na kiraji from the bishop. Tukakuja kwa sisters pia wakatuombea. Wacha nisikie from Isaac naye pandei. Aombe lunch. Nasikia mvua imeanza. Meru ni ya mvua. Group photo we might take after lunch. Nimeambiwa imeanza kunyesha. Mambo bando. Sasa ibaraka bando. So it's better to take that advice. So tukitoka hapa baada ya maombi, tuingie tukule haraka before tuingie. Kama mvua imepotea kidogo, tunaingia kwa photo. Kama bando tu maintain vile tuko, tutachukua saa 10 huko tukimaliza during tea time. So Bwana Isaac, please.
Let's pray. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Father, the Most Almighty, we come before Thee, O Lord. We thank You, Lord, for this opportunity. We thank You, Lord, for us being here. O Lord, bless the news which are prepared for this team. Let it, O Lord, strengthen them to glorify Your holy name. Let it, O Lord, be an answer to what we are being trained. Let us, O Lord, give us strength to do Your will more. And we pray that, believing and trusting in Jesus' name.
Amen. Thank you very much. You take your milk can from here, this door. For our county director, our again, what are the presenters with the MD, tutaenda to the main hall. Hao wengine tumeandalia kwa hii chini, boss ni kubwa sana, si ndio? Ndio tukule pamoja. Bon appetito? Yes. Tuende tuenjoy chakula, tunasemanga. There are some people who have food but they have no appetite. Others have appetite, they have no food. But here in Meru, we have both food and appetite. Enjoy your lunch.
shall know them when it's their time. Now it's my great pleasure to call upon Dr. Stephen Kegera. He's a quality person at heart. Kegera talks quality, he sleeps quality, he eats quality, and he meets quality as well. And he dreams quality as well. So let's give him an encouragement as he comes. All the questions we have about substandard, what's the new term nowadays? Counterfeit, falsified. We can ask Steve. There you are.
Okay, is the screen very clear at the back? Okay. So my name is Stephen Kigera, as you've heard, pharmacist by training, and I practice quality assurance. This is actually my 11th year at MEDS, and I head the department for quality services. So I just hope that you're going to be alert as we discuss this very interesting topic on quality assurance. And probably we'll be able to I'll relay some strategies that we use at MEDS to make sure that the products that we supply actually meet the quality requirements. So we're going to start with some sad news. How many of us fairly recently heard about the benylin syrup quality issue? I don't want to call it a scandal. Wangapi walisikia mambo ya benylin? What was wrong with the benylin? What was wrong with it? Ulisikia tu? Sorry? Okay. Anybody who knows what was wrong with that product? Okay. Some years back, not so long ago, I think just around the year 2020, WHO actually raised an alert. It was a global alert. And what had happened is a very poor, impoverished country towards the west of the continent. It's called Gambia. Some 66 children had actually died. They had consumed cough syrups that were contaminated, and they had, very, very, very toxic impurities. There are two notorious impurities that, pose a safety risk to those particular cough syrups. Volume. Anatumia hii. Hello? You can hear me now, eh? Ah, that's good. So, there were two notorious impurities that were found in those cough syrups. Yeah?
Karibia mdomo, lips. Karibia lips.
Okay. Mnanisikia sasa? Ah, good. So I was saying, there are two very notorious impurities that were found in those cough syrups. One of them is called diethylene glycol, and the other one is called ethylene glycol. So the interesting thing about those two impurities is that many manufacturers actually like using them because, one, they're cheap, But then number two, they're very sweet. So you use them in cough syrups for children. Why? So that the children can find it palatable, correct? So that's actually what happened here. So some Indian manufacturers, I think it was called Maiden, they manufactured this syrup. It was actually found to have diethylene glycol. So when children consumed, some of these side effects that I've mentioned here, abdominal pain, vomiting, diarrhea, inability to pass urine, headache, altered mental state, and the most dangerous of all, the nephrotoxicity, the acute kidney injury, which is what actually killed those children. So the sequence of events for those side effects or those toxic effects is so rapid, there was no time for the pediatricians to actually save the children. And now, when I heard it on Citizen or in the media the other day, and we found that there was Benylin in the country that had the same issue, my heart sank. I have a 2-year-old son. So my worry actually was for him, because we had actually just finished giving him some cough syrup. And this is the reality now that is there. We have unscrupulous manufacturers who want to make a quick buck, but they don't care about patient safety. Can you come closer home? 2019, wangapi walisikia augmentin? Falsified? Ay, come on.
Hakuna?
Yeah, yes, should be on the ground. Actually, some augmentin, you know what augmentin is? Amoxicillin, clavulanic acid. Some amoxicillin clavulanic acid was actually found in Uganda and Kenya. It was actually, the term we use is falsified. So what that means is that somebody took the packaging, made it similar to what GSK or the manufacturer would use, and then put something inside there, we don't know. And then now, it's sort of commingled with the other batches in the market. And probably you and I, who are to consume this product, now became at risk. Sad, isn't it? Yeah, but it's a reality. So we did have some fake augmentin, and when they sampled some batches in Uganda and they tested them, they actually found that neither the amoxicillin nor the clavulanic acid was present. Okay? So you know what that leads to. Antimicrobial resistance, probably the same, same problems with the other case. Somebody could die, depending on actually what was in that product. Okay? That's a perfect crime. The perfect crime. Fake medicines are generating millions and millions of dollars for perpetrators who actually use loopholes to be able to, make money. And what they're doing is that they're creating problems for regulators, and they're putting you and I at risk. I had a chance to visit Nigeria, Enugu State. That was not so long ago. And our host was very kind. It was FBCMS, a faith-based hospital that is serving that part of the region. But they took me around the town there. And then when we were there and we were doing a bit of tour, we were buying some clothes, our host actually pointed to something. And then they said, you see that? That is actually the biggest fake drug market in this part of the world. I was shocked. People go about their business selling fake medicine as if it's the norm. And the unsuspecting public, many of them would actually go there. Why? Because many of them cannot afford to go to a pharmacy or to go to hospital and probably get the right medicine. I think the mic is letting me down. Umesikia story ya Enugu? Yes. Yeah. So there's actually fake drug markets across West Africa where they're actually selling fake medicines. Go to Cameroon. There was a big drug bust the other day, I think 2 years ago. The Minister for Health did a raid. Millions and millions of products, fake, were actually seized and they had to be destroyed. So Again, friends, this is actually the reality, but it's actually the perfect crime, because you'll find that many of the unscrupulous traders who actually deal in fake medicines don't get caught. Oh, I don't know whether this is very clear. So there are two pictures here. I want us to start with the one on the right. So that is actually the global representation of the world, the various continents. And what you actually see shaded in blue, those are the hotspots for falsified and substandard medicines. Can you see where Kenya is? Is it shaded blue? Yes. So we are actually a hotspot. And you'll find that in those countries, there's a high likelihood that you'll find falsified and substandard medicines. Now, let's look at the picture on the left. The picture on the left depicts the number of quality control labs which are pre-qualified by WHO in the world. In Africa, we only have 9. We have 9 credible labs which are pre-qualified by WHO. Thank God in Kenya we have 2. And thank God in meds there is 1. Okay?
Makofi bizuri.
So you can see the reality here is that mahali kuna shida, usaidizi hakuna. So God have mercy on us. But the good thing, even as I stand here, I will be able to tell you the strategies that we are doing, not just to keep the country safe, but to also keep the continent safe. We're actually reaching out, not just to the locals here in Kenya, not just working with Pharmacy and Poisons Board, but you're actually crossing borders. And I'll be telling you a bit about that. Now, 3 questions. 1, what are the solutions to these problems or these challenges that we've just described? Is it possible to eradicate falsified and substandard medicines? Can we trust supply chains, such as meds, to supply good quality products or good medical products, good quality medical products? So can we get the answer at the end? Maybe after the presentation, I think we'll come back to this, and then we can maybe ask ourselves whether it's a yes or a no. Quality assurance, as we practice it in meds, we have tried to adopt global standards. And as we do that, we have what we call our quality management system, which we have sort of condensed into some very basic principles, which if we follow, or if we think that when we follow them, that the products that we supply would not be able to cause harm, especially when they are given to patients in your health facilities. Product selection, supplier pre-qualification, product pre-qualification and quality control, product inspection, pharmacovigilance, and product recall. So I'll just be giving you some bit of more information under each, and I'll start with product selection. So WHO came up with a concept not so long ago where they are saying, let's come up with an essential medicines list. This is a list of products which is supposed to be few in number, but is able to treat the majority of the disease burdens that exist probably at the time. So in Kenya, we actually have our own essential medicines list. There was a revision quite recently. I think it was last year. So how many have had a chance to look at it? The essential medicines list? There's a new one out. Can I give you that homework? Please, mwende mwangalie the essential medicines list here, Kenya. So for us at Meds, we of course have to follow that, but we go over and above. And every year we have a committee, it's an internal formulary committee that sits. They look at the disease burden, they look at the needs and the requirements of your health facilities. And what we stock goes over and above the essential medicines list. So it always starts there. Are you selecting the right products? So that we do actually on an annual basis. And there's a very special and dedicated team that diligently does that. Now, from product selection, products zinatoka kwa suppliers and manufacturers, correct? So they have to be sourced somewhere, correct? Yeah. So now for us in quality assurance, we always say A tree is always known by its fruits. So we have to look at the suppliers. And we have a rigorous system where we accredit these suppliers who we onboard at MEDS. We go to the extent of actually visiting them and actually making them go through an inspection where we use global standards like the one for WHO to assure ourselves manufacturing meets quality requirements. On top of that, we actually ask them to also supply as much information as possible. What are the excipients in your product? Remember the first case I was talking about? What are you putting in your product? So we go to the extent to look at the active ingredients, where they are sourcing them from, and also some of these non-active ingredients that they put in their products. It's very important. So we start with the tree, and we always do these audits. We call them supplier audits. We've had, I think, the privilege. I think I see our CEO here. He's also technical. We have inspected, I think, close to about 150 manufacturing plants, not just in Kenya, but globally. And we've, interestingly, found that some of them, unfortunately, do not meet the standards. So those that don't meet the standards, we put them aside, okay? We blacklist them. And then we want to work with the ones that meet the required standards, okay? Now, we go to the fruits, product prequalification. So now for us, we say, for your augmentin, for example, at the very minimum, it must have the active ingredients. Otherwise, if you give it out without the active ingredient, that's a falsified product, correct? So we have to make sure that that particular product has all the requirements, what we call specifications, to be able to be issued or to be prescribed to a patient and still keep them safe. So we actually do what you call independent testing. I said we had a WHO pre-qualified lab. Once we look at the composition of the product, we ask the manufacturer, can you send us some samples? We'll take it to the lab, we test it, and we make sure that the active ingredient is there. If it's a question of dissolving, it is able to dissolve, go to the active site, and perform its action. So we do that every 5 years. So what I've mentioned about suppliers, and what I've mentioned about the products, every 5 years, we make sure that the suppliers, manufacturers have to go through that particular process. Atuachi hapo, we have pre-qualified you, we've gone through a tender, now you've been told to supply. Every product or every consignment that comes into MEDS, it has to go through an inspection, okay? Unfortunately, we have, let's say, for example, transporters or suppliers who may not understand the importance of quality. If somebody wants to come with this kind of weather, somebody has put a whole consignment on the pickup, hajafunika, amepitia nayo town with all the rain, na ameleta meds, anasema sasa nilipatiwa LPO, now I want to supply. Do you think that we should be able to accept? No, we cannot. Okay? What is the color of methylated spirit? Huh? Methylated spirit. So if a supplier brought a product, it's called methylated spirit, and it is green in color, would you accept it? No. Okay? So you can see that the first quality check is always with your eyes, okay? You can see right from the gate, when that supply is coming, you can clearly see that there's a quality issue, even without offloading the consignment and accepting it. And we are able to reject. Kuna dawa zingine that must come under very special conditions, like insulin, sindio? Suxamethonium, 2 to 8 degrees. Now if a supplier leaves his premises, wants to bring those products, hajaweka hata temperature logger, hajaweka hata ice, and then they want to supply, regardless of the short distance, we will actually reject that consignment. So the first gatekeeper for us is our inspection, and you have a dedicated team to be able to do that. Pale kuna nurses, clinical officers, pharmaceutical technologists, so we have staff who can be able to handle the different types of commodities. Now we have accepted the consignment iko kwa warehouse, sindio? So we are waiting for the health facilities to place orders. Of course, we must make sure that there's enough stock for you to be able to buy and procure from us. But when the consignment is there, you know, it's also risky. One, assuming our warehouse is leaking, maji imeingia mvua, imemwagia consignment, now you start worrying about quality. If it becomes too hot and some of the products here cannot withstand that particular heat, what happens? The product starts deteriorating. Some of them will even start changing color. What happens? You cannot supply that. Now you have to deal with that particular quality issue. So when those products are actually in the warehouse, what we do, routinely, we will have to keep sampling as quality assurance to be able to check. Sometimes, the suppliers, when you test during the pre-qualification stage, will give you a very good quality product. And then now they start now misbehaving. They start now giving us poor quality products. So what do? We have to keep them on toes. That is why we have to routinely keep testing, okay? Interestingly, can I tell you for the last 5 years how many samples we have tested? Okay. We have tested 7,000 tablets and capsules. 7,000 samples. Yes. Capsules, oh, no, that was tablets alone. Capsules, 1,236. Syrups and suspensions, over 1,000. Creams and ointments, over 500. Sterile preparations, over 1,700. Medical devices, we started recently, we've tested over 200. We have a lab that is working constantly, a very well-equipped lab. So some of the machines that are there, we actually make them run overnight. So what an analyst will do, pick the sample, prepare it very well, load it onto the machine, it keeps running. In the morning when we come, we look at the results, we calculate very quickly, we give out the results. And when you test this number, I don't think, because we compared actually with our colleagues from the other countries, MEDS actually ranks among the highest in terms of output of number of samples that we have tested. Now, some of these statistics are very good because they can help even the Ministry of Health to actually make decisions. You can see the number of tablets and capsules are quite many. And interestingly, even as I go to the next slide, where we have many products, that's where you have many problems, okay? So, up to 2022, the number that I have mentioned, actually 2% did not meet the standard. 2% either were substandard or they were falsified, okay? So that is a reality. And the interesting thing, even as we look at some of these statistics, is that some of the samples were actually coming from our neighboring countries. They would bring samples to us, we would test, and some of them would actually not be able to meet the quality requirements. So now what do we do with that information? We have to go back to our suppliers. We have to notify them that the products are not meeting quality standards. We have to inform the Ministry of Health for them to be able to take some action. So that I can assure you that we do. But as a country, probably even as a continent, I can tell you we are not safe. And that's why we need testing labs, many of them, to be able to, sort of detect these problems quickly so that some action can be taken. We have a global outreach as a lab. The last statistics I think we checked, we're actually in about 22 countries. And interestingly, how many labs do you think there are in Europe that are pre-qualified by WHO? Can I surprise you? Actually, zinatoshea mkono wangu. I don't have to. Only 5. Only 5. So you can imagine when some of them from Europe actually looking to us to help them. We have 3 organizations in the Netherlands, in Europe, who actually even send samples from their countries for us to be able to test. So that tells you the kind of role we are playing. We're not just helping the local context here, we're also helping our colleagues also in other continents. The problem is rampant. So, and the lab is quite busy because then we're able to serve some of the clients from those jurisdictions. And we do quite a lot of tests. We have 3 labs. You know why it's not moving? Kiremi.
Wacha nimuite hapa nje, ndio maana tuko naye Mandi. Kuja.
Acha kuja, kuna picha nataka kuonyesha. So as it comes, I wanted to say that we have 3 labs. We have one which we call a physicochemical lab. That is actually where we are testing and we are trying to see whether the active ingredient is there. And we're checking the physical characteristics of the product. The second unit, which we actually launched fairly recently, is our microbiology lab. Now, there are products you cannot test in a physicochemical lab where you may have to detect whether there is microbial contamination. Things like bacteria. So not just napenda sukari sana. Yeah? So if you don't put the right preservative, you will find that you're taking a product that has a lot of bacteria. And that is just enough to kill you. So it is important that you also you test to make sure that the bacteria, the pathogens are within limits, so that you're also not creating a problem and passing it over to the patient. So we fairly recently launched a microbiology lab. Like I told you, we have 9 testing labs which are pre-qualified by WHO in Africa. So among them, our government lab, the National Quality Control Lab, was initially the only one that had So among those 9, only one had a microbiology testing lab, and that is the National Quality Control Lab, which is actually the lab under the Ministry of Health. So thanks to the board of directors, we invested heavily in setting up our own microbiology lab, and we are able to do you know the gentleman there, our guest of honor, he needs an introduction? Yeah. So we actually were able to inaugurate the second microbiology lab specifically designed for pharmaceutical testing. What I like about this particular lab is the fact that it actually was designed using the latest specifications prescribed by WHO. That means very soon we should be able to test vaccines. Very soon we should be able to test products like enoxaparin. Is that a biosimilar? Okay. So when you know what enoxaparin does? Okay. Sinyakuzuia clots. Sindio. With this particular facility, we are able to challenge it against the clotting factors to be able to check their quality. That capacity was not available in the country. We were able to do it. Sometimes, in pharmaceutical products, you can kill the bacteria, but it leaves the toxin, okay? And that toxin becomes very dangerous. So, in this particular facility, we've gone ahead to be able to create that test that can be able to detect that particular toxin. The test is called endotoxin test, bacterial endotoxin test. We are able to do that. Wangapi unatumia sanitizer? Disinfectants? Yeah?
Inua mkono ili shetani ashindwe hivi.
You don't use them in your facilities. Are they supposed to act against the microorganisms? When you use them in the facilities, what are they supposed to do? Say, supposing you're using it in a surgical facility, you're supposed to do an operation. You're not supposed to disinfect that place. So how sure are you that disinfectant works? Are you sure? Need to. It's important. And that is why, even for us, the kind of sanitizers that we supply to you, if you buy from us, we have done what you call a challenge test, okay? We have taken the most fastidious bacteria, the most fastidious pathogens. We have challenged some of the preparations against those particular microorganisms, and we have assured ourselves, hii ukiweka kwa surgical facility, itakuwa sterile, okay? So, those are the kind of lengths we go to. And this facility has been able to help us to do that. So the plans for it, like I said, we want to test vaccines, but we also would want to increase the kind of testing we are doing there, maybe moving to genotoxicity, help the Pharmacy and Poisons Board in terms of, checking whether the products are safe for use before they can have them registered. Sometimes you can take a product and it messes up your DNA completely. Those are now emerging issues that are coming up. And it was important for us to be able to launch it. And we are starting now to build capacity. So are you convinced? Are you convinced you're doing well in quality?
Makofi hapa tafadhali. Ai.
Sawa. Sasa, now we have supplied. The products are with you in the facilities. Okay? Sindio? Now you've placed an order with us. The products are with you. But what we want to encourage you, when I talk about pharmacovigilance, is that when you have an issue with the product, do not just keep it to yourself. Usiturudishe useme, hii haifanyi, tupatie batch ingine. That information is very important because sometimes what you report can end up being very important to an extent that products can be withdrawn. Not just from the Kenyan market, but they can be withdrawn from being in circulation or being consumed. So that important aspect is what you call pharmacovigilance. You have got to keep reporting. Now, I know you interact with our field officers, and when you present your quality issues, please present it to them. Make sure you fill in the details right and correctly, so that even for us, in quality assurance, it is easier for us to be able to do what? To investigate. Now if you give me a line and you say, product is not working, where do I start? So what we need you to do is to tell us, okay, I gave it to patient X. These are the details of the patient. Maybe it's a female, childbearing age, that kind of information. Did you give it together with other drugs? Okay, so that we see whether there's an interaction. Maybe if you give it mutu akitapika, we can actually be able to correlate and see if you give this and this, there's a problem. Okay, so we are able to do some investigation. And I want to give my commitment here that feedback will actually go back to, will come back to you. I mean, Suki report, nataka kujua, si ati umeishia hapo, so you want to know exactly what happened or what is wrong. So that gives you the confidence. Next time, when you see a meds product, the same brand, hausemi, hii ni ile ilikuwa na shida. But if you give you some feedback that you can actually use, now next time, you're able to accept the brand, okay? Sometimes our colleagues will tell you, hatuna hii brand, lakini tuko na hii alternative. Mutachukua. Sometimes alternatives work. Don't be so constricted in ordering for brands. Umeona yote tumefanya hiyo ya lab na nini? Even those generics, we have tested them. And you can rest assured, even if meds gives you alternatives, they have been quality assured. And I stand here as the head of quality services to tell you that. Okay? Good. Now, once you report to us, and now the product, mesema, okay, yes, we agree with you, this product has an issue. Sometimes you will see a letter coming to you through our client relations, the client relations team. We have got to get that product back, okay? Sometimes the supplier, when we are doing investigations together with the supplier or the Pharmacy and Poisons Board is involved, we may have sometimes to recall the product. If it has an issue, from a point of view of product safety, we are obligated to remove that product from the market. So we'll find a situation whereby we will send you communication and tell you this product needs to be recalled back. So when you do, what should happen? Once you receive a letter from us saying that we're supposed to recall this batch, what do you think we should do? We normally give some instructions there. Huwa mnapatia pharmacist, ama CEO, ama matron in charge. Eh? When you read that letter, iko na instructions. Don't read the heading and say, oh, Med is recalling this product, alafu unaachia hapo. Tumepeana some very detailed instructions. Go back to your the bedside. Check whether that product is there. Kama kuna tembe mbili tatu zimebaki, chukua. Eh? You're supposed to actually mop up the product from within the facilities, put it in a centralized place, and then now meds will be able to collect it, okay? Because we are looking at things from a product safety, a patient safety perspective. You can leave those 2 tablets there. Unfortunately, somebody ends up consuming. Kuna shida kubwa, sindio? So please read the instructions in our recall letters. That helps us to also be accountable to the regulator that we have mopped up the product from the facilities. You can see this picture. Quality assurance is actually a journey. Tulianza, Meds was started in 1986. 1997, that's when we started the lab. 2008, we set up the quality assurance section. 2009, tukaita WHO, they looked at the lab. We went through a lot of processes to make it ready. They give us the recognition. 2010, we moved into a new facility. 2012, we became ISO certified. 2015, we started getting those global certifications, USAID, Bureau of Humanitarian Assistance. Tukaendelea 2016, we got the other one for European Union. Why do you think it's important? It's important for us. Because like I said, if you look at our strategy, we are transforming. What did Titus tell you? We're transforming what? Solutions, where? Where? Globally. That's why these certifications are important for us. As we speak right now, where is war happening? Kuna Ukraine, wapi kwingine? Gaza, wapi kwingine? Hapa tu juu, kidogo tu, just up there. Sudan, Khartoum, who knows about it? What is happening in Haiti? The gangs have taken over.
Controlling the country.
Where do you think the medicines are coming from? Some of them are actually coming from meds. I don't know that Titus told you.
Yeah.
Some of them are actually coming from us. That's why it's important for us to get these certifications. And what do they think? What do you think they look at? They look at quality. And that's why even for you, if you're able to serve globally, then have the confidence that meds has quality products for you, okay? Yeah. So it's a journey. I think from here we are not stopping. We are thinking of maybe other even global certifications to be able to conquer. There's one called QCP. Maybe next time I'll be here, I'll tell you once we get it. Is that correct? You remember the questions we asked ourselves? Do you think the answer is yes? Is there hope? Is there hope? I'm looking at the last one there. Can we trust supply chains such as meds to supply good quality products, medical products? You're convincing. My CEO is here. Please say a big yes. Yes. I can say confidently that you can trust meds for quality products. Okay?
True.
As I close, I just wanted to say that we've also started a bit of manufacturing. Very good quality water. I know I said this maybe 2 years back, for those who are there. But if you go out there, tuko na maji ya kutumia kwa machines zenyu. Very good quality. And when you come to meds, and you find me there, I'll take you to the manufacturing plant. You see how we have actually set it up. Zile maji mnatumia kwa your machines, for them to be long lasting, you need very good quality water. It's actually a reagent. So, I mean, it's a make or break. You can use poor quality water. It ends up compromising your results, or it ends up destroying your machines. So it's important that you get the right quality type of water. So some samples are out there. Please talk to Lillian, and then she'll explain more. These are the specifications. I'll not go into detail, but thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Dr. Kegera. I want to request Titus to move a round of applause. He's better at it than me, so there's no need of me breaking my bones.
Thank you, Grandis. You know, Kegera, when you're not there in the morning, we talked about quality and what MENS does in terms of quality. They have seen from themselves. Some of the drugs you are buying, they are full of bacteria. They might even kill you instead of treating you. Have you heard? Have you seen what you are doing? Now, what you are going to do as part of appreciation quality and what you are doing, we are going to stand and pair up in 2 people. Grande kuja. Grande kuja. Kila mtu asimame nyuma ya kiti, mshikane wawili. There is no other way we can appreciate quality if MENS has invested heavily to ensure globally we are the ones who are providing solutions back at IT. And I told you in the morning, now you have earned for yourself. Tuko wawili meme, kwanza weka zima hiyo kidogo isimzime. Kuna pale una press tu twice, ainanga shinda. Si hapa, hata funika na hiyo kinini. Funika tu hapa. Hata hapo, mara mbili hivyo. Tuko wawili, ule ana mtu hata Kigera fika siku ya Sister Neri, mwambie ni saisi kidogo, baadaye tarudi kwa kiti. Tunataka kusema asante sana kwa kazi nzuri tunayofanya kama MENS, tunapigana I5. Si kweli? Sasa lazima wanaume tutiingize kabisa. Ladies and gentlemen, shika kiuno. Hata sisa na mafadha, tuko tayari? 1 2 tunafanya mazoezi na Grande. Shika kiuno Grande. Sasa unajua ni supervisor na supervisor. Okay? Asante sana kwa kazi nzuri tunayofanya. Asante. Have you seen? Hiyo ni demo. So, tuko tayari? 1 2 3. Asante sana kwa kazi nzuri tunayofanya. Asante. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, thank you, Titus. If anybody had dozed, I want to believe we are awake. Thank you so much, Dr. Kegera. I know we have a lot of questions. I encourage you to write your questions. We will provide an opportunity to address them. What we do not manage today, we will manage tomorrow. Now, it's my great pleasure to welcome my colleague and my friend, Shadrach Meme. He's our business development and marketing manager. He will be taking us through a very good presentation, building up on what Dr. Kegera has done. So, Shadrach, you're good? Almost there. Sawa sawa. Sorry? Shadrach, I can give you 25 minutes? 30? Okay, 30 minutes, Basi.
Good afternoon. Okay, as you can see, my name is Shadrach Meme. I'm Business Development and Marketing Manager. For now, you allow me not to use Kiswahili. I trained in the morning. Okay, so because unlike our colleagues in Tanzania, where they train the technical subject in Kiswahili, for us, we are trained all through in English. Okay, so Okay, thank you. A bit closer. Okay, yeah. Okay, my topic is on generic prescription as a cost reduction strategy. And I'm sure we are all discussing issues with the cost. And the question is, what among many other strategies can we use to lower the costs of healthcare, both in our facilities, in the country, at the county level, and also at the household level? And I want to go through the outline. I don't know, Faith, I think you can help me.
It's manual, you see. Press manually. It's manual, you see. Kiremi, tulisema bumper to bumper. Kiremi, Peter? Ako area? Sawa, Kiremi. Ni nguru wa M&A ICT kila kitu. Sasa, that's why unamwona akiwa hapa ni kutusaidia pia kwa hii maneno.
So the question we need to ask ourselves, why this topic? Basically, why issues to do with generic prescription? And one of the American politicians saying that the rising costs of prescription medicine is like the wildfire or the fire spreading in the plains. And if you see a fire in the plains with a lot of grass, it means it's extremely dangerous and it has to be contained. And in the quest to get access to quality and affordable healthcare, we must have a candid discussion on issues to do with our prescription habits as people, both as policymakers, as prescribers, and also as the people who deal with financing. So it is estimated, and I'm sure you'll agree with me, between 30 and 25% of the costs in healthcare are related to pharmaceuticals. But unfortunately, a big percentage of that is usually lost, either due to poor selection of medicines or inefficient procurement and inventory practices, lack of adherence to the treatment and medication protocols, issues to do with the poor dispensing practices, as well as medication errors, as well as patients not adhering to the dosing schedules and treatment advice, and finally, lack of knowledge from the patient. So in that case, we need to look at a few definitions for the people who probably just to put ourselves in the same page. We want to discuss about a drug. A drug is the same as medicine in this context. Are we together? And drug is the same as, I will still call it a pharmaceutical product. Are we together? And in this context, even the herbal product, are we together, can also in this context be referred to as the medicine. Because everything that is prepared either for diagnosis, for treatment, or even to modify the physiological activity of a human being to achieve and desired better outcome, in this context we'll call it a medicine. Are we together? Then, in medicines, we have several categories, but I'll focus on what we are calling a prescription-only medicine. What are these? These are the medicines that you can only buy or access them upon seeing a clinician or a doctor. Who does what? Who does the prescription? However, I know in Kenya we have our bad habit of self-medication, where you say, nasikia kichwa inaniuma, this must be malaria. Mtu anakimbia anasema, nipatie dawa ya nini? That's a very bad habit. And I'm sure you people sitting here, you can help the population out there. Nimesikia hata wengine, kuna mtu anatumia ndawa inabaki. Mwingine anamwambia nilikuwa nasikia. The way you are feeling, I'm feeling a lot of fatigue, kuchoka, nipe ile ndawa yako, inisaidie. Si mnasikianga kitu kama hiyo? That's another bad behavior. But here we are talking about prescription only medicine. However, we also know there is what we call over-the-counter medicines. These are the ones you can go and buy without a prescription. A good example, you can go and buy paracetamol if you have an headache. You can go and buy paracetamol out over the counter. Then, in medicine, you can never separate the medicine and efficacy. And a few other terms like safety, among others. So when you talk about efficacy, it's the ability of that particular drug that you are calling medicine. And that's why I like what Dr. Kigera was presenting here. You can never really dissect and remove one from the other. It must achieve or offer the treatment that it was meant to do. Then we have what we call specialist drugs. Specialist drugs, by their own nature, are medicines that are restricted to highly qualified physicians. I'll call them consultants, for example. A good example is anti-cancer medicines. Not every person, even if you are a doctor or even a clinician or a nurse, not everyone can do what? Can prescribe those specialist medicines. There is a reason why I am bringing this here for you to appreciate. Then, we go closer, we are talking about generic. Now, people think generic is same as fake. Kuna wengine anasema nipatie ile ndawa original. Ajui ile anaita original is still a generic. It's because anajua the name. So here, a generic is a copy of the original medicine. Are we together? It's as simple as that. It's a copy of the original medicine. By all standards, it is equivalent to the original medicine or the brand medicine that was initially produced. In every aspect, from the dosage, formulation, the route of administration, the strength, among many other things, and including the active ingredient. The only difference is what we call the filler material or the excipient. Are we together? Any other product, even the coloring and many other things. That could be the only difference. Then, the branded, or what we call the originator, or the innovator molecule, is the drug that a pharmaceutical company has spent some years in research and development and also marketing to produce that particular drug to treat a specific disease condition. They are the first to come up with that particular what? Medicine. So this is known as the original or the innovator or the branded molecule. Then, we also have generics that have brand names. Are we together? I have my paracetamol called Meme-cetamol. Are we together? Then Titus has a paracetamol called Mnene-cetamol or Mnenemo. That is because we are not the two of us. The innovator is Dr. Kigera, the originator. He is for me and Titus, we are using the molecule developed by Kigera. Are we together? So for us, we are giving what we call branded generics. Are we together? But you sometimes go like, for example, you see men's paracetamol. That is basically a generic. So then, when you look at that, you realize now there are several types of prescriptions. As we come closer, there are those acute prescriptions and refill prescriptions. In acute prescriptions is where you visit an hospital. You are suffering probably from pneumonia. Your diagnosis is made and the treatment is given. Once the disease clears, you no longer continue using what? Those medicines. But then we have what we call chronic illness. Are we together? Things like hypertension, for example, diabetes, God forbid. If you are diagnosed with that, then you are given some medications that you take for a long period. Then you are given a clinic by the consultant to come after 2 months or even 3 months. So what will happen in the intervening period, you can walk into a pharmacy and buy what we call a refill what? A refill medicine. That's what we are calling the refill. So then, when you are talking about generic prescription or whatever medicine, there are several factors that you must consider in mind. One is what we are calling efficacy. Are we together? So as much as I want to preach the gospel of generic, this generic must be efficacious. Are we together? Two, it must be safe. It must be safe to the patient. And three, it must be suitable. There are drugs that are safe and effective, but they are not suitable. A good example, we know of some molecules, a very good antibiotic. And I know most of you have tried treating patients using cefuroxime, especially children. I can for sure tell you that molecule is bitter, extremely bitter. So that people are not really tolerant. It's not that the molecule doesn't work. When people go, when a child comes with a tonsillitis, for instance, you give them a cefuroxime, they come back, they say the drug is not working. The problem is not the drug. The problem is how will you take that drug for it to do what? To work. Sometimes that product, as much as it's good, it might not be suitable because probably of those kind of things. Then you look at the cost of treatment. And this is what really hurts me most. When I see some prescription, and I really request us, whether in the hospital at a policy level or at the practice level where you are the person giving that actual prescription, take time to look at the patient that you are prescribing the medicine to. Because you prescribe a medicine, whether in public, mission, or even private, you condemn that person to poverty. Some might not afford it, others might afford, yes, but at a certain sacrifice. So you look at the patient as to make that particular decision on the kind of medicine that you are prescribing. And that's what we are calling the cost of treatment. Sometimes you find a patient on chronic or long-term illness, they are given a prescription where a tablet costs, let's say, 50 shillings per day. And they are supposed to do it at TDS. That is 150 shillings per day. Multiplying by 30 days. How much is that? 4,500. This is a person who is not employed, he has no income, but he needs to buy that particular drug for a month. And not only 1 month, but several months. Whereas there is a drug, same molecule, quite effective, costing 10 shillings per day. Look at it. 10 shillings per day times 3, that is 30 shillings. Multiplying by 30 days, 900. Mtu akuja kuambia nipe 900 ninunue dawa, sitampea. Will you have saved life for 1 month? But 4,500, I'm sure not many of you can easily give out that money on a request. So the other thing, when you look at generic prescription, they are usually marketed upon the expiry of the patent of the innovator molecule. And they also pass through a serious regulatory scrutiny. They are not just allowed to come to the market, but they also pass through the same process of approvals as the original drug. The other thing we need to note, and this is where we usually have a small challenge, especially in African market. There is what we call a bioequivalence. Bioequivalence is becoming a standard requirement for the developed countries when you want to bring in a generic. But for the less regulated market, you see the product meets most of other requirements, but they are not able to provide the bioequivalent. And that's why now institutions like MENS, they play a very key role to ensure that indeed what you are getting as a generic is able to give you the results of the innovator molecule. The other thing we need to note is that this product, the rate and the extent of absorption must show no significant difference with the original drug. Are we together? You take it, it is absorbed the same way. Okay? And even the way it is metabolized in the body, it must be the same way. But the only thing you see, the difference might be color and even the packaging. Kuna tablet zingine za round, zingine ni square, zingine ni trapezium, whichever the shape, but it must meet those requirements. Those other things comes as a way of branding and marketing. So generics, however, are sold under different names. You can have over, for one molecule, you can have over maybe 50 or even 100 different names. But all these drugs must pass through the regulatory authority in Kenya, and this, for example, PPMB, in Kenya, the regulatory authority is PPMB, and they might differ in terms of look, taste, shape, and color with the original drug. This is, of course, in terms of branding, what we are calling the branded generic. So generic drugs are usually have all the respects that are to ensure that this product is safe for use by the patient. In our case, and for global standards, FDA is the highest global regulatory authority. Of course, it's US, but in Kenya, we have PPMB and even MENS. We ensure these drugs, apart from being approved, they are also tested. So that's why now, for us in MENS, we play a role in ensuring that whatever generics we offer, they are equally good. So let me ask, why generics? And what is the benefit of using the generic drugs? Number one, it's an enabler to a quick or a more efficient supply chain. We have had patients or clients who stick to a specific brand. Now, what happens if you don't find that brand in the market? What happens? So the patient should die because paracetamol is not there? The patient should die? So having generics, it helps now to have a quicker and more responsive supply chain. And that's indeed what we do at MENS. MENS, we are purely a supply chain, primarily on generic products. So that anytime you request for a paracetamol, for example, you'll get a paracetamol regardless of the brand name. Two, it promotes availability. I'm just saying, you might find sometimes the specific originator molecule is not there, or even another brand is not there, but it's able now to be able to avail a quicker and different alternative that is equally to do the same job. The other thing you note about generics is they are regulated, especially in some of the developed markets. And in Kenya, we are moving towards a maturity level 3 in terms of regulation, meaning that the medicines that are coming here, they are likely to be more scrutinized, meaning that a generic that you see in the market, it is likely to be as good as the original. Are we together? And this now ensures that the quality of the generic is there. The second thing, it reduces the risk. There's a challenge, and I noticed this difference between us and even some of our neighboring countries. I was in Rwanda, and in Rwanda, number one, you can't buy any drug without a prescription. If it's an antibiotic, it must be with a prescription. in Kenya, can you walk in a pharmacy and buy amoxicillin? Can you walk in a pharmacy and buy cefuroxime, cefixime, levofloxacin? That is a tragedy. That's a tragedy. In Rwanda, first of all, for POM, you must have a prescription. That's number one. Number two, if it's a generic, it's a prescription, they never write a prescription by brand name. They'll give a prescription by the molecule name, or what we call the generic name. So when you go to the pharmacy, as you converse with the farm tech or the pharmacist, is the one now to advise you on the available generic, all, and or the brand that you might want. So the other thing, and probably this forms the basis of this topic, is the cost effectiveness. Friends, allow me to call you friends for a moment. But something is happening in this country. The level, once a universal health coverage takes shape, we shall all be put in the same level. No. So for you, with your brand, you remain more expensive. You die with your brand. Because a natural death as an hospital, because the reimbursement will be based on a standardized cost. If they know the average cost of a generic, let's say, for example, a levofloxacin, there is one for 1,000, and there is another one for 200 shillings. And they say, let's give it and take the undue 400 shillings. So if you have a level that is costing, because you are going after the brand, 500 shillings, you are operating at a loss. Are we together? So it now becomes extremely important for all of us to adopt generics by their nature. We have challenges, and I'm glad to say this. People complain that means we are out of stock. 60%, 10%, 5%. But do you know some of those out of stocks are artificial? The reason being, when you say you are out of stock, it's because you wanted a specific brand. But for some reasons I've explained, we might not be having that particular brand. And we advise you that we have an alternative. Many of you don't even look at the list of the alternatives. They count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 20 unavailable. That is the gospel. Now they start saying, men's, I want 20 items. Like in every line of those items, there is an alternative. And this alternative is equally good. The difference could be the pack size, could be a pack of 100, and you wanted a pack of 20, or it could be a different brand. So as we complain, of course, which is very genuine, let us also look at the alternatives. It will not only serve you better, but it also serves us so that we also reduce the number of complaints. Generics also promotes what we call competition and innovation. Some of the generics are extremely good because the moment those companies get the rights to manufacture them, they can go and improve on the molecule. Are we together? A good example, let's say for example, we know cefuroxime by nature, a molecule is very bitter. But a generic company gets the ingredients, but they know the shortcoming of this drug is what? The palatability. Are we together? The taste. Then they work on that particular aspect. That's what we are calling innovation. And they make the product palatable. Are we together? So you can see generics, they improve what? Innovation. That's number one. Number two, competition. When you have many players, you are likely to get value for money. There can only be one original molecule, but there are always so many what? Generic molecules. So the other major, of course, there is nothing that is good that doesn't have a side effect. I'll be an hypocrite if I don't mention. Are we together? the few disadvantages of generics. And one of them is the risk of sensitivity and intolerance. What does it mean? As much as the molecule is the same, the functionality is the same. But remember, there is what we call the binding and the filler material, which could be different. Are we together? So in this case, some people might react to the inactive components or even the color or the excipients used in the drug other than the molecule, so that you realize some people might not be able to take, but it also be and different, probably they cannot be able to take that particular generic. And that's why for drugs for long term, I've seen patients on atenolol, for example. The color only is enough to lower the pressure. When they see a drug that is different color, they are sure that it is not going to do what? For those ones, we allow. And that's why we have as many as possible different codes on different brands. Of course, generics. All of them are generics anyway. But we have generic ya blue, kuna ingine ya yellow, kuna ingine ya white, kuna ingine ya green, depending on the patient. Because these are long-term and probably some, maybe someone has an experience, either the color or the reaction with the inactive component. Then there's of course the unavailability. Some molecules, as much as we might say generics are cheaper and they are good, some molecules you'll never find a generic. A good example is what we call them biologics. And biologics. A good example is insulin. There are several types of insulin, but the truth is, each of those insulin is an original. Are we together? They have to do a research. They have to develop the product from the scratch. Okay? Those are the biologics. So for those products, you cannot have an alternative. Those we need to accept. The same case with the cancer drugs. And even cancer drugs for us, we are extremely careful not to stock any generic. Just buy generic because it is cheaper or because we have to be 100% sure, supported by you, that this is what works for your patient. Again, most of them are biologics as well. Then the other disadvantage is, of course, perception. But hii najua mnaweza tusaidia, sindio? You can always have a discussion with the patient, especially for some common essential medicines. Some people still have a perception that if a drug is coming from a certain country, it works. And that's why people go to an extent of falsifying, argumenting. Because they know there is that quality perception associated with what? That particular product. And then they falsify it. You end up taking a purely a fake product, whereas you are running from the generics. So the issues of perception and trust. Then again, there is also variability. Indeed, it is true, the original and generic must be equivalent, but sometimes it can expect slight differences. And in medicine, a percentage of 0.00 can have a Okay. So let's now look at the global perspective of issues to do with generic prescription. Of course, it has to be supported by data. There's a study that was done in the US, and it was found that the perception, they have good perception of generic medicines. The perception is good at around 56%. But the reality, the people who are taking the generics were only 37%. So there is a difference between the perception and the reality. Okay, the other thing, there is a number of factors that affect it's warming up. I'm mopping so. Okay, so the other thing is a national survey that was done among the commercially insured patients in US to evaluate the perception of generics against the originals, and that's what I've said, that it is believed that generics were less effective, were as effective as the originals at 94%. So then another study, of course, shows that generics are widely used in most of the countries, but in France, the usage was very low, at around 5.6%. The other comment I want to make is the financial impact of generics versus the brand. You notice that there is a study that was done in Kenya by Health Action International in 2015, and it showed that the generics were cheaper by around 5% for all the molecules that were sampled. And generic prescription is usually a cost-effective way of reducing the cost of medicines. So now, for us in MENS, what is there for us? What's the benefit of costs of generic prescription? One is the issue of affordability. When it's a generic, you float, you have many suppliers, the cost becomes lower. Then there is an increased access, of course, promoting availability. There is the issue of a stable medical supply. We ensure that we are not communicating. Okay, so I'm hoping it's a national issue. It's not
the timekeeper. Stephen, the timekeeper.
Okay, no problem. We are almost done. So the other aspect is price management. Generics helps in managing the price. And that lastly is an issue of adherence to guidelines. MOH, for the people who are trained clinicians and medical doctors, you don't learn how to prescribe by brand. You learn how to prescribe by molecules. So finally, as I conclude, I want to say that generics are gaining respect across the globe. And it's our hope that it can be adopted. If it's adopted here, it will help us solve a number of problems, despite many benefits that you also get. The ultimate goal is to encourage use of generics, which should result to reduced cost of drugs, increase access of drug, and also prevent drug shortage. I want to end up with a quote that says, the person most have impacted by the high costs of some medicines is the person who pays for that medication. Is that true? Is that true? And the next is the taxpayers. But you think you are also safe. The last person is the business which you operate. May God bless you.
Let's move a round of applause for Shadrach. Thank you very much. Now, Titus, I don't know how to do those madoido claps. So you do one.
Asante. Thank you, Shadrach. He has taken you why we are going to generics, and I think he has been able to tell you that when you go and say the original, alafu ingine unasema nipatie imitation ama fake. Hakuna fake. It is the same drug. Sindio? It depends from the originator and the people who have been able to duplicate the same service to produce that kind of a drug using the same formula. So you need to appreciate that, because we are telling you, remember when the president has told you what? We have to go local, and a lot of things is promoting is the generics. Is it okay? Rembeshia meme kabisa. Sugua kabisa kabisa. Pima kabisa. Mwangushia pa. Again. Thank you very much. Asante sana Shandrak. Grandis, I'm done.
All right. I'm pushing Titus because he had given me the afternoon. Thank you, Shadrach. It's now my pleasure once again to call Dr. Nixon. Dr. You're here. Oh, perfect. Let's clap for him until he gets here so that we encourage him. We keep clapping until he gets here. There you go. Thank you so much. Dr. The floor is yours.
Is getting the postmortem it has been. Remember to your pointer. Thank you. Huyo do mende supua St. Teresa Mission Hospital Kirwa. Is a physician consultant, Dr. Nixon Omurimi.
Good afternoon. I bet this is the last presentation, and I'll try as much as possible to keep it short. So ensure you pay attention, because before you know it, I might be done. Thank you very much. As you've heard, my name is Nixon Omlimi. I'm a consultant physician and currently working in St. Teresa Mission Hospital as the Director of Medical Services. Thank you to the MEDS team, the organizers, for granting me this opportunity. And just to share a few things with you. First of all, disclaimer is that I don't carry the monopoly of knowledge, and therefore this is an opportunity for us to share. I may just share a few principles, what we have done, and in the process, just something to stimulate us to think through, even as we go back to our respective facilities, and something that will ignite us and even set the ball rolling for the entire institution. This is the topic that we are going to discuss. It's quite mouthy, so allow me just to read it. Specialization as a diversification. You can still appreciate it. Diversification strategy for improving health facility sustainability. Are we able to take in that? Specialization as a diversification strategy for improving health facility sustainability. Then maybe you're seated there wondering, what are we going to talk about? And what is a physician coming to tell us about all this? I hope we'll be able to learn one or two things. If you go to a supermarket today, there are a few things that you'll realize. Previously, if you walk into a supermarket, you'll buy specific products. But currently, Sometimes you don't have to go to Mama Mboga. You can have all your issues sorted out in the supermarket. You can get your groceries sorted out. Why? They decided to diversify, not necessarily providing the core business, because they realized just for us to be able to sustain ourselves, then we have to diversify. And that is the same thing that we would wish to talk about this afternoon, even in our various health institutions. From, if, for example, you're working in a dispensary, your vision should not to be working in that dispensary for the next 50 years. If all the tests that you do is for typhoid, brucella, malaria, and what else? H. pylori, the new kid on the block, right? Everyone is treated for H. pylori. And every year, year in, year out, those are the diseases that we are treating. We cannot continue like that. If we practice our medicine like that, we will not be able to sustain ourselves. We will definitely close shop. And that is why we are talking about specialization. How do we position ourselves in our various institutions to be able to sustain ourselves, to be able to remain relevant? Because we are dealing with, quote unquote, a woke generation. Today, if someone has a headache, he'll probably want to see a neurologist. Just for a simple headache. It's happening, right? If you have a problem with your stomach, you'll probably just want to see a gastroenterologist. That is the reality. And as I was thinking through this topic, I would say, instead of having that mouthy topic, I'll break it down into this: adapt or perish. I'll start with a quote by Max Weber, the famous sociologist, who said that only by strict specialization can the scientific worker become fully conscious for once and perhaps never again in his lifetime that he has achieved something that will endure. And we're all talking about sustainability. And a really definitive and good accomplishment is today always a specialized act. Think about it. This will basically be the outline of my presentation. We'll do a bit of introduction just to define the key terms that we're talking about, the why, the how, go through a few case studies, conclude, and go home or go wherever we came from. So in terms of diversification, I just alluded to what diversification is, and the classical example that I gave was for the supermarket. And assume your hospital, of whatever level it is, what can you do in terms of providing a variety of services so that you're able to sustain yourself? And that is what basically what diversification is. When it comes to specialization, we are talking about focusing your attention on a specific item. And in the healthcare business, we are talking about creating a specific niche for yourself as a healthcare institution so that you are recognized for that and you build on that. And you are able to provide efficient, effective, and quality healthcare services. Two words that sometimes we use carelessly or interchangeably. That is efficiency and effectiveness. They are not the same. But that is a story for another day. So we'll just talk about why do we need to diversify. Because once we understand why the need for diversification, then it becomes a priority to all of us. But until it becomes, you really fully understand, then it will never be a priority. So the most important thing is for you to gain a competitive edge. Remember, you are not the only one in the market providing those services. And for you to gain that competitive edge, there must be that factor. What is that extra thing that you are bringing? It is the same way if the two of you went to school, have the same degree, have the same masters, have worked for the same years, and you're coming for a job interview. What is it that will distinguish one person from the other so that at the end of the day, you get a job? And it's the same principle now, even in the healthcare business, because you'll agree with me, they are mushrooming private hospitals. The government is also investing. Story for another day. That is a debate. It is investing. So where you are, you cannot continue practicing the same way. You must do something different for you to be able to get to have that competitive edge. You need to have, a patient will have, you need to have a reason why he will travel maybe 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers, 20 kilometers, bypass several facilities just to come to your facility. There are patients who travel kilometers, 50, 60, 80, 100, just to get to a specific facility because there is something that they are providing that the nearby facilities are not providing. And that is why we're talking about having a competitive edge. The other important thing, of course, is to earn money. And this profit that you gain is the one that will be able to sustain. Prayers are important, but money is the one that will build. Right? There's no amount of prayer that will employ a healthcare worker. There's no amount of prayer that will build this structure, right? So it's the same thing. We'll do all these other things, but cash, as they say, is king, right? So again, you have to look for opportunities to be able to generate income for you to be able to sustain and to grow your institution. Of course, the brand image, and that also translates into you being able to generate more income. There are advances in technology. AI is here with us, artificial intelligence. It will not replace human beings. But the truth of the matter is that you will be replaced by someone who has the knowledge of AI. So technology is there. Things are changing, and you have to live up to that standard. If you don't, as I said, adapt or perish. Then, of course, the changing needs of the population. As I said, currently, people were really specific on what they require. And you, as a facility, should be able to respond to their needs. You should be able to respond to the needs of the client. Part of the diversification strategies, they are different. I'll just run through this quickly. You can do what is known as horizontal diversification. There is vertical diversification. There's concentric and conglomerate diversification, or what we call unrelated diversification. And maybe just to start with the last one, if, for example, you are running a dispensary or whatever level of facility, you may decide to venture into something else to be able to generate income for the institution. It's not necessarily in line with what you do. For example, you may decide, as an institution, we provide healthcare services, but let's venture into something else, which might be farming. Totally unrelated, but you've decided to farm, to generate income, and hopefully plow back into your institution. That is just one. Then something like vertical diversification. It's all about in your chain. And that focus sometimes can focus in your input or even your output. And maybe just to break it simple, for example, you are running a level 4 facility, and then you realize that you are getting all these patients that require services, let's say of a nursing home. It is still part of the continuum. So instead of wondering, where do I send this patient? You decide to diversify and say, as an institution, we'll set up a nursing home so that all these patients that probably need rehabilitation, they don't necessarily need to be in a hospital. We send them to a nursing home. It's just part of diversification. And that generates income and ensures that you're able to be financially, to sustain yourself. So in terms of specialization, what's the evidence? And this I borrowed from a study in, I think it was in Korea. And they were looking at those hospitals that had more of sub-specialization, and the other one which were general. And the question is, does it make a difference for me to have let's say a subspecialty institution rather than just having a general health facility? And what was noted is those basically improved patient outcomes, reduced overall costs. As you reduce the cost, you're able to save and plow back to the institution and even expand your services. And this is in terms of the length of stay, because you have specialized care. The people who are working with the patient really know exactly what is ailing the patient, so they don't have to gamble for a long period. And then the other issues of readmission rates is reduced. And then more so the higher patient satisfaction. And that is one thing that will make a patient bypass several facilities to come to your institution because of that satisfaction that they get. And what issue of strategic planning, we'll talk about that in detail, so just put that at the back of your mind. And even as we think about it, understand the epidemiology. What are the disease patterns? What are the needs that you're going to meet on the ground? I think in this region, especially Meru, we have so many cases of cancer. And there are theories, I think, in social media that have been flying around why there are increased cases of cancer. I will not talk about that because there is no evidence, so we'll not talk about that. But the reality is that there are many cases of cancer in this. So how can you leverage on that? And so once you understand the epidemiology, the disease patterns, then you think of how do I capitalize on that and meet the need of the patients on the ground. And then, of course, proper market survey is very important. It's also very important to know what your neighbor is doing, because you may be providing the same service in a radius of, let's say, 1 kilometer. What is it that is going to distinguish you? You really have to work extremely hard compared to if you're in a situation where you're the only one providing the services. So you really need to be cognizant of what is happening in and around you. And the most important thing is, don't just think about running a dispensary, a level 3, 4 facility or level 5 that just meets the needs of the community around. Think about investing so that people from far and wide are able to come and get your services. So in terms of the opportunities, there are so many opportunities that you can invest in. But we'll bypass that for now and talk about it later. So we'll just briefly go into the case studies, and I'll go international, then we kind of break it down to local. What is the evidence? And the Narayan Healthcare, I think one of the greatest cardiac care centers in India, started small, but currently doing about 35 major surgeries in a day, not in a year. Food for thought. Wherever you're working, do you envision that? Or that is something that will never happen? The Apollo hospitals, I think most of our relatives, yeah? At least we know someone we've sent to India, or we've heard of someone we've sent to India. Why? Because of cancer, because of transplant, because they are well established, and that is something that we can do. Is it possible? Is it out of reach? As I said, this is just a thought-provoking session for all of us, so that as you wake up on a daily basis, don't just think about, yes, I'm going to do H. pylori and salmonella test and brucella and come back, right? Think global and act locally. This is a study done by a guy called Peter Muinde. A case of just different hospitals in Nairobi. There were 19 private hospitals, and all of them embraced diversification to thrive. Of course, the challenges that they experienced were many, but top on the list was the issue of high capital involvement. And I think that is something that can resonate with all our facilities. That money is king. You need money for you to be able to advance. But then maybe we may need to think about a strategy. How do we have this cash? That is a topic for a different day. The other thing is organizational structure and culture. And sometimes the culture starts with us, with our mindset. You know, sometimes you feel this is how we've been doing things. This is the right way. And this should remain so until kingdom come. So we have to change that perspective. But core is leadership. Leadership is very important, and we'll talk about that shortly. Of course, the other thing that was a stumbling block was the government policies and guidelines, and sometimes from the regulatory bodies when they try to diversify, and that can sometimes be a challenge. But what benefits did they accrue from the diversification? I think the finance people will be able to understand these terminologies better. Improvement in debt to equity ratio. You know, sometimes we just basically operate on debts. It's debts and debts that sustain us. Yeah? You borrow money to pay the debts that you had. So you keep on, becomes a vicious cycle, and you'll never get out of it. But through diversification, they were able to improve their debt to equity ratio. So basically, you're looking at your liabilities vis-a-vis what you're generating. And then increase in market share and the client base. It's just the same thing. So these are the clients that will basically generate income to the institution. And in terms of which diversification strategy really worked, so the horizontal and more so the concentric diversification, and that is mainly focusing on specialization. The concentric focuses more on specialization. That is the strategy that really worked. The least was the unrelated one, where you decide to venture into farming, you decide to venture into open a barber shop, and so many things. But of course, that is a different environment. It was in Nairobi. Things might be different over here, right? You may not have so many pieces of land in Nairobi. But that is something just for you to think about. But from the study, what it showed is that if you do the concentric or the specialization type of diversification, then you are able to be financially sustainable. Of course, I work in this institution called St. Teresa Mission Hospital. And I will tell you the story of this institution. This was 1970. I think I was 15 years old. Yes. So this is where we started several years ago, 1970. I'm sure a few of us were not born then. And I'm sure most of us probably, or some of us, are working in an institution that looks like that, right? Where you just have maybe 3 or 4 rooms. I want to challenge you. A few years later, after so much work, this is where we are.
Makofi tafadhali. Wow.
Just sorry, you can't see my pointer, but this is the institution, the current institution. Just a few years later, from that maybe 3 or 4 room structure to this. And this is the challenge that probably to every one of us who is seated here, you may be working in a structure similar to that. But if you think about it, then a few years later, you may be able to get to this level. I want to pause, or rather diversify, and ask this question. Who is the fastest? There. Is it the zebra? Is it the cheetah? The horse? Or Eliud Kipchoge? Who is the fastest? Okay. For the zebra?
What were mistari? Black and white?
Black and white. Those are people who want things in black and white, not gray. They're about 2. The cheetah?
Watu wa cheetah?
Cheetah.
Inua kabisa ile shetani anashindwa njoo kabisa. Tuhesabu.
Okay. Eliud Kipchoge. Eliud Kipchoge. Okay.
Okay, Hassan.
The horse?
Farasi?
Hakuna. Okay. I'll tell you why I put those images there. You will be surprised. It really depends with what you're talking about. If you're talking about a sprint, 100 meters, then the cheetah wins. If you're talking about a marathon, who wins? Kipchoge, any day, because of the endurance of all these other animals. And surprisingly, the zebra has more endurance than the cheetah. So in terms of which animal will be the fastest after Kipchoge, the zebra, the horse, and last will be the cheetah. What is the point? As we think about sustainability, it is a marathon. It is not a sprint. Think long term. Don't think short term. Because the moment you think short term, you will burn all your energy. And the issue is that actually the brain of a cheetah has no capacity to endure. So that's why it just gives up. I think you've heard this joke of when you are running so fast, and then the heart tells you, you either stop or I stop. Choose a battle. So it's the same thing that the brain of the cheetah tells it, yeah? That yes, you've run for 30 seconds. This is the best that you can achieve. So as we think about it, think long term as an institution. So the issue is, how did we do it as an institution? And this is just a case in sight. That the most important thing is you have to think about the future. So the strategic planning is very important. As an institution, we had our first strategic plan in 2013. All along, we had been existing, right? From 1967, we had been existing. But the exponential growth is when we decided to put our thoughts on paper and follow them through. So it's the same thing. Even at your small capacity, put everything that you want to achieve on paper. So planning is very important. The old adage, if you fail to plan, you're planning to fail, still works. So we are currently on our third strategic plan. Are we saying we are the best? No. But we are definitely working towards becoming not really the best, but becoming the best version of ourselves. So our focus has been on infrastructure, as you can see, human resource mobilization, and specialization. And over the years, I think from the previous slide, we were able to get our first surgeon in the year, I think 2002 there. But in the last, let's say 10 years, we've been able to grow, where we have a resident physician, gynecologist, oncologist, pediatrician, surgeon, and we do a lot of partnership with the neurosurgeon, and we're able to do most of the technical procedures that would have otherwise cost us to send our patients to Nairobi. And that bit of partnership has really helped us. Of course, we also provide other services like the critical care services, oncology services, dialysis, minimally invasive surgeries, and the other bit of diversification that is coming up is the College of Health Sciences, where we are able to train the nurses, the clinical officers, and the sky is never the limit. We can only limit ourselves. I think let's just talk about this hospital. Really inspires me at an individual level. And this is Tenwek Mission Hospital. I don't know if there is anyone from Tenwek here, so that I don't misrepresent your facts.
Tutapata in June.
Oh, I'm safe then. Yes. I think in terms, they have actually developed the largest cardiothoracic center that you can ever imagine. And from doing about 250 to 300 surgeries in a year, that is an average of almost one per day. And by the time that the vision is actually to do about 3,000 surgeries in a year. Currently, they do about 50% of all the cardiac surgeries in this country, one institution.
Markov in absentia.
Do you know where Tenwek is located? Deep in the village, right? Where you and I are working. That should not be the limiting factor. That is the cardiothoracic center. Look at the background. The village, right? What is the challenge? Starts with us, our mindset, that we can do this.
True.
And the most important thing I wish to summarize is on this. These are the WHO building blocks for any health system. For us to be able to achieve our desired goal, I would say leadership is important. For those who read the Bible, If you read Proverbs 29, verse 18, it says, where there is no vision, I'm alone here.
Aya, na bila tumejaa religious leaders hapa.
Proverbs 29:18, where there is no vision, people perish, right? So I said adapt or perish. And the only way we'll avoid the perishing is by having a vision. And the vision lies especially with the leadership and the governance. I cannot overemphasize that. The institution where we're working, the beautiful thing is that I'm talking to the leaders and not any other person. So you are the vision carrier, go ahead and execute it. Of course, there are other issues of healthcare financing. We've talked about money. You can't do all these things without money. The health workforce, this bit of specialization, you need the specialist. And you need to invest in that. Medical products, technologies, meds is here to support us. Information and research, very important. And last but not least is the service delivery. Question for all of us, and something to think as we go back to institutions later on. What is your identity as a facility? Do you have one? What is your identity? Anyone knows the identity? What defines you as an institution? Or do you exist? You wake up, go to work, come back. Wait for another day, work. After that, ask for leave, go. Come back, continue. Right? We can no longer be like that. There is something else that we need to do better. So think about it. So in conclusion, the ever-changing healthcare space requires adaptability to guarantee sustainability. And I cannot overemphasize on that. And specialization is one. It's not the only key, but is one of the keys that we can use to achieve sustainability. And more importantly, because of time, I didn't dwell so much on the WHO building blocks, but it's very important for us to appreciate. Those are the things that will ensure that as a health facility, you're able to move forward. Otherwise, adapt or you can now wake up.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Omurimi Nixon. I think that is a very powerful presentation. How to claim a day. Have you seen the stories? Success stories from Kirua, 1970 up to now, Teneko Hospital, both KCCB and the CHAC affiliated hospitals. And that's good success stories. They are challenging you. Do you have that vision? It is either you adapt or you do what? Do you want to perish? So if you have done that one for 10 years, 20 years, nothing is changing. Ile amesema unafanya H. pylori, Brucera test, and you say that you are a specialist. My friend, time is not with you based on this, UHC and SHA. So we need to appreciate Dr. Mirimi in a very special way. It's a wake-up call. Kidero. Weka change. Si ametupika slap. Tuamke kabisa tuchangamke. Weka kabisa change. Kidero ya slap me. Kidero ya slap me. Ay. Again. Tumejichapa na tumemwambia asante. Thank you. Grandis is coming. You know, it's a day. Alikuwa ametoka nje kidogo nika step in. So tell us the next step so that we can be able to conclude.
Thank you, Titus. I want to invite the following to the front. We have some empty seats here and others here, so you shall take a seat, come here so that we open the plenary for questions. We have Dr. Elijah Mwaura. Dr. Leah went, so Dr. Leah is not there. Dr. Nixon, you'll come back. We have Shadrach. I want to invite our procurement manager, Peter. We have the MD and the director. Tutakuita hapa because maswali ni nyingi. So we take seats, and I want to request that we kindly start writing our questions, because I might not have the luxury of giving each of us a microphone. Med staff, nisaidieni tuchukue papers tukizileta mbele. So kindly write your question. Where you're sure who you are addressing the question to, write the name so that it's easier for me to pass the paper. Any questions relating to SHA transition, we shall address them tomorrow. But write your questions, address to somebody, give us the papers, and then we shall see what we can do. Ululu.
Thank you. All the presenters in the morning, mpaka sai tupande pale. Makaratasi, field officers tusaidie kuokota. Ndio tu shorten.
I want to request med staff, please stand up and help me pick these questions.
Asante.
So that we can distribute them.
Thank you. Zikuje. Wako hapa. Wala memaliza kama umeandika. Kama kuna swali, kama hakuna swali, sawa sawa. Lete nipatie. Zilete zote.
All right, as I give us time to write the questions, I want to start with what is here because it touches me. 2023, there is no award to the facilities. Titus will address that. So many out-of-stock items, Peter Mwangi will address that. These days, the communication, e.g. email, is very weak. It takes long to get a reply, and to get a new order takes several days. I work with a team that receives your orders, books them in the system, communicates, and updates you. So essentially this is in my docket. And I wish to start by giving sincere apologies. I know we have had serious challenges with communication. I have received a lot of calls from clients telling me, Gladys, you're not sending us out of stock communication. Or when it is sent, it comes after the order has arrived. Kindly bear with us. I can hear a resounding yes. You guys, you know the MD is here. Munaisema tu hivyo. All right, I want to start by profusely apologizing on my behalf and on behalf of the team that I work with. I know we have serious challenges with communication. I shall not wash our dirty linen in public, but it is an issue that we are aware of. We are addressing it, and I want to give our promise that that communication will improve. I have received several calls of orders, urgent orders that take almost 7 days to be processed. Again, our sincere apologies. We have our own in-house challenges, but the senior management, starting from the MD, we are on it, and please observe us. We shall improve on that. So our apologies for that. So I want to check who is ready, who can start on theirs.
There's 3 questions from you.
So Titus will give me the cue.
Zikuja, tunaziangalia, tuna-analyze zote. Peter. MD anasema, why is it difficult to open an account for private facilities? Tepata approval. Sikuja ndio ingine, sikuja kabisa, tunataka tu summarize so that tumaliza mapema mkasample the ambience and serenity of Meru. Tuko na zip line.
experiences it is.
Now we can start from Dr. Steve Kigera. Thank you.
All right, so thank you for the opportunity, and also thank you for taking time to listen to me. I have a number of questions, so even as I respond, some of them I'll be combining my responses so that I address them maybe through one response. So, but before I start, there's something I think as I was going through the questions, I think there's something, let me say a thematic, let me say there's a certain theme that probably I need to demystify before I go or delve into the questions. So, what happens when you register medicines? I think that's where we need to start. So if I was to take you through the whole process of drug discovery, right from inception, so you have no drug, but you want to come up with a drug that addresses very specific therapeutic areas. What happens, and the innovator companies will tell you this, that they go through drug discovery, they discover the molecules, they know that they have activity, then the next step would be to go to what you call non-clinical research, okay? Whereby now you do animal testing to make sure that the product is safe and efficacious before now you go into the clinical trials where you actually involve humans. So human clinical trials go through 4 phases. There's phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, and phase 4. Each of them actually has a very specific role that they play. But once you go through phase 3 and the product successfully goes through those stages, then any regulator will allow you now to introduce it into the market for it to be used by patients. But it doesn't end there. Once the marketing authorization has been granted, the owner of the product has a responsibility. And that responsibility is to keep monitoring the safety of the product even as it is exposed to a wider population. This is what I was calling pharmacovigilance, okay? So you have to keep monitoring and getting this feedback from the market so that either you improve your product or in some instances you can actually withdraw it, okay? So any regulator who allows you or gives you permission to market your product in the market, to actually allows you to market your product, will hold you to account to those terms and conditions. So as I say that, somebody has asked about why do we get products recalled, yet Meds has quality control lab? Sometimes we recall the products because there's a new side effect that has been discovered. And Pharmacy and Poisons Board will require us to recall it from the market. That's part of product safety. Sometimes the product, in terms of the indication that it was given marketing authorization, has changed. So the owner of the product wants to recall it to do modification. So some of them may not be necessarily quality related, but the owner of the product, either by obligating to the terms and conditions of the marketing authorization, would want to recall the products to make certain improvements. But recalling a product, like I explained in my presentation, that is also part of quality assurance. Because where we have cases, again, where we have sort of not been able to get the right information and the product is with the patients, the marketing authorization holder is then required to recall that product, investigate the cases, and then give feedback. Does the product continue to be in the market? Then the investigation results will be able to answer that. I think there's a question on the catalog not being updated since July 2023. Maybe one of you can take that. Kindly comment on non-stock we procure through Meds. Are they subject to quality test? If no, what are your plans going forward? Kindly address the challenge on we're experiencing on infusion sets and solute sets. Okay. My colleague did explain, that is Shadrach, that any product that is supposed to be distributed or supplied within the pharmaceutical market must first of all be registered. It must be registered by the Pharmacy and Poisons Board. So the PPB has a mandate to ensure that whatever is in circulation meets the quality standards, and they take responsibility for patient safety. So that is the first step. What we do is that for non-stock items, it depends. There are some which can actually be tested. We have set up what you call a medical devices unit. So if you remember from my presentation, we said that there are some non-stock items, some non-pharmaceutical items that you can be able to test. And we are growing that capacity. Unfortunately, with the Pharmacy and Poisons Board, not all of them go through stringent testing. And that would mean that it is easy for them to actually be registered. But what I know is that even as they go towards maturity level 3, as they bolster their processes, their focus is now on non-pharmaceuticals. So we are seeing the regulations changing slowly so that they are becoming more stringent for non-pharmaceuticals. However, I can assure you that for meds, we go through 2 phases. One, what we can be able to test, we take it to the lab. We have medical devices that can be tested. Gloves, for example, we can do full analysis. And number 2, non-pharmaceutical items that have what you call connectors. I'm looking at products like syringes and feeding tubes. But what we can assure you is that we are growing that capacity. We have very stringent specifications adopted from WHO and KEBS, some from Pharmacy and Poisons Board for what is available, so that when our tender committees sit and work with our quality assurance team, we subject every product. Remember the product pre-qualification? We subject the product to those specifications before we can allow the brand in. The challenge being experienced on infusion sets and solute sets, I may not be aware of this, but I would request that the person maybe who actually wrote this, if they can have a discussion with them, then I can be able to get into the intricacies of the individual cases here. But again, we'll encourage from the presentation, please don't keep this information to yourself. There's a quality issue. It has to be documented. Let it come to us through the client relations. We will be able to address it. For some will be individualized to brands, others will cut across the different brands. But then from there, we'll be able to investigate and be able to give you the feedback. So I'd request the person to come and see me maybe after this.
Steve, twende haraka.
All right, post-market survey for lab commodities, explain the reactive approach. Like I said, it's not necessarily reactive. This information helps us to improve processes, and it also helps us to improve products. And we share this information with Pharmacy and Poisons Board so that they're also able to, again, improve processes and give feedback to the product owner so that they can improve. Does the person raising question of quality has to meet the cost of testing? I think it's a straight answer, that's no. That's our work, we have our lab, so we should be able to use the resources we have as an organization to address all quality issues. We do not expect the customers to do that for us. How does meds help to mitigate the crop of falsified products in the market? Pharmacovigilance is one. We work closely with Pharmacy and Poisons Board as one of the approved labs. So we do a lot of testing to be able to identify the falsified products. Once PPB is armed with that information, then they can take some regulatory action. Do you follow up on the substandard quality products once you've informed the supplier they aren't safe for use, considering that some facilities order directly from them? I think the whole message of my presentation was order from meds, please, because then we have taken on that responsibility of quality. If you order directly, then it becomes difficult for you. With all these resources that I've mentioned, please order from us, and we take on that responsibility so that you just focus on the patient. However, we do follow up, and the guidelines as per Pharmacy and Poisons Board, specifically on pharmacovigilance and post-market surveillance, would require us to, or rather would require the marketing authorization holder, whoever has registered the product, is the one who is responsible. But since we deal with them and we have pre-qualified them, we basically then take on that responsibility to address these issues with them and the board, Pharmacy and Poisons Board. What if a recalled batch has already been exhausted in the facility? What solution was the, okay, what solution would be there? Was the product okay? For example, Atravita, tracurium injection recalled previously had already been used. When a product is recalled, we normally, in our procedures, and again also going back to the guidelines, we normally categorize the recalls based on risk. So there are some which are not non-threatening, they're not life-threatening, so to speak, and we'll make it very clear in our recall letter. Remember I talked about the communication. When we send you the recall letter, read it in full, because in that letter, we'll be able to explain to you, number one, the risk. Number two, we'll be able to address any issues with regards to distribution or export. But then number three, we'll be able to give you instructions on what you're supposed to do in case you have remnants of the products available in your facilities. If it is life-threatening, we will mention it very clearly on the letter. But then what we expect, even as you give us a feedback, so we write you a letter, what do we expect? You give us feedback, because you're asking, one, do you have this product with you? Number two, have you distributed it within your pharmacies, wards, etc.? So when you give us that feedback, then our team will be available then to answer any very specific questions. But there is the life-threatening product recalls or situations, we will be able to address them maybe expeditiously, and through the communication then we shall be able to give instructions on what to do. Okay. Quality of non-farms, I think I've explained. No feedback on returned products, basically non-farms. I think I see a theme on non-farms. So I don't know.
Steve will address that.
We'll address that.
Steve, yeah.
Thank you. How do we sensitize the public on generic drugs or fake drugs and originator brands to change the narrative of generic equals fake? Okay. I'll be able to do that. Okay, but from a point of advocacy, if you look at the current market, whether it is Kenya, whether it is Africa, we are a generic market. Products that are coming into the country for registration are basically generics. Are generics good? Yes. It is basically because of the TRIPS. There's an agreement called TRIPS that was signed not so long ago that allowed innovator companies who discovered medicines, you know, the Sanofis, okay, to be allowed to share their intellectual property with generic manufacturers so that they can actually manufacture the generics and make them available for you and I. Are generics of good quality? I think I can speak from the results I've seen in the lab, and it's a resounding yes. Please don't shy away from using the generics. They are good, and especially those that have come or supplied, that have come from meds or which have been supplied through our supply chain. Do you do quality analysis for NSIs, for non-stock items? We may not necessarily take them through a lab analysis, but what we've done is that there's a pre-qualification criteria that we have actually developed for products that we do not necessarily stock. So because they have actually been supplied by meds, meds still takes the responsibility for their quality. There's a stringent way in which we actually pre-qualify those or pass them through our QA, but it may not necessarily mean they go through testing.
Let me guide before. I've been patient with Steve. For all the others responding, kindly do not take more than 2 minutes. Go through your questions, summarize them in the broad areas. 2 minutes, and if you exceed, I will interject. I want to start with Titus to set the pace.
Thank you, Grandis. You have seen it. Asante Sada will be there. The first question is, do you offer scholarships or sponsorship for training? Yes, we give. What you do for the ATP program, we have the annual training program. At times we tell you, pay for 2 slots, we give you 1 sponsorship. We have done that. Even the regional training we did in Mombasa, we give a several of slots to people. So we do that. Number 2, on e-commerce digital platform, do you have some kind of a step of verification in terms of security purposes? Yes, we do also validation. Not only for security so that nobody can be to doctor, also to check your quantities and try to verify so that you do not under because you have monitored your consumption trends. The second one is, what is the procedure needed to partner with the men's on HSS? And do you give also special offers for men's customers? One of the first procedures is you liaise with us through our Aero System Strengthening Acting Manager, that is Faith Kidenji, who was here in the morning. And also you can also liaise with Petronila at that level. Second, we can be able to do, you can also visit our website. We'll be able to do that, very interactive. Then you can also use our field officers who are coming to your facilities. Then in terms of the special offer, you also do that, talk to us, and you can be able to do that. The other one is about what are the requirements to be able to have a collaborative partnership with the men's if we are private investors. Let's say maybe you have a facility. We can open an account with you. So based on that, clients relations manager is here. Once you send an email, we'll be able to fast track that and to ensure it goes to a system where we have to approve, including the MD. E-commerce is likely to start. When is this likely to start? Already we are ongoing. We started the e-commerce. So the field officers will be coming to your facilities to ensure that you are onboarded. So when they come to your facility, they will be able to train your people, either 2 to 3 people within the facility so they can be able to embrace that. How do you determine who benefits from men's, especially from those goodies like ambulances, CSR? That's a good one. Thank you very much. We said everybody is eligible. Continue buying and buying. We've got a very solid criteria to check the direction for those who qualify for ambulance, anesthetic machines, and these other kind of equipment what you require, even there in terms of HPTs. So based on that, it is free, fair, and everybody is eligible. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think I have more than 15 questions here, but we'll try to summarize. One is the issue, someone asked an incomplete question, diversification versus center of excellence, then a few question marks. I don't know exactly what they meant, but yes, you can diversify by being a center of excellence. When I talked about the different types of diversification, there's the concentric one, where you choose one line and become a center of excellence. On that, the next question was, is misdiagnosis, I don't know if this was part of my topic, is misdiagnosis an incompetency issue or due to lack of specialization? What are you doing to mitigate this since we can't have all the specialities? That is true, we can't have all the specialities. That is why we talked about partnership with others. It may be difficult to employ all the subspecialties in your institution. That's why there is the issue of partnership. In terms of whether it's a misdiagnosis, I mean, it's an incompetence issue or lack of specialization, I would say more or less it's a mixture of both, because there's at some point it's because of the lack of specialization. We always say that the eyes can only see what the mind knows, and the mind will know by specialization. But again, it can also be just because of incompetence. So it's a mixture of the two. The other, it's a very controversial question, how to deal with local community you serve and they don't appreciate your services. I don't know how to best answer this. Very tricky, we can have a myriad of options, but I think one is it could just be a lack of knowledge. So there may be a knowledge gap. So there are many issues that you may need to do a root cause analysis, find out why don't they appreciate the services. And that trying to get the feedback from the community, it is very important because that also informs you, and reaching out to them, understanding why they have this perception. So get the information, and then from there you'll be able to make your judgment. However, I must also say that Sometimes it's very difficult to please everyone 100%. So you should not work towards pleasing everyone as long as you are doing the right thing. Then the other issue was give ideas on specialization if facilities are cash strapped. I will not have a generic answer to this because this varies from case to case, and it will be possible for us to have a discussion on this based on what you have, where you are working, and what resources are available within your disposal. So I will not have a generic answer to that. Then what really helped you to reach where you are? I think key or top on the list that I will say is the leadership. And that resonates with the next few questions that were asked is what do you do if the leadership is not supportive? You have brilliant ideas, but the leaders are adamant. They don't want to do that. I think what I was talking about, the building blocks, leadership. If the leadership is not there, there is nowhere you are going. So in terms of what to do, I think that is a discussion for another day. We can talk about it in details.
Thank you very much. I realized there was no question for the government. What I will tell you is that in whatever you do, the government is there to create to create a good environment for all of you and ensure that you are within the law and the respective guidelines and policies. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll pass to Peter, the rest first.
All right, thank you. One question asked in so many ways, but 110 marks. So I'll summarize on the issues of out of stock. My second name is not out of stock, but for me it's basically to try and help in terms of managing the out of stock. Yeah, it is indeed true that over the last, I think, 2-3 years, since 2020, the issues of out of stock has been a menace, so to speak. But I'll concentrate more on what we are doing as MEDS to basically ensure that the list is actually as minimized as possible. Since COVID, that was 2020, the supply chain space has not been the same. But of course, I think for us is basically to manage and to ensure that we are as resilient as possible. And I think COVID came, it was a blessing in disguise because there are so many things that we never knew how to do it. Should we find ourselves in such a scenario? But I think there has been quite a number of innovative ways that we have actually come to learn after COVID. Of course, thereafter, after COVID, then came Ukrainian war. Of course, it had an effect on supply chain. Israel war. And of course, we don't know what next. But we can only hope that things are going to shape up. And of course, currency issues, fluctuation, fuel cost, and all that. So all that has an impact on the out of stock. But what are we doing about alleviating this challenge? One of the things that we do, and I think the last presenter talking about the issues planning, is basically we have what we call a tendering system. And for us, what we are doing, as we speak now, we are already at the evaluation stage of the supplies for July 2024 to June 2025. So we can only plan well with our suppliers and our vendors so that we give them an ample lead time to ensure that they plan for us. Remember, even if it is a local manufacturer, they require some timelines to basically plan for us. Importation of the so-called raw materials or APIs so that they can be able to plan well for us. We have also come up with a number of innovative ways, and one of them is basically, other than having only one vendor, we do what we call the multiple awards, such that we mitigate as much as possible. Should we give vendor A and they are not able to supply, then we have fallback position for that. So we have what we call the multiple awards. Other aspects we have come up with, which are also innovative, is actually having items on consignment stock, which of course will actually help us in aligning to the TAT. We have very tight timelines to which we are supposed to adhere to when we are serving you. So we have
quite a number of items which we have introduced. We have them, suppliers bring them. We only pay for them as we liquidate them. So again, that helps us to really give ample time for the suppliers to basically service us. We have also, initially and traditionally and for many years, we never used to do direct importation ourselves. But right now, it is one of the aspects that we have embraced. We are doing direct importation from the vendor direct, and that helps us in two ways. One, bringing the cost of the products down, and of course, ensuring that we get them on time, and of course, at the quality that we desire. The other thing that we are doing is basically to have diversified vendors. Other than over-relying on one or two vendors, we have a responsibility through our QA to ensure that we qualify as many vendors as possible. The other thing which we have done is basically having a molecule that are more than one. In other words, we have a product, let's say amoxicillin, that is the augmenting, but we have a range of other alternatives that we offer, such that should we get a failure from one vendor to supply us, then we have two more or two other items that of the same molecule that you are able to advise. No, okay, I have one more question for that. I think it is not all gloom because we have had, we are monitoring even our performance, and we have seen an improvement of when you place an order, what is the spot fill rate at that particular moment. And I think it must have mentioned that right now we are doing around 81% in terms of you place an order, then we are able to, at that point in time, we are able to supply at least 81%. And of course, that is not the very best. Our target is basically to make it 100%, with our target being, 98. Right now, we are doing around 94% in terms of our order fill rate. The second question, which is basically somebody who sought to know what is the professional opinion about procurement, how it is done. One, it depends on what you are buying. There are those that we buy on need basis. We have talked about the non-stock items. But in a nutshell, the professional way that we do it, the first things first is basically the need identification. You have to know what is it that you are buying. And I don't know how many of you are familiar with these forms, which we should be able to circulate. We get the need from you. There are those items that you'll ask you, what are these items that you would wish made to stock? And which are those items that you also wish that MEDS can actually delete from the formulary. From there, then we go to identification of the sources, which is now the pre-qualifications of the vendors. From there, of course, we do, of course, they'll do the GMP inspection of the vendors. Then the tendering process. I've just explained that we are at the point of evaluating of the tender, and the award, then contracting, and finally, you'll actually do monitoring of the supplier's performance. So basically, if you're the person who has asked that question, maybe outside, after the meeting, we can actually meet. Then I can explain further. Thank you.
Okay, I have one question. I think I have not presented. I think someone preempted. I think my discussion of tomorrow. I think he or she may have looked at the timetable and realized there will be no panel. So choose opportunity to throw in the question. And it's very interesting. Please, we are requesting that you give us 10% discount on the debt we owe you, MEDS. That's the most interesting question. Huh? And of course, I expect. And this is not the first time I've received such a request. And allow me to give an analogy of what we did. Sometimes in 2022, when NHIF started having challenges, if you recall, we graciously, deliberately supported faith-based. We gave you blank check. What in political terms they say, we opened the server. you drew. We allowed you to draw as you can without being hard on you to pay. For a period of 8 to 1 year. My goodness, what happened? We kind of loaded you more debt than you could chew. That for sure. But now when we realize a majority of you, you are not only able not to pay, some of you are chicken away. You are running away from us because of debt. And a majority of you ran away. The others started separating or splitting orders. If, for instance, you are used to doing 1 million, you start doing 500. And when you ask, they say you don't accumulate more debt. And which is a very honest way of doing things. But the issue is, we agreed, I think late last year towards this year, we are going to kind of work together to turn around the debt question. A majority, some of you took it as we had given you opportunity to draw. Now you're becoming hard. So some chose to run away. We are trying to bring them back. How are we doing it? Because you have medicine, it's yours. It has to be sustainable as well. So this is how we are doing it. And now that you have preempted my discussions tomorrow or my presentation tomorrow, you have not been able to pay the debt, that's for sure. I'm on the ground. I know they have challenges either by the catchment that you serve. You have NHIS issues. So we are using 3 methods. First of all, come as you are, as the Jesus told us. Come. We'll give you what you call debt moratorium, whereby we allow you to buy, no more accumulation of debt. If you have 1 million, we work a method whereby you will not have a debt of more than 1 million, but we'll give you medicine. So don't run away. Come to Meme, come to me, we strike a deal. Then we help you stabilize this laugh patch as we try to negotiate indirectly with NHIF to sort out your claims. So after 6 months or so, when you have stabilized, we are encouraging debt settlement plans, whereby how much can you pay us? You have 3 million worth of debt. I cannot even auction you. I went somewhere, my credit control, I went somewhere in Mount Elgon, akapewa mbuzi. Now, we don't want that situation. How do we help you? So how do we help you? Is that after 6 or so months, even if it's 10,000, we will agree that be paying on a monthly basis what you can afford. And then now, any new debt, and then we reinstate your credit. So any new debt, you pay as per credit terms. And it has worked wonders for some hospitals. And I'm here so that I can talk to you. And that's why I say in the morning, if you feel you have a debt, I'm not going to cut 10%, unfortunately, because I have to be also sustainable. But I'll help you come back to your feet. Are you together? Sawa sawa.
No, give Dr. Maura, then we finish with you and the MD.
Yes, pass the mic to me.
Then we go to you.
Okay, so my questions, one is, as a leader, what can make an institution to fall? I think we've insisted in our discussions, leadership and governance is key. And that's where vision comes from. But then there's something else we call culture, which I also mentioned in the morning. There's a popular saying that culture eats strategy for breakfast. Culture eats strategy for breakfast. Regardless of how good your strategy is, if you have bad culture, nothing will happen. The other question is, how do you deal with this issue of NHIF not making payment, and yet you have staffs and payments to be made? First of all, I don't think there's any one of us who is not affected by this. But from the presentations today, diversification reduces your risk. Borrowing, for us, we borrow internally. We have a school. We also have other people who pay us and partners with projects. We borrow internally when we have problems. and also streamlining expenditure. That's what we do. Like he mentioned about using generic drugs. The other question is, how would you handle teams that are resisting you as a new administrator? Yeah, that's a tough one. But I think borrowing from my presentation, this one calls for your emotional intelligence. This is when you really need to apply it and work on it. The last question. Your hospital was secondary hospital care provider of the year. Tell us about your strategic leadership contributing to this. Before I answer this, I'll ask Titus.
PC Sakori Hospital, I think they have won an award for the quality. That is what they got. I think he sent me a photo, and we are very privileged in terms of the quality. And I think actually he wanted, when Dr. Mulimu was to present, no, Dr. Kegera, he was to compliment. So we need to appreciate Chogoria PCA. Sindio, in terms of quality in the entire country, sindio hiyo, wamechukua sawadi. Wapatie moja. Thank you.
Asante, now I can answer. So I've been in office for about a year, maybe and a half now going in. And I think what we've been working on is communication of clear vision to all staff and trying to induce a culture change. So by culture change is to trying to remove that thing of them and us. You know, there's them, administration, and us, workers. It's creating that sense of collective, like we mentioned in the morning, collective responsibility, so that everybody feels they have a part of where you're going. And also, communication of clear vision. That's one thing you should realize. People don't want to be in a place where they don't know what do you want to do next year. Have you understood? They have to really understand where you want to go and where you are going. Thank you.
Yes, I now understand why Dr. Maura was passing the mic. We are all very happy and proud of Chogoria, and thank you very much. Yeah, indeed, I think one of the key issues I want to highlight is one of the examples I start with. They used to complain of so many out of stock. And I told him, Dr. I want to understand. Dr. Maura is a surgeon. And one of the products which was basically out of stock a number of times is what he uses as a surgeon. And I told him, Dr. Look, we have an alternative. What do you think of this alternative? And I was able to convince him. And the moment he also instilled the same, even at the procurement and the pharmacy, they were able to reduce the number of items that were out of stock significantly. So there are two issues that I see here. There is what we call client-related issues, where clients are not aware of the alternatives that we do have. And then they count the list of the numbers that are not able to get at once. So that we commit, myself and my team, we shall be able to work very hard to educate you. The other thing I want to encourage you is to clearly read the communication that comes back regarding the out of stock. Clearly interrogate the items that are suggested as alternative. Thereby, you can now make a decision on really a very objective decision regarding the number of items that we are not able to provide. And that takes me now to the question that we had about stocking and generics, where you have some of the items in our list regarding as them by brand name. The truth is, there are some items that we have as brand. And the reason for that is, one, is also to address the issue of out of stock. When you don't have a generic item, you can easily go to the supplementary list, the items that start with the ZX. That's where you could be able to get an alternative. In most cases, the supplementary items are either specialist products. Remember I said specialist items, you rarely substitute. 2, they could be rare products. And 3, they could be an items that have established niche that you do not want to destabilize the client. So you end up stocking them by brand name. I also mentioned some drugs for long-term illness where a patient, even the color itself, means a lot to them. We keep them by brand name. A good example is drugs for hypertension, drugs for diabetes, and others. So that's the difference, and that's the reason why we have some of the items by brand. The other issue I want to mention, and probably to end, because I saw that question regarding out of stock, as sometimes I was tasked myself and Peter, sometimes we could be out of stock and because of a price change. And price change could happen because of upstream changes. What we have decided, because unlike government where you cannot vary the prices, we are now proactively looking at the market. Where the price is the issue, we communicate a price change to our clients in terms of price management, and they should be able to help in terms of addressing the out of stock. The other issue, probably the question was regarding whether the field officers, today morning you were reporting that we have new field officers. I'm here to report. In Meru region, Meru is part of Mount Kenya. Probably the person talking was Kadhambi. Kadhambi anaweza kuja wakuone. Jacqueline Kadhambi, she's our field officer who is supporting the counties around Mount Kenya, Meru included. You stand there tu watakuona, they will stand. Watanyosha shingo wakuone hapo nyuma. That's Kadhambi Jacqueline. She's supporting the counties of Mount Kenya East, and at the moment Mount Kenya West. That is Meru, Isiolo, Marsabit, Samburu, Embu, Tharaka Nithi, and also Mount Kenya West. That is Nyeri, Kiambu, Kirinyaga, and also Nyandarua. So that's Kadhambi. So we have our field officers. All our regions are fully covered. In case of any gap, I'm always reachable. I should be able to respond to the questions. There's an issue of misuse of antibiotics. It is true. And I think the reason why I was very keen on generics is also to really push for us as healthcare workers to encourage our people to buy drugs only on a prescription upon a consultation with doctors. So that is one thing we are also encouraging. Then the question on medical equipment, mnasema our engineers are unavailable. This is a very specific question. We have a very robust biomedical engineering unit that is not only offering installation and the sale of medical equipment, but we are also doing calibration. We know most of you have equipment, but you cannot tell whether they are giving the right output or not. We have calibration equipment. You can see us. If our medical engineer is not available, I'm reachable. Kindly reach out to me. I'll ensure they are available. So the other question was regarding microbiology and biochemical tests, whether we stock. This is a general question. I've handed now. This is the third year on our range of the lab commodities. As you know, lab commodities are highly technical because of the nature of the equipment that we have. Being a closed system, you realize some equipment use specific reagents. So we are moving. That's why we are bringing in the biomedical units, the medical equipment where we supply the equipment and we also offer the reagents. Currently, we are giving all the universal reagents that does not require specialized equipment. We have them. But now for microbiological, biochemical, and others that require, just let us know the equipment that you are currently using, then we shall give you based on the equipment that you are using. Then the other question is, why don't you always supply the commodity supplying requested? It's one of the reasons why we are communicating on the alternatives that we usually have. Then, can individual patients buy drugs from MENS? The answer is no. We are not currently a retail. They can only access those drugs through the hospital outlets. The other issue was, this one has been tackled, and then there's an issue of lead time. Gladys will handle that. Then there was an issue of engagement with the county government. I love this question because we know, and with the changes that are happening with the currently in the country, we cannot work without the government. So we have a strategy of first engaging the county referral and sub-county hospitals. Any level 4, level 5 hospitals within the county, we are having direct engagement with them because we know they are going to have their own funding through the FIF fund. We can do supply agreements, we can do direct procurement. We are very aggressive and very willing to engage them. We are also open, and currently we have served more than for all the 47 counties, but we are also very keen on engaging the counties directly. So we are keen and we are working towards that, and we are focusing on them. Maybe for the sake of my bosses, Titus, MD, and the rest, this forum is heavily government. I can tell we have MOH from as far as Kajiando. Noloitoktok is very far. They are here. And so that shows how far we have gone in terms of trying to engage the government. It was a very specific invite, and we are glad that they have turned. And the last issue is very simple, our update of our catalog. I'm sorry to say if you have not received our updated catalog, we have a January 2024 catalog. Please, if you have not received that, let me have your email, and you'll have it immediately. Immediately I get your email, we shall email you our catalog. Then the lastly, and please allow me to say, as you go to sleep, or to think, we have 2 forms. Peter has shown them. This is part of what we require for our formulary. There is a green form. It gives us the items that you want us to stock. The items that you want us to stock, I can request now the field officers to distribute them to all the clients. Please go through them overnight. You can consult the people in the facilities, but tomorrow, come back with those forms. Fill them with the items that you feel you don't get from MENS. Leave the rest, the work of analysis from our side. Give us the item. Probably if you know the supplier, if you have the brand, if you have the quantities, then better. If you don't have, just give us the molecule or the brand, then fill the forms and bring them tomorrow. And lastly, and that's what Titus did last year, sometimes when we blame us on out of stock, we would also want to know what is your need. In terms of forecasting, we did a letter last year requesting you to give us the items you use and the quantities so that you can be able to forecast your needs. Unfortunately, only less than 10 returns those letters. So it makes it's very difficult for us to stock for the people who you don't know when and what they will order. So we also want to make this recommendation, and it's part of the strategy that we are pursuing. You let us know more on what you are really using. When the field officers visit you, share with them liberally the information on what they need, what you want us to stock, and how much you use on a monthly basis. I'm sure this will significantly help reducing the out-of-stock items. Thank you very much.
All right,
MD
thank you, Shadrach. I want now to rush because I see there are people who need to travel from back to Nairobi, and they're actually here. So I have a few questions which I will run through very fast. I know, Steve, you're smiling. And then I give the MD to close. I want to make it clear that if you have not registered for e-commerce, kindly see me. You don't have to wait for the field officer to come to your facility. I shall guide you how to register. And it's very simple. Send us your account name, send us your name, the email address, and your telephone number, and your facility. We shall register you in the e-commerce, and we shall send you a self-explanatory guide on how you log in. There are issues of packages destroyed, short expiries, destroyed packages, and labels. If you receive a consignment and for whatever reason it has maybe a damaged carton, there's an issue with it, immediately record that with us as a complaint. You can drop an email, you can call, but kindly let us know immediately so that we investigate and get back to you. And if we don't get back to you within 7 days, then please write a reminder and escalate it to my email address, which is very simple. It's jimboro@meds.or.ke. G is for Gladys, mboro@meds.or.ke. The other one which has resonated a lot is about communication. I will not repeat myself. Somebody has written, you don't get credit notes and you don't get statements. If you're not getting your statement, it means we don't have your email address because our statements are automated. So long as we have your email address in our system, automatically you will get that statement at the end of the month. So whoever wrote this, kindly see me. I will have your email address and address it. The matter of credit notes, one of the enhancements we want to do in the e-commerce is allow you to download invoices, credit notes, and debit notes. So that even if we don't send it, because there are very many, especially because of the ice packs and cool boxes, you can log into the system, download your credit notes, and download your debit notes. I think those were the ones around communication, around complaints, and around back orders. If you have a back order and we have not released it, there are two reasons why we don't release. One, because severally when we release those back orders, they are sent back to us. And they are sent back with remarks that you procured elsewhere. So what we are requesting, because you have access to the e-commerce, if you find a back order for an order we have processed, you can open that order and send it back to us as a fresh order and we shall process. I want to make that very simple because if we have to call over 1,000 clients to ask whether now items are back, would you want them, it might not be tenable. So I think simple spoken back orders, either you prompt us with an email or you get into the e-commerce and reapply as a fresh order. I want to give this to the MD to close, and I want to request everybody with papers munipatie because we have to go back to meds and analyze them.
Okay, thank you, Gladys. I also have several questions here. I will try to move through them. Number one is 2023, we have no award to their facilities. So that's a question mark. Why are we having no award? I think that is also related to another one here, why we are not having the health system strengthening awards this year. Yeah, just to mention that we actually try to do it every 2 years so that that can be as impactful as possible. We try to ensure that we put things together, gather sufficient funds, so that by the time you're hosting that type of event, then whatever we do is something that is going to have an impact for you. As has been mentioned, for example, we are giving out ambulances and the like, so they don't come cheap. So we want to ensure that you get something that will actually make a difference in your facility. And for us to do that, over the period, we've realized that when we accumulate those funds over a period of 2 years, then that will be possible. So what I'm saying in short, please check out. Soon we'll be able to make some announcements on when the next one will be coming. Then there's a question here as to why it is so difficult to open an account, especially for private facilities with meds. I would say, yes, indeed, we have a few private facilities that have opened some accounts with us. But in the recent past, we've been a bit more stringent, and actually at some point there was like a halt on that. This is based on some experiences that we've had with the clients in the private market. Unfortunately, I mean, all these things, sometimes one of the things that you have to look at is then to build in the matter of risk. So they come with much more risk, and one of the key issues that you've seen, for example, especially is that a good number of them are really people that are just out to profiteer, and when they get the supplies from meds, you find them then diverting these products into other areas, even where they're not supposed to be. So based on that experience, we've had to take a bit of a pause and try to put in some stringent measures on these. But the good news, as part of our current strategic plan, we have an elaborate plan to be able to, still part of diversification, come up with a strategy to serve non-traditional markets to mitigate the risks that come with it. Another one, so one of the other risks that come with this is things to do with tax compliance issues, KRA. You have to be very careful on how you deal with them. So we are coming up with what we call a special purpose vehicle that will help us to reach out to non-traditional market segments. We've already even gone ahead and registered, and this I think will be shared as soon as we are ready. We are soon doing a feasibility study just to be sure that we'll get it right. Once that is done, we should be able then to resume better. But if you would need, really need, and you can, be able to demonstrate that you have what it takes to do as per our requirements, then we are dealing with that on case-by-case basis. I think that's the same thing about private markets. Then the other issue is that for the facilities that are performing poorly, e.g. service delivery, quality, advanced services, can MEDS help in equipping the facilities on credit so as to improve our services? I would say that, yeah, these again can be handled on a case-by-case basis. Most of our activities in our organization, we talked about ISO certification and other things. We are guided by policies and procedures. So we have an elaborate credit management policy that stipulates who can get credit, in what market segment, what type of credit can be given, and so the terms will be well spelled out. So I would suggest that whoever has requested for this, maybe if they check with Michael or our field head of commercial services, any of the heads of department can help. And Michael is saying that he'll speak to that tomorrow. So maybe you can hold your horses, and maybe the answers will come tomorrow as we're getting the presentation from our people in finance. But we have a very elaborate plan or a policy in place that guides that. The other one is some interesting question here. How does one get a job at your esteemed organization? Okay, now this one, I think it's just like in any other organization, that first of all, there must be a vacancy, so a need for a job, and this will come either we have somebody who has gotten greener pastures and therefore there's a vacancy, or maybe there's a new position that has come up that has been created because of a need. And when that happens, we have, again, policies and procedures guide this. We'll have to advertise, and you go through the process, and if you're the lucky candidate that meets the requirements, then you'll get the job. So just be on the lookout, because when those vacancies arise, we do advertise. And yes, in fact, I think just last Friday, there was an advertisement in the newspaper, yeah? Yes, and even our website, our social media pages, and we also go to places like Relief Web. Eh? So I know currently on Friday, last week, we advertised the position of ICT manager. So if you're here and you have those skills that meet those requirements, please, you are free to apply. We also advertised for head of internal audit and risk management. So if anybody has those qualifications, please check out. The other one is, okay, now these ones are interesting ones. As a CEO in MEDS, how do you organize your work and the staff despite your tight schedule? I would say, okay, that's also the one that may need a one-on-one, but it's really a combination of many things. Many things, because of the nature of work that we do. It has to depend. First of all, maybe you may have to need to have the technical background if you are in a technical area. You have to, maybe some of them are based on experience. The many years that you work, you gain experience on that. We have to undergo continual improvement trainings. We pick a lot of information from trainings. Sometimes you also have to be tactical, strategic. I think one of the presenters here told us about emotional intelligence. Especially when you're dealing with a big number of people, then those issues of emotional intelligence come in. I'm saying tactful, sometimes strategic, when to do what, that can be very helpful. Like, for example, you may have noted that I strategically ensure that I'm the last one to answer questions. Yeah? Yeah, because, yes, I think I saw Gladys had given a time limit of how many? 2 minutes. So if I was to go directly like this, I would have been bound by the 2 minutes. But as the last presenters, then I can use my position to even talk more than the 2 minutes. So sometimes it requires that, but maybe just simple things in terms of balancing, and it's not easy, by the way. But sometimes you also have, I think people have talked of some quadrants. You may need to be able to categorize your things very clearly. There's some simple tactics to this. What is urgent and important? What is urgent but not important? What is both urgent and important? What is urgent, not important? What is not important and not urgent? If you can be able to categorize, you can be able to know what to deal with at what time. But maybe that person can see me if there's any specific need. Then the last one here, which I think is also likely to be quite loaded, says, thanks MEDS for your work, but this is not the original MEDS that we knew. Be real as it was some years back. So I don't know exactly, it was not very specific as to what area. I know, yes, of course, MEDS has undergone a lot of changes over the years in many areas. So maybe this one, somebody has something very specific that I think they need to be addressed. Please come and see me, and we can be able to address that specific issue. Thank you.
All thank you all the panelists. You're now released to go and have your seats so that we close today's session. Titus, please.
Release tuwapatia moja. Panua kabisa, sunguza tuangushia moja. Umesikia wengine wanaenda Nairobi, lakini kuhusu hii maneno bila kuna mvua na mawe inaanguka kwa barabara, afaa urari utoke asubuhi saa 10, si ndio? Ndio kwa na mwangaza usiku, my friend. Lakini all the best.
All right, thank you so much. We have a few housekeeping announcements to make. Thank you. And I need to be clear that this does not stop more questions coming tomorrow. We came for you. So if we have another round of questions, we will still address them. Now, before we are released to go, I want to make a few announcements. There are those of us who filled in the registration that you would want us to provide accommodation. You've already registered at the reception. Some of us got rooms here, and then we have an overflow of around 80 people, 80. So for those of us who did not get